The high-level Navy meeting dragged on until midnight. Its contents remained a tightly guarded secret, but the world didn't have to wait long to feel its impact. By dawn, the newsbirds soared across the skies, scattering a new bounty poster to every corner of the world. Pirate Destroyer. Name unknown. Bounty, 777 million berries. That's right, 777 million. Yunya's bounty had skyrocketed from under 200 million to a jaw-dropping 777 million. A surge of nearly 600 million in a single stroke. A record-breaking escalation that stunned even the most hardened pirates. Dressrosa. The Don Quixote family had seized control of the nation once again, reclaiming what Doflamingo saw as his rightful throne. Sitting on the ornate palace throne, Doflamingo clutched the newspaper, his smile twisting into a sinister grin. Kill a celestial dragon and escape an admiral's grip? He chuckled darkly. Ha! Quincy, you mad bastard. Dangerous doesn't even begin to describe you. He tilted his head, voice dropping to a purr. You didn't kill me back then. Was it mercy or strategy? Do you really want to flip the underworld on its head with me? His laughter echoed through the chamber, low and manic. Are you trying to replace me? Or is there another game you're playing? He muttered. You've stepped into the new world, Quincy, and I prepared a little welcome gift just for you. I can't wait. Whole cake island. Charlotte Limlin, Big Mom, tossed the newspaper aside like yesterday's dessert menu. The Navy's getting sloppy. Letting someone flee from Chambord, she scoffed. Nearby, Charlotte Snug, one of the 4 sweet commanders, frowned deeply. All he did was kill a few low-tier celestial dragons, he growled. And yet his bounty overshoots mine by 200 million. Snug's own bounty stood an impressive 490 million, yet seeing himself eclipsed so easily gnawed at his pride. He's not even in a Yonko crew. And he's worth more than me, he muttered, seething. Beneath the waves, far below the surface, Yunyi was oblivious to the chaos his name had stirred above. As the ship descended, sunlight faded, surrendering to oppressive darkness. Pressure mounted, but the crew, seasoned veterans of deep-sea trade, remained calm. A soft glow flickered to life on deck, casting eerie shadows on their faces. Yunyi dipped his hand in the water, flicking it casually. Strange, he murmured. The pressure, it's no different than the surface. It defied logic. But logic often bent in this world, and Yunyi didn't waste time worrying about it. Suddenly, Sea Kings approaching. Big ones. Brace yourselves. Helmsman, hard to port. A snake-like Sea King lunged from the shadows, jaws wide, aiming to snap the vessel in half. But Yunyi merely looked at it. His haki surged. The Sea King froze mid-charge, its pupils shrinking in raw fear. It whimpered, yes, whimpered, then twisted away in terror, fleeing like a worm chased by flame. Yunyi withdrew his gaze. Proceed. Captain, the crew said, still stunned. They'd seen many wonders, but never a Sea King repelled by a single glare. The ship cruised on smoothly through the currents. Ahead, aglow, Fishman Island. Initially, they hadn't planned to stop there. But Yunyi had changed the route. This place intrigued him. Much like Skypiea in the clouds, Fishman Island had long been on his list of destinations. But there was another reason, too. Rumors spoke of a mermaid who could glimpse the future, and of the great Sea Kings who bowed only to her voice. Entry was easy. As a legitimate merchant ship, the crew had no trouble passing inspections. Fishman Island welcomed traders, and the paperwork was quickly cleared. At the docks, Yunyi issued a single order. Move freely. We regroup in 3 hours. The crew scattered, familiar with the bustling underwater city. But for Yunyi, this was a first. Memories from a previous life offered little help. Fishman Island was too unique, too alive to navigate by nostalgia alone. Still, he wasn't worried. There was no one here who could threaten him. His injuries had healed well over the last few days, and he was itching for action. As he wandered through the streets, something felt off. The vibrant city was oddly quiet. Too quiet. Then it hit him. A sound, shrill, sorrowful, and charged with something more than mere emotion. rang out across the still water. His brows furrowed. A flicker of flame, an explosion in the distance, and something else, something deeper, a resonance, not of sound, but of soul. His observation haki surged. In an instant, he pinpointed the source. Yin grinned, right on time, his figure blurred, vanishing like a shadow. In the chaos ahead, Jinbei stood in front of a crowd of panicked fishmen, face dark with concern. "What's happening? Who's coming?" someone asked. Jinbei's eyes locked onto the blur, speeding toward them like a bullet. "A monster," he muttered. And behind him, a little mermaid girl sobbed, unaware that her cries were summoning something ancient and terrifying. Sea Kings. Shirahoshi. Yunya's gaze pierced through the crowd, ignoring everything else. That girl, that resonance. He stepped forward, not to attack or threaten, but to understand. And somewhere deep within him, a ripple responded. The god of death was never flesh and blood to begin with. He was a spirit clad in soul. Although Yunya's abilities had been remolded by the system to draw from physical strength, some truths of his soul remained untouched. Chief among them, the essence of Ryatsu, spiritual pressure, had been transfigured into something akin to Conqueror's haki. It wasn't a coincidence that the wailing just now stirred something only he could sense, a fluctuation of the soul, imperceptible to normal beings. Soul resonance, inheritance, reincarnation. Curiosity welled up in Yunyi as he gazed toward the chaos. The weeping girl, Shirahoshi, had quieted, soothed by the antics of her older brothers. With her sobs waning, the strange fluctuation weakened. But Yunyi couldn't allow that. He felt a pang of guilt toward the little princess, but this wasn't the time for hesitation. He stepped forward. "Stop right there," barked Jinbei, placing himself in Yunya's path. The Sharkman's eyes flared with anger. He recognized the masked figure immediately. The Quincy, the one who killed a celestial dragon and escaped from an admiral. What are you doing here?" Jinbei demanded. Yunyi met his gaze calmly. "If you don't want a princess to die, step aside." The word struck like a whip, but Jinbei held his ground. "Dangerous people like you don't show up without reason. What are you planning?" Behind them, Shirahoshi was nearly calm, but her laughter was fading. Seeing this, Yunyi narrowed his eyes. A sudden surge of haki exploded outward like a pressure wave. The mermaids around Shirahoshi collapsed instantly, stunned into unconsciousness. "Brother? Queen? Wah?" Shirahoshi's tears burst forth again as she saw her siblings fall. The soul resonance surged, this time greater than before. Far beneath the sea, titanic shadows stirred. A sea king opened its massive eyes, woken by the signal that had rippled across the depths. Water trembled. Currents howled. "Overlord's haki! What have you done?" Jinbei's face paled. He knew the secret. Shirahoshi's tears could summon sea kings. And now, several of them were coming. In his eyes, Yunyi had become the orchestrator of a tragedy. Trigger the crying, summon the sea kings, destroy Fishman Island. The thought sent Jinbei into motion. With a boom, he shot toward Yunyi like a torpedo. But Yunyi was ready. A clash erupted. Thunder and flame danced across his fist. He blocked Jinbei's strike effortlessly, electricity crackling down his arm. "I don't have time for a lecture." A thunderous punch sent Jinbei crashing into the coral walls. Without pause, Yunyi stepped to the fallen Queen Odoheim. A trident lunged from the side. Prince Fukaboshi, eyes bloodshot, roared as he struck. Yunyi waved his hand. A flash of white lightning sent the prince flying, this time not fatally. Odoheim, coughing blood, looked up weakly. Why are you doing this?" Yunyi crouched beside her, a soft white glow gathering on his fingertips. It brushed her wound, easing the pain and halting the bleeding, though the bullet remained lodged within. "It wasn't my men who shot you," he said coldly. "Maybe check your own army for traitors. And as for why I'm here," he turned his gaze to Shirahoshi, "I wanted to witness the power of the Sea King." Her eyes widened, blood still on her lips. But as her special awareness brushed against his soul, she sensed no hostility, only curiosity, determination, power. Yunyi placed a firm hand on her shoulder. Don't move. You're not out of danger yet. If you die, I'll be blamed. Far off, colossal shadows approached. Sea kings, massive, ancient, and unstoppable. Yunyi watched them, sensing their minds. Too big, too many. I won't be able to hold them all off if they attack. Still, he didn't run. Instead, he flashed forward, standing before Shirahoshi. He patted her cheek gently. Stop crying, he said. Your mother's fine. Shirahoshi blinked, wiping her tears with a trembling hand. Slowly, she calmed, until she looked up at Yunye's masked face again and screamed. In a panic, she swiped at him. Her childlike hand, massive by comparison, howled through the water like a hurricane. Yun Yi evaded easily, then reappeared before her, tapping her forehead. If you cry again, I won't save your mother. That shut her up. Barely. She pouted, tears brimming, but she nodded. Odoheim's other sons helped her up. Her face, though pale, looked healthier now. Jinbi stumbled over, still wary. What are you after? He got his answer soon enough. The Sea Kings arrived. The sea churned. Murloc Island's bubble shield trembled from the pressure. Panic spread among the citizens. If the shield broke, it would be the end. King Neptune looked up from the palace, stunned. Is something happening to Shirahoshi? In the distance, a light flared in the sky. Yunyi had risen. He stood midair, thunder and flame blazing behind him, voice cold. Stop! The Sea Kings paused. One emitted a wave. Human. Another answered, the King's aura. Go. Find it. They swam forward anyway. Their movement sent earthquakes through the ocean. The bubble membrane wobbled under the pressure. Inside, screams erupted. Then, Yunyi unleashed his power. His conqueror's haki surged outward, but this time, it carried more. Not just haki. Soul pressure. Ryatsu. The Sea Kings didn't just feel it, they saw it. An overwhelming figure towered over them, draped in a black kimono, wielding a formless sword, face obscured by shadows. Not a man, not a king, a god. They trembled. Their souls quaked. In that moment, they understood this was not someone they could challenge, not someone they could measure. This was a force outside the natural order. Retreat, Yunyi said calmly, and they obeyed. With terrified cries, they turned, retreating into the deep, not daring to look back. Back above the ocean, silence fell. Yunyi floated midair, arms crossed, watching them leave. That worked? Just from Conqueror's haki. But he shook his head. No, this was a mere haki. Even Shanks wouldn't scare Sea Kings like that. Then, is my haki different? Infused with Ryatsu? Is that what they saw? He couldn't be sure, but it made him think, just like how others couldn't perceive Shirahoshi's soul resonance, but he could. And maybe the Sea Kings could feel his as well. For now, it was just a theory. I'll have to experiment later. He descended slowly, the sea finally quiet again. Below, all of Fishman Island watched in stunned silence. Their savior, their threat, their mystery, standing like a phantom of death cloaked in thunder and fire. Yunyi said nothing, but his presence said enough.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Thinking of this, Yunya's figure fell from the sky. Jinbi and others are very wary of Yunya. This guy is a murderous person, and his previous behavior didn't look like a good person. But Odohim waved her hand, shook her head and said, he didn't mean anything. The others looked at each other in blank dismay, but could only obey Odohim's order. Yunyi ignored them, and went straight to Yuji, looked at her untreated wound, and said angrily to the surroundings, you don't even treat the wound? Do you want her to die? Odohim saluted, and said in a very respectful tone, my lord, I asked them to do this. Her sense of knowledge is very magical, and she can perceive other people's emotional fluctuations. Just now, her sense of knowledge clearly sensed the boundless fear emanating from the hearts of those giant sea kings. Although she didn't know what Yunya communicated with those sea kings, but through Yunya's previous actions, she can be sure that the fear of those sea kings is inseparable from Yunya, can make the kind of giant sea kings that can destroy their islands so frightening. This kind of existence is not something that their Murloc Island can compete with. That's why she is so respectful. She was worried that her random actions would make Yunya angry, and then the Fishman Island would have a result she didn't want to see. Otohim's attitude towards Yunya surprised everyone present. I don't know why she put on such a low profile. Mother, you. Shasing wanted to speak, but was quickly stopped by Yiji. Yunyi also saw that Princess Otto's attitude was a little too respectful, but she knew that Princess Otto was very knowledgeable, so maybe she sensed something. Not paying much attention, Yunya said, "Go and treat the wound." Otohim said respectfully, "Yes, my lord." Because of her weak constitution, Princess Uthim's team has a medical team at all times, just in case. The reason why the medical team didn't come in handy before was because the bullet hit the deadly part of Princess Otohim's body, and Princess Otohim's physique was inherently weak, and it couldn't be cured without special means. The medical team's medical level is still good. It didn't take long for the bullet in Princess Otaka's body to be taken out. Even though she was seriously injured, Yiji still struggled to get up, came to Yunya, and respectfully said, "Thank you for saving me, sir. Please go to Dragon Palace City. We will treat you well." Yunya looked at Aokiji weak appearance, tapped lightly, and the glowing white light shot out from his fingers again, hitting Otom's wound. This time, no one acted rashly. Princess Otake had already solemnly warned them before. Jinping is also a sensible person, and he didn't feel resentful because he was beaten by Yunya. After all, Yunyi also saved Otohim's life. Visible to the naked eye, Otohim's face turned rosy, and the injury was fully recovered in less than a few tens of seconds. Yunya said, "I healed your injury, it's my reward for my presumptuous actions." "Thank you, sir." Otohim saluted again. Yunya waved his hand, "Okay, don't be so respectful. Since you said you want to entertain me, then let's go. I'm a little hungry too." In this way, a group of people headed towards the location of Dragon Palace City. However, Yunyi noticed that Jinping, Shaxing, and a group of soldiers did not follow. It should be Yunya's previous words that reminded them. There are traitors in their ranks. In addition, Yunyi's domineering aura broke out just now, and many people fell into a coma, not only their soldiers, but also other people who were affected. On the way, Bai Xing suddenly floated over, dangling around Yunyi. His cute little face was full of tangles, but in the end he couldn't help being curious. "My lord, why did you fly into the sky without using bubbles just now, and what happened just now? What is white light?" Now is the age of exuberant curiosity, and she is also born with a sense of knowledge, so she can perceive that Yunyi has no malice towards them. In addition, after Yunya cured her mother just now, the concept of being a good person has penetrated into her heart, so she couldn't help asking out of curiosity. If people know that an evil criminal who dared to kill the Tianlongren and escaped from the hands of the admiral is a good person in Shirahashi's heart, it will definitely wipe out a large number of people. Bai Xing, don't be rude. Otohim scolded directly. Shirahoshi was rarely scolded by Otohime, and tears suddenly appeared in his eyes, and his eyes were watery. Yunya waved his hands to show that he didn't care, and said as he walked, "There is something called a devil fruit in this world. As long as you eat it, you can get magical powers, but after eating it, you will be disgusted by the sea, and you will become a landlubber from then on." Bai Xing carefully looked at the Queen Mother, and seeing that she didn't scold him anymore, he asked curiously, "Landlurk, what is that?" Their Fishman Island doesn't have such a saying. After all, I was born to swim, so naturally there would be no topic about it. It's people who can't swim. Anyone else who can't swim. As Yunyi said, he used his senses to probe Bai Xing. He still wanted to know if the soul wave could be simulated. If it can be simulated, in the future, can you also order all Neptunes? If not, Yunyi also wants to know more about Sea King. But maybe that kind of fluctuation needs emotional ups and downs to be released. At this time, Bai Xing's body did not show that kind of fluctuation again, and Yunya didn't observe anything. Not long after, a group of people have arrived at Dragon Palace City. "Thank you for saving Otohim, I am very grateful." After knowing that Princess Otoji was rescued by Yunya, Neptune also made a very respectful gesture. Not only because Yunya saved his wife, but also because of Yunya's identity. But more is the advice from Otohim. It was the first time he saw his wife talking to him in such a serious manner. King Neptune is welcome. Yunyi was also very familiar with such scenes and handled them well. The banquet begins, and the guests and hosts enjoy themselves. Yunya was eating the unique food of Murloc Island without wearing a mask, while Bai Xing was wandering around Yunya, looking very happy. When it was discovered that Yoshiko could change the shape of his face, it didn't matter whether his appearance was exposed or not. The reason why he kept wearing it was to maintain his character design. Yunyi is very patient with children, so is Xiaoa, and so is little Baixing. However, in this capacity, he still restrained himself a bit, and would not behave too abnormally. In this respect, Yunya was very cautious. From time to time, Jinbi came to Dragon Palace City, and he was still worried about dangerous people like Quincy, and needed to keep an eye on them. Although he saved Otohim's life, this does not rule out the danger of Quincy. Jinping came to Yunya with a pot of wine, and after the two touched a glass, Jinping said, "Thank you very much for saving Princess Otohim, but I still want to know, what is the purpose of your coming here?" After eating a snack, Yunya said, "As Fishman Island is one of the world's famous islands, I naturally want to come here and have a look." Yunya only answered his purpose of coming here, but did not say what the purpose of his previous actions was. Jinbe frowned. His question meant absolutely not this, and just as he was about to ask again, Otohime came over from the side. Her sense of knowledge can perceive people's emotions, and after noticing the two people here, she hurried over. She is very clear about Jinbei's character, very benevolent, and very cautious in doing things, but there is a bad problem, that is, he is very axis, and the things he believes will not be easily changed. Worrying about the conflict between the two, Otohime hurried over. After chatting for a few words, Princess Otohime suddenly spoke, not caring that Jinbe is still here, and maybe Jinbe is also one of the insiders. Otohime said, "Does your lord know what's going on with Bai Seeing?" Yunyi said the word Sea King before, and Otoji knew that Yunyi must know something. If possible, she didn't want her daughter to bear this dangerous force. As a mother, he only wants his children to live a good life. Sea King. Yunya looked at Iji, and said slowly, "I think, you should know more or less." Ever since Shirahoshi erupted once before with the power to summon Sea Kings, Otohime has been collecting information on this. As a fishman island that has stood for an unknown number of years, there are many hidden secrets among their royal family, and there are many legends about the Sea King. Otohime nodded, the mermaid princess who can command the Sea Kings, the legendary Sea King. Yunya nodded and said, "You want to ask me if I can eliminate this force, or suppress it?" From Otoji's expression, Yunya could see it. No mother ever sees such terrible power upon her children. If this news is spread, the consequences will be disastrous. Otohime bit her lip and nodded. Yunya said lightly, "This is something imprinted deep in the soul. Even after death, reincarnation will start. This is indelible, and it is also the inevitability of the times. In this world, there is such a thing as fate." Stronger than Roger conquered the Great Root with his strength and set foot on the final island, but it still didn't help. He's not Joey Boy and can't do what Joey Boy can do. If he does it forcibly, fate will play tricks on him and make him miss every opportunity again and again. It may seem like a coincidence, but everything is inevitable. He is just the key to open the era, and the person who ends the era cannot be him. This is destined by fate. But even though Yunya said so, he actually didn't believe in fate at all. The reason why Luoji couldn't break through fate was because he wasn't strong enough. When you are strong enough to trample everything under your feet, fate and inevitability are all nonsense. Otohime was not reconciled. Is there really no other way? Yunya shook his head slightly. Maybe there is nothing he can do now, but when he is strong enough and his understanding of the soul is strong enough, there will be a way. However, Yunya would not say such uncertain things. Otohime said dejectedly, "I know my lord, I will keep the secret." Yunya nodded and continued to eat some snacks. "I have to say that the taste is not bad, no wonder the ant will be attracted to it in the future." From the other side, a soldier came over, saluted and reported, "Your Majesty, those signatures have been burned." Otohime's eyes darkened for a moment, but she quickly cheered up and said with a smile, "It's okay, if it's ruined, I'll just collect it again." At this time, Yunya spoke up, and poured cold water directly, "Although I admire your ideals are too empty. Without enough strength to protect yourself, you rashly throw everything away. Sending the residents to land will only speed up your demise." Otohime was taken aback, and quickly asked, "My lord, why is this?" Don't underestimate the greed of human beings. On the Murloc Island, which is deep in the sea and protected by the Whitebeard flag, there are often people who take risks. If you move to the ground, move to the first half, where Whitebeard's power is weakest, how high do you think your security can be? Yunya said lightly, "Don't be too idealistic, of course. Unless there is someone like Whitebeard in your Murloc Island, otherwise, put away this stupid idea." Although Yunya admired this kind of behavior, in Yunya's eyes, it was too stupid. Without the power to protect himself, he took the initiative to put down his shield to expose his weaknesses. What was he doing if he wasn't sending himself to death? "My lord, even if this is the case, I will not give up. This is for the sake of our descendants." Otohime's tone was very firm. This is her lifelong dream, how could she be persuaded so easily? Yunya continued to splash water. "If you don't want your offspring to be other people's slaves and playthings from birth, then don't think about it again. I don't even know that there are traitors in the army. I don't even know that Bai Seeing has been marked with fruit ability by others, and I can't even manage my own power well, and I still want to fight against those cunning humans." Yunya's words were extremely spicy, and the presence of everyone's faces were hot when they listened. After hearing Yunya's words, Yiji's face was extremely pale, even paler than when she was injured before. Is the dream she pursued all her life really so stupid in the eyes of others? But someone caught a sentence in Yunya's words, and Jinping said anxiously, "You said that Bai Seeing was marked with the ability of devil fruit." Hearing Jinbei's words, many people present also reacted. Yunya pouted, "I sensed it from a distance, but you, Chiwohei, didn't notice it." Yunya really wanted to say something, go home and farm, what kind of Kaiwohei? In fact, it's not surprising that Jinbei didn't notice it. The scene was very chaotic at the time, and the knowledgeable color needs to keep the mood swings from being too violent, so it's understandable that Jinbei didn't notice it. And Yunya is a prophet with the original book, and his knowledge is mainly focused on Bai Seeing, so he can see the Murloc's movements very clearly. Jinbei couldn't refute. His face darkened, and he realized that he had made a serious mistake. Yunya continued, "As for that person, I was stunned before. If you let go, don't blame me for not reminding you. That person is eating a superhuman target fruit ability user. When Yunya used the overlord color before, that Murloc was also stunned. Little man, Yunya couldn't remember his name either. At the end, Yunya sneered and said, "So, you guys should give up those stupid practices. I don't want to see Bai Xing at an auction in the future." After finishing the last piece of snack, Yunya got up and waved his hands. "Thank you for your hospitality, the food is very good, can you bring me some when I leave?" Minister Zhou wiped his sweat and said, "Good sir, I'll go get ready right away. Remember to send me to the merchant ship at the port." Yunya left, leaving behind a group of people whose expressions kept changing. After a long time, Otohime sighed quietly. Could it be, am I wrong? She had to listen to Yunya's words, such a big man would not speak without evidence. Now that I think about it carefully, indeed, she thought too well. I only saw a beautiful scene in the future, but I didn't imagine that the situation would develop in the opposite direction. Think long-term, princess. Neptune comforted his wife, and then his tone became stern. Those people who passed out have woken up, check it out. He will not be careless when it comes to his daughter's life. Soon, several soldiers went down. The unlucky fruit-capable user fell under Yunya's domineering arrogance. After Yunya left the banquet hall, he walked towards a place with people. Coral Hill is the bustling street of Murloc Island. If I remember correctly, the boss Xiaoli, the owner of the cafe who can divination, is there. The purpose of Yunyi's trip is first to come here to have a look. After all, he came to Pirate World, and Yunyi is still very interested in the islands that are different from the scenery of his previous life. Seeing Shirahoshi driving away the giant sea kings was just a coincidence. The second purpose is to find the mermaid Charlie who can divination. Hawkins' divination is more about his own fortune. Boss Xiaoli is concerned with the future trend. I just don't know if the world line will change if I join in this world. Therefore, Yunya wanted to go over and take a look. When I came outside the mermaid cafe, there were not many customers inside because of the incident in the morning. Yunya pushed open the door and went in, and there was a crisp and pleasant greeting from inside. Have a cup of coffee. Yunya found a place to sit down at random. Soon, a cup of fragrant coffee was served. This should be a special kind of coffee beans. When it was served, Yunya could smell a strong fragrance. After adding 2 cubes of sugar, Yunya took a sip and nodded. It's good coffee, and the barista's skills are also very good. As long as the customer likes it. A sweet-looking red-haired mermaid waiter showed a sweet smile. She ground and brewed this cup of coffee. The fresh and elegant environment brings people a sense of comfort, and the graceful and distinctive mermaid waiters smile sweetly. Just sitting here is already a kind of enjoyment. Yunya also enjoyed this atmosphere. But Yunya had a purpose. After quietly drinking a cup of coffee, Yunya went straight to the topic and looked at the red-haired waiter. Where is Mrs. Xiaoli? One of the mermaid waiters was startled, and then said with a sweet smile, Mrs. Xiaoli is resting inside. Let her come out, just say that a guest is looking for him. But, as long as you mention it to her, she will come out. Yunya looked at the mermaid waiter with an unquestionable tone. Seemingly seeing Yunya's background, the waiter hesitated. Normally, this time was Xiaoli's rest time, and she would not come out unless there were special circumstances. But this guest did seem to have something to ask Xiaoli, so she was a little hesitant. At this time, a figure floated out from the back room, looked towards Yunya and said, Is there anything the guest wants from me? Yunya said directly, I heard that there is a fortune teller in Mermaid Cafe who is very effective in divination. I want you to help me with divination. Xiaoli took a puff of cigarette and said, Where did you get the information? Does it matter? Very important. Oh, really? A Murloc named Aaron told me. Hearing this name, Xiaoli's face suddenly darkened. If he introduced you, then forgive me for not being able to entertain you. Yunya's tone was light. He said, It seems that I am asking for boredom, but I am not asking for your opinion. Understand? I won't do divination for you. Xiaoli was very firm. I won't do divination in the future either. Because the fortune-telling foresaw many unfortunate events, he regarded his talent as a burden, and now he rejects the ability of fortune-telling very much. Escape is not the way to solve the problem. Yunya looked at Xiaoli and said slowly, Is it because divination encounters unfortunate things, so you plan to seal them? Shocked by seeing her heart, Xiaoli gritted her teeth slightly and said coldly, Get out, you're not entertained here. Yunya didn't even move, and continued, Since God gave you this ability, why didn't you make good use of it? Worried about misfortune, it won't come? If you know it in advance, there may be a chance to make up for it. Fate has long been doomed and cannot be changed. Xiaoli took a deep breath and said slowly, How do you know if you don't try? I can't even determine the time, how can I change it? Yunya smiled and said, It seems that you have also tried to change your destiny. Xiaoli didn't refute this time, but calmed down. You go, I have already decided not to divination anyone. I want to know my future fate. Yunya said lightly, with a tone that could not be refused. I reject. There are many people in this world who can reject me, but you are definitely not one of them. Yunya came here naturally to ask Xiaoli to give him a fortune-telling, and it is naturally impossible for her to refuse. Therefore, even if you want to be a villain, even if you are persecuted, you must let her divination for you. The atmosphere in the arena was a bit subtle. Yunya, who was a little more serious, gave people a completely different feeling from the previous one. At this time, everyone present felt the pressure from Yunya. Xiaoli gritted her teeth and wanted to sternly refuse, but for some reason, she couldn't say it. She had a vague feeling that if she refused again, then, the consequences were not something she could bear. This was her fortune teller's premonition. But at this moment, a tall figure pushed the door and walked in. It was Xiping. After Yunyi left, Jinping had been following behind and staring closely. If a dangerous person like Quincy was not under his nose, he would not be at ease. Yunyi also noticed it, but he didn't care. Jinping walked in with an extremely serious face. Quincy, although you saved Princess Otohime, we are very grateful to you, but if you want to make trouble here, I will not sit idly by. Yunyi still didn't get up, looked at Jinping and said indifferently, my request is very simple, let Mrs. Xiaoli give me a divination, this is the purpose of my coming here. As I said, there are many people who can refuse me, but not including your Fishman Island. With these words, Yunyi's threat has come out. Jinping's face was also extremely gloomy, and he was not a timid person, he was about to speak with a cold snort. However, someone pushed the door open and walked in. Panting, Otohime trotted over, Jinbi, don't be impulsive. At the same time, he looked at Yunya, bowed and said, my lord, please don't get angry. Bai Xing also drifted over, my lord, please don't get angry, okay. Yunya waved his hand and looked at Xiaoli, divination for me once, in the future, you can make a condition with me, this is my concession. Xiaoli is still struggling, and now, she also realizes that Yunya's identity is not simple. To make Jinbei so cautious, and to make Princess Otohime called an adult, Yunya's status is unimaginable. After a long time, Xiaoli let out a sigh of relief, okay, I will divination for you once, just once. Yunya nodded. Xiaoli came to a pearl oyster and took out a divination ball. You all go out. After thinking for a while, Yunya said. This is to worry that the divination screen will appear on its own, causing unnecessary trouble. Several people in the field looked at each other and went out. In the field, only Yunya and Xiaoli were left. Let's start. Yunya looked at the crystal ball and said. Charlie nodded, then closed her eyes and started divination. Soon, a picture appeared on the divination ball. The monstrous golden flames, in the flames, two blurry figures are fighting. One was wearing black and white feathers, holding a scorching white sword blade in his hand. Every time he swung the sword, endless flames swept across it. The other is wearing a white gauze dress and a four-fingered crown on his head. Every time he makes a move, he will repel the infinite flames. The two fought, and the whole world was in turmoil. The red earth continent collapsed inch by inch, the sea water poured in from all over the world, and boundless hurricanes blew up in the calm zone. Looks like the end of the world? Looking at the picture in the crystal ball, Yunya's eyes flickered. The man with the crown on his head, is I'm? Another one, is it me? That golden flame, flowed like a fire? Just as Yunya was thinking in his mind, the picture continued to jump, but the painting style changed afterwards. In a tall palace, two figures sat facing each other. A black and white Haori, and a crown on the head, are the two silhouettes of the two previous battles. However, the two did not fight this time, but communicated with each other. The picture continued, and it was still the same scene. The two had been sitting opposite each other and communicating. Seeing this, Yunya narrowed his eyes slightly. What's going on? Why are there two different divination results? Will it change in the future, or something else? Yunyi's thoughts flickered, remembering everything he saw. Then, the picture in the crystal ball suddenly disappeared, and then shattered into two halves with a click. Just when the crystal ball shattered, Xiaoli screamed suddenly, and she collapsed on the ground, with sweat rolling down her forehead, and her whole body curled up together, as if she was enduring boundless pain. As soon as Yunya pointed out, white light enveloped Xiaoli's whole body, healing her. After a while, Xiaoli finally recovered slightly, but her face was still pale and bloodless. Don't reveal the results of the divination. I will remember this favor. If you encounter any troubles in the future, you can come to me. Yunya glanced at Xiaoli, turned and left. Xiaoli panted heavily, looked at Yunya's back, and faintly overlapped Yunya's figure with the black and white feathered figure in the divination screen. It's over, let's go. Yunya pushed open the door and came out, followed by Xiaoli with a respectful face. If Yunya tidied up his clothes a little bit at this time, it would be a bit like that. It has been a while since they landed on the island, and the purpose of coming to Fishman Island has been achieved, and Yunya does not intend to stay here for a long time. My lord, goodbye. Bai Xing showed a reluctant expression, and his mouth was flattened. In the previous conversation with Yunya, Yunya said a lot of things that she yearned for. Bai Xing liked this lord very much. The rest of the people, such as Otohime and a dozen soldiers, saluted respectfully. After waving at a few people, Yunya left without looking back. Behind him, Jinbi asked Xiaoli what the divination had been, but Xiaoli turned pale and shook her head. Thinking about that kind of divination and that terrible scene, she was a little scared now. What kind of strength is needed, and the aftermath of the battle can cause the entire Red Earth continent to collapse? She can't imagine. In addition, Yunyi asked him not to reveal it before, and she didn't dare to talk nonsense. If this kind of person is angry, their Murloc Island will be subverted in an instant. Jinping was a little puzzled, why everyone dared not take a breath when facing Yunya. Yes, the strength of Quincy is very strong, but he has seen Whitebeard's attack before, and his heart was shocked by that kind of terrifying terror. That is the real power. Therefore, even if he was blown away by Yunya before, he was only vigilant and showed no fear. But Jinping is not a stupid person. He knows the characters of Princess Otohim and Xiaoli, and it is impossible to be frightened by the name of Yunyi Quincy. Among them, there should be something he doesn't know. His Highness Otohim, Mrs. Xiaoli, do you know anything about Quincy? Jinbi looked at the two of them and asked carefully. Otohim and Xiaoli looked at each other, but they just shook their heads. Otohim even said directly, Jinpi, don't try to trouble your lord. If you offend him, our Murloc Island will cease to exist. Although these words are heavy, they are Otohim's inner thoughts. The size of those sea kings is many times larger than other sea kings. Perhaps a few collisions can destroy the Murloc Island. However, it was that level of Neptunes who showed fear in front of Yunya. It can be deduced from this that Yunya's fearfulness must be higher than those of the Neptunes. Xiaoli on the side nodded quickly. An existence of that level could destroy Murloc Island with just a wave of a hand? At this moment, both Xiaoli and Otohim showed very solemn expressions. Seeing the behavior of the two of them, Jinping's heart became heavier, and he stopped thinking about it. He looked at Xiaoli and asked, why does the Quincy know about your predictive ability? It's impossible for outsiders to know. Xiaoli took a breath and said, my lord said that Eren told him, maybe. She didn't go on with the rest. He knew Eren's character very well. He hated human beings. He was arrogant. If he really met an adult, with his arrogant character, the probability of a conflict would be as high as 90%. Maybe at this time already. Eren. Jinbi narrowed his eyes. When he became Kaiwohei, Eren had a fight with him because he became Kaiwohei and the running dog of the world government, and now he doesn't know where he went. Hearing Xiaoli's words now, an idea inevitably came to mind. Boss Jinbi, although you are very powerful, and you are one of the 7 martial arts in the sea, it is best not to provoke your lord. Xiaoli looked at Jinbi and said solemnly. Jinpi nodded cautiously, don't worry, I won't do stupid things. Seeing that the two of them are so cautious, Jinbei also knows the seriousness of the matter, and he will not do stupid things that endanger Murloc Island. In the next few days, he used Chi Wohei's position to search for Eren's information everywhere, and finally found that the location he was heading to was the East China Sea. Let's go. Following Yunyi's order, the merchant ship set off again. There was an experienced helmsman on board, and nothing happened along the way. Avoid dangerous areas one by one. Go, Dressrosa. After a period of sailing, an island finally appeared in front of them. It is Dressrosa, which is gradually becoming famous in the nearby waters. At the port, Diamantai greeted her from below, and after seeing Yunya, she respectfully saluted. Master Yeksu, the young master is waiting for you at the palace. Yunyi once revealed his name, Tipaz Yeksu. Yunya nodded, let's go. A group of people walked to the palace heights. Along the way, Yunyi saw flowers and wine, delicious food, and melodious music, and the people were happy and full of smiles. There are dancers in hot and sexy clothes showing a beautiful figure, with charming eyes, youthful and beautiful, and there seems to be a faint fragrance in the air. I don't know when, all kinds of toys began to roam the streets, living in harmony with humans. Everything seems orderly and beautiful, but there is boundless darkness hidden in it. The darkness hidden by beauty. However, this has nothing to do with Yunyi. From a certain point of view, after Doflamingo took charge of Dressrosa, the living standards of the common people inside have improved linearly. Although it is inevitable that some things will be sacrificed, the world is not black and white, and everything has good and bad. The role of a moralist should be left to others. Diamantai led the way and soon came to the high ground of the palace. In front of the palace, Diamantai opened a door, and all the cotters of the Don Quixote family headed by Doflamingo were present. Torre Bull, Pika, Granis, Baby 5, the people who followed Doflamingo at the beginning are all there. But they didn't sit down, but stood behind him. Doflamingo crossed his legs and sat in front of the dining table, which had only 2 seats facing each other. Holding a glass of red wine in his hand, looking at Yunya, he smiled and said, hey, I've been waiting for a long time, Quincy Master. Yunya smiled, there are so many people, do you want to show me off? With a buzz sound, Yunya's overlord color covered the front. Doflamingo also burst into dominance. Crack! The sky roared out of thin air, and red and black lightning danced. As soon as you come, show me off, Quincy. Doflamingo smiled, and the domineering looks of the two disappeared after just touching each other. Only some people from the outside world were affected and passed out, but they soon regained consciousness. Just say hello. Yunya didn't look at the others, and went straight to sit down opposite Doflamingo, looking at the delicious food on the table. It's quite rich, isn't it poisoned? I'm not so stingy that I don't even entertain my allies. Doflamingo grinned. Yunya took off the mask on his face and put it aside, took a sip of the food and nodded. Not bad, it's delicious. Although it was known from Raoji that Yunya was a very young man, seeing Yunya's face at this time, the other cotters were a little surprised at this time. Yunya looked too young. Not even 20 years old? Doflamingo blinked and said, this is the freshest part of a deep-sea fish, and the price is not low. What? You still want to collect money from me? Yunya took a sip of the red wine, which was not bad, with a rich and mellow taste. Doflamingo choked for a moment, then snorted, and went straight to the point. Since you have come to the New World, what are your plans for the future? Plan? I'm not familiar with the New World. Let's talk about it after I get familiar with it for a while. Besides, I killed 2 Tianlong people. The Navy is probably looking for me all over the world. I'm so scared that I dare not show my face at will. Yunya said lightly, although he said he was afraid, but Yunya's expression didn't mean anything like that. After Yunya committed such a heinous crime, Wielding had to deal with the two furious Tianlong families every day, and he was so annoyed to death. Not only the Navy is looking for Yunya's whereabouts, but the spy organization CP under the world government is also searching for Yunya's whereabouts everywhere. Doflamingo's face sank, and Yunya said, "This is your business. After all, I am Kaiwohei. Even if it is an alliance, it is a secret matter. You'd better leave Dries as soon as possible. Rosa, I don't want anything to do with you, an evil criminal." The lunatic Quincy really dared to attack the Tianlong, and Doflamingo, who was once a Tianlong, naturally knew the consequences of daring to kill the Tianlong. The world government will not let it go? Doflamingo wanted nothing to do with him. "Anyway, you are also a well-known joke in the underground, don't be so timid, okay? With a dangerous person like you, I'm afraid I'll be swallowed by you. How come? You are my important partner." Oh. Doflamingo sneered in his heart and didn't answer. Yunya continued, "Did you deliberately keep that guy Umit until now, just to let me solve it for you?" Doflamingo took a sip of his wine and looked at Yunya. "Don't underestimate any king of the dark world. I have never underestimated anyone, including you." Yunya suddenly laughed. "Now I am alone in your territory, do you want to try to kill me? Haha." Doflamingo's eyes flashed, and he grinned. "As a businessman, I will not easily break up with my partners. This is your only chance. In the future, there will be no such opportunity in front of you." Yunya licked his lips, his expression a little crazy. Doflamingo didn't speak, but cursed a lunatic in his heart. Yunya restrained his expression and changed the subject. "I'm a little curious about what type of devil fruit you traded from me before. It's not your turn to care about this." Doflamingo cut the steak, chewed it, and said slowly. Yunya pouted, looked at all the cotters behind Doflamingo, and continued, "It looks like a great devil fruit. Has it been eaten by your cotters? Do you want to come and practice with me?" Practicing. When Doflamingo heard this, several thoughts flashed in his heart. It's impossible for Quincy to know Grana's ability. Do you want to kill him here? But after thinking about it, he still insisted on this idea. It's a good thing that it succeeded. If the Quincy had the slightest precaution, then Grana would not be able to succeed. People like Quincy dared to come to his territory alone. He didn't believe that Quincy would not be wary of them. After weighing the two, Doflamingo gave up. The cotters who were stared at by Yunya, Pika, Buffalo, Gladius and others all had numb scalps and did not dare to look at Yunya. The murderous reputation of the Quincy is widely spread in the sea, especially since he defeated their young master once. Such a person, how dare they do it? This is a ruthless person who dares to kill even Tianlong people? On the contrary, the two little lolis, Baby 5 and Grana, looked at Yunya curiously. Has this young fellow really defeated their young master? It doesn't look like it at all. They don't dare to fight a big man like you, and offer a reward of 700 million to the Quincy master. Doflamingo looked at Yunya and said in a mocking tone. Killing 2 celestial dragons made the rise a little bit. The world government is too stingy, but it may be that those celestial dragons are too rubbish. Maybe it will be different if you replace them with a stronger one. Yunya didn't care. Doflamingo's tone, on the contrary, said something. Maybe it's true, those idiots have power, but they don't know what is the most important thing in this world. Hearing the meaning of Yunya's words, Doflamingo felt in his heart he gritted his teeth a bit, but since Yunya was a lunatic, he didn't bother with him. That's right, Tianlong people are all idiots, otherwise why would they come to provoke me, a lunatic? Yunya said casually. Crack. The red wine glass in Doflamingo's hand suddenly shattered, and his expression became extremely gloomy. This guy definitely did it on purpose? A look of surprise appeared on Yunyi's face, as if he didn't know why Doflamingo did this. What? Don't you think red wine tastes bad? Doflamingo took the towel handed over by Baby 5 to wipe his hands, and said calmly, It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of something unpleasant. That's good, I thought I said something wrong. Yunya raised his glass and laughed. Silence. Later, Doflamingo did not speak again, and the scene became silent. Yunya didn't care, and ate on his own. In the arena, a depressive atmosphere enveloped the audience, and the rest of the cotters were trembling. After eating and drinking, Yunya wiped his mouth with a paper towel, looked at Doflamingo and said, Let's get down to business, give me the map of Umit's power distribution. Since we are an alliance, I will also help you troubleshooting, isn't it? I have made it clear that I want to take over Umit's position. Doflamingo knew it too, but he didn't solve Umit for so long, he definitely didn't want to make it too easy for himself. Even if Umit has declared war on him, the game between dark forces is the same. 1 second is an enemy, the next second may become an ally. The only constant is interest. The same is true for the alliance between Yunya and Doflamingo, a relationship that can be broken at the first poke. If it wasn't for being afraid of Yunya, now Doflamingo would be thinking of turning Yunya into a toy? Hey, I hope so. Doflamingo grinned and handed a piece of information to Yunya. Yunya took it, opened it, and read it. Oh, it's on the bottom of the sea like Fishman Island? This is a bit difficult. According to the data, the headquarters of the deep ocean current is named Underwater City. In the depths of the seabed in a sea area, covered by several layers of bubble film, it is a faction on the seabed just like Fishman Island. This kind of situation is formed naturally, but also transformed after the day after tomorrow. It is a very special place. Moreover, there are still dangerous currents sweeping around. If you don't know the route, it will be very dangerous to enter rashly. If you are not careful, you will be swept in by the current named White Dragon, and even the boat and people will die for no reason. Hey, Omid is notoriously timid. It's not that easy to kill him. Doflamingo laughed. Due to the special geographical location of Omid's lair, few people can kill him. As long as he lives in his lair, it is difficult for ordinary people to attack him. Of course, there are exceptions. Although it's on the bottom of the sea, it doesn't have the depth of 10,000 meters like Murloc Island, and at most it's about the same as that of Pushing City. Ordinary people can't help it, but it's useless to take a few top big pirates. Their attacks can directly attack the underwater city located on the seabed from the surface of the sea. Therefore, Omid still dare not be too presumptuous in front of those pirates. As long as you know where it is. Yunya opened the file in his hand and said calmly. Haha, then I wish you success. Doflamingo laughed. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. It seems that the weather on this island has always been good, and the weather is sunny every day, so you can enjoy yourself. It is also because of the superior weather of this island that many people come here for vacation. It is a well-known holiday resort and its development is getting better and better. But this has nothing to do with Yunyi. Now Yunyi has already boarded a small boat and went out to sea alone. The target is naturally the sea area where the forces of the shipping king Umit are located. Yunyi knew that it was impossible for Doflamingo to completely break up with Umit. Still need to do it yourself. Yunya didn't want to wait either. He needed a territory, and if he wanted to develop power, he couldn't do without a base. According to Doflamingo's information, the headquarters of the Sea King Umit's power is located in a sea called Waylet. Hidden under the seabed, surrounded by circulation, it is a dangerous area. This faction is good at the transportation industry, and has transactions with various forces. They use a kind of seahorse and sea beast as the power of the ship, and they are familiar with the operation of the ocean currents on the bottom of the sea, so the transportation speed is fast and convenient. Even the big pirate Charlotte Lingling has business dealings with them, and is the main force in transporting snacks and desserts. It's a business, but it's not. Ocean King doesn't dare to collect money, it's all free. It can be regarded as paying a special protection fee, but it's not without benefits. After other forces learn about their relationship with the ant, they will be more or less scruples. Because of the need to sail on the bottom of the sea, the resin of the Alshan mangrove in the Chambord Islands is naturally also necessary. However, the natural resin in that place was monopolized by the Don Quixote family. Every time Umit needs to pay a large fee to the Don Quixote family, Umit is naturally upset. That thing can be seen everywhere in the Chambord Islands, but people from the Don Quixote family use it to trade with them and earn a lot of bailey. There was already friction between the two sides on this matter, so naturally Yunya started a war. The power of the deep ocean current is huge, a huge underground force headed by Chief Umit. To be able to control the entire transportation industry, the required manpower is naturally impossible. But they are basically non-staff personnel. There are only a few people worth noting. Chief Umit has a bounty of more than 500 million. Admiral Alunya has a bounty of more than 400 million. Chief Mate Neil, the bounty is more than 200 million. And there are some bounties that exceed 100 million baileys. But Yunyi didn't pay much attention. As long as they have not reached the level of the highest cadre of the 4 emperors, the number of people is not a big problem. Walter C. Don't look at the turbulent currents on the bottom of the Waylet Sea, but the sea level is no different from others, and ships can sail freely on this sea area. Crescent Island. A not so remarkable island in the Waylet Sea. There are no famous specialties, no pleasant climate, just an ordinary island. This kind of island is very common in the New World. The reason for this name is that the island is in the shape of a crescent moon and stands on the sea. The purpose of Yunya setting foot on Crescent Island is also very simple. This place is under the management of Ocean King, and it is a branch under his banner. It is also a relatively important transportation hub and transfer station. It is considered to be a more important place besides the headquarters located on the seabed. If there is an attack here, Umit can't just leave it alone. No matter what the price is, the transportation effort will be reduced by half, and the loss will be extremely heavy. Of course, Umit is timid. If he senses danger, he will not rush over even if his power shrinks. It would be fine if the power shrinks and then develops, but if the life is gone, it is really gone. In order not to startle the snake, Yunya did not wear the iconic black and white mask, and landed on the island in Yasu's appearance. A bar is still a bar. This is a place called Ocean Bar, and one can guess from the name that this bar should have something to do with Umit. Yunya pushed the door open and walked in, ordered a glass of beer at random and sat in a corner. The bar is a place where fish and dragons are mixed, and it is also the place where news and information are transmitted most quickly. Whether in his previous life or now, Yunya likes to stay in bars, where he can effectively learn some local information. In his previous life, Yunyi could obtain the information he wanted from the chaotic information, but now Yunyi, who has a sharper perception, can find it easier. What one of the big men said attracted Yunya's attention. The big man took a sip of beer and complained, "I don't know what the higher UPS are thinking. They actually started a war with the Don Quixote family. Since the war, not to mention how many brothers we have lost, we have also been implicated in business. Many forces they have all terminated their partnership with us." The big man then shook his head and said sneeringly, "Fortunately, the matter is over. It should be that Master Umit paid some price and negotiated with the people of the Don Quixote family. Master Umit is very good in other things, just courage a little small. A thin man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks suddenly looked around and saw that no one was paying attention. Then he lowered his voice and said, I heard that because of this matter, Master Olunya seems to be a little dissatisfied with the boss, and the two of them still there was a fight, and even a fight, and I don't know if it's true. What? True or false? Master Olunya is very keen on fighting, and his strength is also very strong. He is not weaker than the cotters of Don Quixote. If he really wants to fight, he may not be afraid of the Don Quixote family. It's possible that the two adults have had conflicts for a long time. Lord Umit doesn't like fighting, but prefers to do business stably, while Lord Olunya likes fighting and is more interested in expanding his power. I think it's still Olunya. It is more in line with my temper, paying a price to seek peace or something. It seems that the declaration of war with the Don Quixote family this time was done by Lord Olunya without the permission of Lord Umit, right? Idiot, the members of the Don Quixote family have already come to the door. If we don't fight, why don't we seek peace? Others think we are afraid of them. We are both kings of the dark world. Who is afraid of whom? That's the power of the Tenayasha Don Quixote family. The power of the Kaiwohei has the power to plunder legally. Hiss, you can't talk nonsense, be careful if you overhear. I'm worried what will happen if the two adults break up. Although the conversation of the few people was quiet, it couldn't be hidden from the powerful Yunya. Heh, does this kind of thing happen again? Yunya murmured to himself, and his thoughts began to beat, to see if there was room for manipulation in this matter. With Yunya's strength, he could actually crush him directly, but he could save some effort. Yunya didn't mind using his brain. It is not uncommon in the world of pirates that the first and second leaders of a force do not agree. Many people just want to kill their boss and replace him. This is true of ambitious people, and it is only a temporary forbearance to be subservient to others. Perhaps Olunya is such a character. If even the subordinates at the bottom know about the quarrel between two people, the feasibility of this matter is almost 80% to 90%. Maybe the two of them are already wary of the other. Yunya's eyes flashed and he laughed. Then, Yunya finished paying and walked out. Yunya still doesn't know much about the information on this island, and Yunya plans to search for more information. After spending a few days, Yunya roughly understood the situation on the island. After some younger brothers friendly contributed information, Yunya also confirmed his previous conjecture. Olunya has been secretly preparing for a long time, in order to ban Umit from the position of chief. This island is second to none in the deep ocean currents, and many transport fleets will transit here. And Olunya has been stationed on this island all year round, and most of the people on the island are his troops. Here, it has been eaten away. Because of the large number of people under the banner, a lot of news from the lower level is passed to the higher level in a progressive manner. As long as one of the layers is mastered, no one will find out even if a fake news is passed on. In this way, Olunya bypassed Umit and directly declared war on the Don Quixote family. Afterwards, Umit knew about it and was furious, and the relationship between the two became more rigid because of this matter. In the end, it was Umit who took advantage of Charlotte Lingling's relationship to temporarily stabilize the situation. But other people don't know. I thought it was Umit who paid some price to let the Don Quixote family retreat. Olunya thinks the same way. He can't stand this way of surviving by cede territory, and has already made up his mind to ban Umit's position. UMI is so weak, not worthy of the title of King of the Dark World. Olunya is ambitious and unwilling to be subordinated to others. At the same time he is ambitious, he is very smart, and if he wants to replace Umit, he must have a legitimate reason. Yunya could hear such news in the bar, so it was naturally Olunya who deliberately spread it. Put yourself on the side of righteousness. Righteousness, sincerity is still very important. It depends on that after you replace the original boss, no one will be divorced from morality. Olunya has been the second in command of deep ocean currents for so many years, so he naturally understands these principles. Therefore, his action this time was prepared. Have you controlled the important hub of intelligence communication? Want to sneak attack? You do have an idea, but the position of the Sea King will still belong to Umit in the future, which proves that your operation failed this time. Umit is famous for his timidity. How could such a cautious person allow his power to be eaten away? Count it? Perhaps Olunya's movements have been under the surveillance of Umit. Yunya murmured to himself, and then smiled. Then, I'll add fire to you. He took out a phone bug from his waist. This phone bug was obtained from Simon Sandy, and Yunya kept it all the time. Yunya entered a series of numbers and dialed the number. This is the information contributed by friendly others. After waiting for a while, the phone bug was picked up. Yunya's voice was terrified, and then passed through with a panting voice. No, it's not good, my lord. Olunya, no, Olunya has already gathered troops on Crescent Island, and he wants to launch an attack on the headquarters. Replace the position of the boss? Can't let them succeed. How can such a person replace the boss? Hurry up and inform Lord Umit. Without waiting for the other side to speak, Yunya pretended to scream, then moved the phone bug away, and said in another voice, damn it, the news has been spread. Hurry up and inform Lord Wu Lunya. With a click, Yunya hung up the phone. Then he dialed another series of numbers, and Yunyi changed his voice again. Your plan has been seen. Lord Umit has already reacted, and is gathering troops at the headquarters. If you don't want to die, hurry up, gather your forces and fight. After finishing everything, Yunya smiled, although he didn't know if he could succeed, but it doesn't hurt to give it a try. If it doesn't work, let's crush it with absolute strength. The figure disappeared in place. These are not enough, the island needs to be in chaos. Although most of the people on the island are from Olunya, those who came to this island for a transit today are not. Within half a day, there was a piece of news spread on Crescent Island. Master Olunya and Lord Umit have completely parted ways, and they are gathering troops on Crescent Island and the headquarters, and they are about to fight. When all the people on the island heard the news, they didn't believe it, but soon, people on the entire island started fighting. The reason why they were able to fight was naturally because of Yunyi's interference, the underwater city of the headquarters of deep ocean currents. Umit took the information sent by a younger brother, looked at it, and there was not much expression on his face. That idiot Olunya didn't even know he was being watched. A brainless guy, he thought I didn't know what happened behind him. The action? How stupid. He opened the information in his hand, but his brows were involuntarily frowned. But who exactly passed on this information? Captain level. Umit looked at a younger brother and asked lightly, have you found out? A younger brother wiped his sweat. Hold on, I'm sorry my lord, I haven't found it yet. Umit didn't care, and knocked on the table. It seems that idiot can't even win people's hearts, and wants to rebel like others? What a joke. But forget it, I've had enough of him. The boat that delivered Lingling's snacks is still on Crescent Island. Just in case, let's get rid of him as soon as possible. Order to go on, all personnel must gather, go to Crescent Moon Island, and kill the traitors. By the way, remember to call Neil too. Yes. The little brother answered and went down. Soon, ships wrapped in bubble film set off from the bottom of the sea, avoiding the chaotic currents with ease, and sailed towards Crescent Island. In an attic on Crescent Island, Olunya slapped the table with a slap, and roared at his subordinates, why is the news being leaked? One of his subordinates was trembling, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. My lord, I don't know, just now a captain notified me of this news through a phone bug, saying that our plan was discovered by Umit, and that the troops have been assembled, and they are about to attack us. Damn it, do you know which captain it is? Could it be Umit's conspiracy? Olunya gritted his teeth and asked. He didn't remember that he had planted spies on Umit's side. If it wasn't his own, then it might be from Umit's side to confuse them? The little brother shook his head, and continued, but judging from the tone of that person, it doesn't look like a fake. The signal from the phone bug is definitely at the captain level. It may be a cotter who can't understand Umit's style like us. Come here on purpose to report the news. Their contact methods are hierarchical and progressive. In the deep ocean currents, the captain is already at the level of a cotter. Check it out for me, it's best to know which captain sent us the signal. Olunya said, taking a deep breath and pinching the space between his brows. He originally wanted to nibble away Umit's branches in other places step by step, so that Umit, a coward who only dared to live in the bottom of the sea, knew that if he wanted to develop power, it was not feasible to dare to show his head like him. Unfortunately, this sudden change disrupted his plan and caused him a bit of a headache. Before he could think about it carefully, a younger brother ran in and hurriedly said, My lord, it's not good, the headquarters has really started to gather troops, it seems that it should be real. Olunya stood up abruptly. What? He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, could it be that the news sent by the captain is true? Olunya's face was gloomy, and he ordered, let everyone gather, there is a tough battle to be fought. In a few days, the island looks like a storm is about to come. Many people knew what was going to happen here and ran out to seek refuge. There are not only people with deep ocean currents on the island, but also other people like Yunya who come to the island with other things to do. Bounty hunters, pirates, traders, etc. are occupations that can be seen everywhere on the sea. However, there are not many who still stay on the island like Yunya. In a bar, only Yunya and a bartender were present. In the past few days, Yunya was the only customer in the bar, and everyone else fled for their lives. Yunya didn't pay too much attention to the war he caused, and sat in the bar like someone who didn't know, holding a newspaper in his hand. That guy Big Mom actually got into a fight with Whitebeard? The war between Kaido and Redhead is getting more and more intense. These four guys will not stop at all. I don't know when it will come down, but if it really comes down, it should be the time for the establishment of the four emperors. Yunya looked at the contents of the newspaper in his hand, and started talking to himself. If I remember correctly, the red hair should have become the four emperors more than 4 years before the opening of the original book. After converting the time is almost up. 1 or 2 years. The war between Red Hair and Kaido couldn't have gone through such a long time. Maybe Red Hair will have another fight with Big Mom later. As for Whitebeard, he probably wouldn't take the initiative to attack others, and others knew he was not easy to mess with. Except for Kaido and Charlotte Lingling, Red Hair should not provoke Whitebeard for no reason. After the other two know that there is nothing they can do about Red Hair, maybe the war will stop. At that time, the four pirates at the top will be named the four emperors. When Yunya was looking at the information on the sea, a voice suddenly broke his thoughts. Aren't you going, brother? It's very dangerous here now. Yunya looked over, and the person who was speaking was a hunched old man, leaning on a cane, walking unsteadily, as if half of his foot had already stepped into a coffin. Leaning on crutches, the old man walked tremblingly to the chair next to Yunya and sat down, and said to the bartender, have a cup of fire rose. Dangerous? It's okay, but it's you, old man, who still drinks strong wine like fiery rose at your age. Yunya took a sip of red wine, looked at the old man and said calmly, Agni Rose Yunyi knows that it is made by mixing several kinds of strong wine and adding a natural rose essence. It is spicy in the mouth, and the wine is like hot magma flowing down the tip of the tongue into the stomach. The wine is like a fire burning. But there is a unique burst of floral aroma, which is a very unique taste. Yunya drank it once, but it wasn't his favorite taste. He preferred the aroma and mellowness of red wine. Hehe, I'm old. If you don't drink something that stimulates your taste buds, other wines will taste like drinking water, which is bland and tasteless. The old man said with a smile. It's getting old, let's calm down a little bit. Yunya said, looking at an epaulet on his shoulder, not a navy epaulet. Yunya couldn't understand the military rank above. But Yunya knew that once Crescent Island had a country. The old man laughed, you don't have to worry about it, old man, my body is still strong. As he said that, he took a big sip of the fiery rose handed over by the bartender, and was finally slapped heavily on the wine table. Haha, it's so refreshing. It's been a long time since I've been so refreshing. Yunya raised his glass and motioned for the old man to touch one. The two of them knocked their wine glasses lightly, and Yunya took a sip of the red wine before saying meaningfully, you can resist this kind of thing when you are young, but when you are old, your body can't handle it. The old man glanced at Yunya, and said casually, no one, young people don't understand the taste of this kind of fire, except for us old men, who else remembers it? It said wine, but meant something else. Hearing that Yunya nodded, in the previous life, after experiencing peace, many people have forgotten the hatred they had in wars, and they should let go of their hatred. To look ahead. Regarding these people, Yunya was non-committal, they had already forgotten their hatred? Yunya took another sip of wine and raised his thumbs up, the old man is always strong and strong, he is worth learning from. The old man swept away the non-existing dust on the epaulets, as if recalling the past. He showed a faint smile. Haha, old man, if I was young, maybe it would be worth me to brag to you. At that time, I was so blind don't blink. You are not bad now, at least you didn't escape, right? Yunya said with a smile. I have bad legs and feet, so I can't run. That's unfortunate. Haha, brother, you are so interesting. If my granddaughter is still here, I really want to introduce her to you. She should be your age by now. The old man laughed, his tone still free and easy, but Yunya under the perception of knowledge, there is a trace of loneliness. Yunya did not continue on this topic, but asked, who do you think will win between the two? It's hard to say, big shots like them have cards in their hands. The old man sighed. Once, they were easily defeated. Yunya took a sip of wine, and jokingly said, didn't you say you were not afraid before? The old man immediately blew his beard and stared. Who said I was scared? When I was young, I killed dozens of them. Only a dozen or so. I stared at them and estimated that they would have to lie down a few thousand. Yunya said lightly. The old man looked at Yunya with contempt. Who can brag? Do you think you are those big pirates? I'm not, but I'm younger than them. Yunya said. The old man was even more contemptuous. I am older than those big pirates. Why don't you say that I am stronger than them? Ha ha ha, old man, you are quite interesting. Yunya laughed. This old man is really interesting. The old man curled his lips, and then said seriously, no matter what, you should do something for the younger generation. Being old is no excuse. Oh, there's a big move. Yunya was curious. The old man said freely, I have to fight hard, this is the only hope. Yunya smiled and said, aren't you afraid that I will tell them about this? It will be a great credit then. Brother, can you? I said yes, will you let people outside shoot? The old man shook his head, they are here to protect me, the old man. Yunya drank all the wine. Old man, what were your names? What is it called? The old man wondered. Yunya said, country, what is your country called? The old man fell into the memory, and after a long time said with emotion, country, I haven't heard this word for a long time. We are the Winrot Kingdom. Yunya smiled. Boom! Suddenly there was a roar of artillery fire outside. Then, a heavily armed soldier ran in from the outside, and the soldier came to the old man and reported, my lord, Omit's fleet has arrived. The old man nodded when he heard the words. At this moment, his stooped body seemed to be a little taller, and an aura honed by the battlefield exuded. I see, you go down first. The old man looked at Yunya and said solemnly, brother, don't go out, it's very dangerous outside now, maybe you still have a chance to survive if you stay here. Yunya ignored the old man's words, but said indifferently, Winlat Kingdom doesn't sound good, how about a different name? For example, Moon Knight Island or something like that. If we succeed, we can change our name to Moon Knight Island. The old man laughed, and his voice became heroic because of the alcohol. I also think it's a good name, Yuya, with the word ya. Yunya smiled, poured another glass of red wine, raised his glass to the old man, and said lightly after drinking, don't try too hard when you're old. Now, there will be young people who will come out and solve all this. No. The old man shook his head while walking, except for us remnants, the others have already joined forces with them. It's so miserable. Yunya said. The old man stopped, slammed his cane on the ground, and said with a smile, so, for the future life of the children, we old guys have to work hard. Yunya raised his wine glass, I wish you all the best. Ha ha ha, if you succeed, I'll buy you a drink for free. Hearty laughter came, and the figure had disappeared at the door. Yunya laughed. What an interesting old man. After taking a sip of wine, Yunya said calmly, come out. There was no one in the room except the bartender. The bartender will only act like a robot, and will only act after receiving instructions. Mix and refill drinks for guests. Never said a word, had superfluous actions. But what is certain is that the bartender and the old man know each other. No, it should be said that they are in the same group. It is also the remnants of that country. I won't say it a second time. If you don't come out, you will die. Yunya's voice still came faintly. In a corner, a figure hidden in the night suddenly trembled, as if being stared at by something terrible, making him tremble uncontrollably. With a sound of swipe, a figure with fiery red long hair, wearing a black dress, and a tall and slender figure vividly appeared suddenly. Who are you? What is the purpose of appearing here? The voice was deep and hoarse, with a sultry smoky voice with a hint of hostility. It was a female voice. Yunya didn't turn her head back. What's none of your business? If you don't say anything, don't blame me for being rude to you. This person's tone was low, but he was very vigilant in his heart. The feeling just now still lingered in her heart. The swivel chair under Yunya turned around and saw the appearance of the speaker. Tall, with fiery red long hair, light blue eyes, and a scar on the left side of her cheek, which turned her otherwise pretty face into an ordinary one. Her rosy lips were tightly pressed, and she was looking at Yunya with very vigilant eyes. Pirate. Yunya looked at a skull pattern on her clothes. Being stared at by Yunya, the woman felt uncomfortable all over, as if her whole body was seen through, which made her hair stand on end. I remember you. The woman gritted her teeth, took one last look at Yunya, turned around and left in a flash. Yunya turned her body back and guessed in her heart, the pupils with the same color as that old man should be the granddaughter that the old man said. Did she go out to sea and become a pirate? Maybe I want to save this country from another way, hee. According to perception, that woman's strength is not bad, about the same strength as the current in Tina. However, it is far from enough to cope with the current situation of Crescent Island. Fighting broke out. On the surface of the sea, dozens of ships came towards Crescent Island and opened fire. At the port, cannons were also pushed out and fired. Boom boom boom. As soon as the two sides fought, a fierce war began. As one of the kings of the Dark World, the weapons are still very sophisticated. As for Alunya, he had also prepared for a long time, so he naturally showed no sign of weakness. After several rounds of artillery bombardment, both sides hurt each other. The ship lands, and the hand-to-hand battle begins? A big melee of thousands of people began. But it is obvious that Omit's troops have the upper hand. The sound of gunfire, artillery, screams, and roars suddenly became chaotic. Alunya, you idiot, the boss treats you well. It's really disappointing that you did such a thing. First Officer Neil charged into the crowd with two scimitar-shaped weapons in his hands. Every time he made a move, someone died immediately, and blood flowed all over the place. Alunya looked at Neil, who was killing all directions, laughed and bewitched. Neil, don't follow that cowardly guy Umit anymore. He doesn't deserve the title of King of the Dark World. Come to me, let us regain control of the Order of the Deep Ocean Currents. Neil casually killed one person, and the blood splashed on his body. He was very ferocious. He looked at Alunya, and his tone was full of sarcasm. Idiot, you don't know how terrible the boss is. The boss sees it. Do you think that with this little force, the boss can launch a general attack on you? How stupid. If it weren't for the things that Aunt Charlotte Lingling values here, the boss wouldn't bother to talk to you idiots. Humph. What's the use of saying this? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Alunya snorted coldly, naturally impossible to believe it. He felt that his actions had already threatened Umit's status, so he let that cowardly guy come here regardless of the danger of his life, just to kill him. Success or failure depends on one action. How could he be shaken? What stupidity? Neil's heart was cold, and he didn't speak again. When he swung the two scimitars, countless lives were lost. Kill me? Umit, a cowardly fellow, is not worthy of being a king. A coward who only bows his head, how can he control the deep ocean currents? Alunya was furious, and rushed out first. The bounty is as high as 400 million, which is naturally a representative of strength. Every time he punches, he can directly knock dozens of people in front of him into the air. Those with a slightly weaker constitution will die directly. Alunya moved his footsteps and came to Neil's body. Armored colors covered his fists, and he threw out a ferocious straight fist. Neil's double knives were placed in front of him, also covered with armed colors, to resist the punch. However, he was still knocked back a few steps by the force from above. Neil, you are not my opponent. Where is Umit? You don't dare to come over, do you? Alunya chased after the victory and punched again. This time Neil had no time to dodge, and was hit hard in the chest by a punch. Immediately, Neil spat out a big mouthful of blood and flew backwards, knocking away the dozens of people behind him before barely stopping. Neil spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up, his face still calm. When the boss arrives, you will know what despair is. By then, the battle will be completely over. Humph. That old guy hasn't moved for a long time, so he probably forgot how to fight. Alunya sneered. In my impression, since Umit became the king, the number of shots has become less and less, and he has not shot once in recent years. Even in the battle with the Don Quixote family, he was the one who charged forward. But what he never expected was that he had already fought with the Don Quixote family to this extent. Umit had no plans to make a move yet, and even bowed to the Don Quixote family. How could such a result satisfy Alunya? What he desires is to fight, to gradually nibble away at the enemy in the battle, so that his power will become stronger and stronger. He even has a bigger ambition, which is to replace one of those mighty big pirates, be the real king, and Umit is the first line of defense in front of him. Kill. With a roar, Alunya leaped into the sky, and then fell to a crowded place. A punch that fell from the sky hit the ground, and a gust of wind swept across the entire port. Enemies within a range of tens of meters around were all blown away by this blow. The battle entered a white-hot stage in an instant. At the same time, in a square in the distance, countless soldiers in old military uniforms gathered together at this time. At first glance, there are at least 1,000 people. The overall age of this group of people is too old, and there are not many young people. Some are even old and thin, but they are full of energy and have piercing eyes. The old man from before was standing on a high place at this time, looking at everyone below, with complex expressions flashing in his eyes, including loneliness, excitement, and relief. But in the end, he became firm. He said slowly, "It's been so long that I almost forgot that we were once soldiers who defended the country. I originally thought that there would be no more hope. I could only let time pass by and completely wipe out our existence. But I always have a sad feeling in my heart when I see those new children who can't say what country they belong to. Yes, we once failed, and the defeat was terrible. There was no room for resistance, and the whole country fell under the enemy's artillery fire. But, me, this old immortal guy, when I close my eyes, the previous image will flash." The old man lowered his head and said in a low voice, "I know, I am the sinner of this country. I am the one who made everyone surrender. It was me who made everyone give up resistance and surrender. Many of you hate me, I know, I should have died long ago. I've always wanted to die too. Living will only make me remember the past. It's better to die. If possible, I would like to die and leave this world with the crime of the country's fall." Silence, the scene was silent. There are more people shed old tears. The old man's voice was loud, "But, I thought about it, I'm dead, who else will hate me? Even the target of hatred is gone, and all that's left is an empty shell. If I can survive, I cannot die. That's right, I'm very selfish. I'm so selfish that I use surrender to save everyone's lives. I'm so selfish that I use your hatred for me to stimulate you. You have not become an empty shell, very good. I am not dead, very good. Although we are old, there is still hope. As long as we are not dead, there is still hope. Now, we see hope. They are fighting among themselves. Those villains are fighting among themselves. This is our chance, our only chance. We are old, but we are still soldiers. We are still the army of the Winrot Kingdom. As long as we are still here, this country will not disappear. Our kingdom of Winrot has not completely disappeared." At the end, the old man gritted his teeth. "Let us let out the last light. Let those villains see the last light of our Winrot Kingdom. Let all the young children know that our Winrot Kingdom is still alive. Here, the country they belong to is Winrot Kingdom." The eyes of everyone present were as red as blood, and their eyes were full of hatred and fighting spirit. They are the army belonging to the kingdom of Wainrot. Their admiral, the legendary alien, is still so sharp. The previous defeat did not hit him. They still have hope. Yunya came to a place not far from the port, looked at everything that happened below. His face was not disturbed. He is indifferent to everything he has caused. The war continues. At this time, blood had already flowed all over the place, and stumps and broken arms could be seen everywhere. They are all vicious people, and they are merciless in their attacks. Even colleagues who once fought together are the same. However, the situation can be seen at this time. Alunya's side began to appear at a disadvantage. As for the reason, it was because some of Alunya's cotters had defected. No, it shouldn't be said that it was defection, it should be said that the person was originally from Umit. From the very beginning, none of Alunya's actions escaped Umit's sight, and defeat was his only fate. It's just that being disturbed by Yunyi made Umit move a little faster. Why do you follow that cowardly guy Umit? A person like him cannot be called a king at all. Only me, Alunya, is the best steer of deep ocean currents. Wu Lunya was pierced through the shoulder by a defected cotter with a sword, although it was not a serious injury for a physical master like him. But the more important thing is not this, but the feeling of being betrayed makes him very uncomfortable. Let me tell you. Just as Alunya was roaring hysterically, a shy voice came from behind him. Alunya looked over, his eyes turned red instantly. Umit, damn it, is this all your conspiracy? Wearing a hat and bearded, Umit walked slowly, with a mocking tone. Yes, I just want you to taste the feeling of being betrayed. How about it? Is it very uncomfortable? Umit walked over step by step, and said in a flat tone, from the beginning to the end, your actions were under my nose. Rebellion? How could a brainless guy like you be able to instigate them? My horror, but it is deeply engraved in their minds. Alunya's face was completely gloomy. Is everything your conspiracy? The purpose is to wipe me out? To wipe out all the rebels so that there will be no future troubles. Umit walked slowly and looked at him with pity. I saw your ambition when you joined the deep ocean current, but I don't care. There are many ambitious people. Here, as long as if you have strength, you can occupy a high position, but the premise is that you must do things for me well. A cowardly person doesn't even have the heart to expand his power. Such a person is not worthy to stand on top of my head. Alunya's eyes flashed coldly, and with a little step, He rushed towards Umit, his fist spreading armed with domineering colors. Has it been too long since you guys have fought? Have you forgotten your sense of crisis? You are less than 10 meters away from me. Alunya's eyes flashed with excitement, and he punched Umit's head straight head blasted out. He wanted to capture the thief first and capture the king first. As long as Umit was caught, then he still had a chance of victory. In his opinion, Umit, who has not made many moves since becoming the king of the dark world, must have declined in strength. He is just a king with no title. It can't be his opponent who has been sharpening himself in the battlefield. However, just when his confident punch was about to hit Umit raised his left hand and firmly grasped his blow. Idiot, if the king is so easy to be a king, the whole new world will be the king. Umit sneered, and with a force in his hand, there was a click, and Alunya's hand bones were directly crushed by him. Ah, my hand? How is this possible? Alunya screamed again and again, the pain spurred him to break free, and then stumbled back. When he looked at Umit, his eyes were full of disbelief and horror. Why is Umit's strength so terrifying? I am not his enemy? Umit stepped forward, stepped on Alunya's chest, pressed him into the ground, and taunted, do you know why those who followed me from the beginning dare not rebel against me? Because they know my horror. King, who doesn't rely on fighting to get to the top. As one of the kings of the dark world, Umit naturally cannot be a powerless person. In the past, he also stepped into this position through tragic fighting. I don't know how many people's blood was stained under his hands. Alunya joined the deep ocean current after he became the king. Although relying on his strength to climb to the second place step by step, he doesn't know much about Umit. King, not everyone can be called. Your stupidity will only ruin your life, and send you to hell together with those you have cultivated along the way. Umit had an indifferent expression from the beginning to the end, and this small scene could not arouse his heart fluctuates. Alunya was terrified. It wasn't like this. The development of the matter was not like this, he said bitterly. Since you have such a powerful strength, why do you still use such a conspiracy? It's you who sent the message through the phone bug. Did you let your subordinates do it? You are so ruthless. In his opinion, Umit obviously has the strength to crush him, but he watched him rebel step by step. All his actions are like a game for him to have fun? Huh? Phone bug? What phone bug? Hearing this, Umit suddenly showed a puzzled look on his face. But at this moment, another group of forces rushed over from the other side. It was none other than the army belonging to the Winrot Kingdom led by that old man. However, just as they rushed over and saw the situation on the field, everyone was stunned. The battle is over. When Alunya was stepped on by Umit, all the people in Alunya's group lost the idea of resisting, just like their master, as if they were mourning. Umit looked over, saw the military uniforms on them, and suddenly showed a sneer. So, there are still remnants of the Winrot Kingdom on this island? Look at you, do you still think about the ridiculous thing of restoring the country? Oh, I get it, it's the guy under my feet that made you think we were in conflict, didn't you? Did you see hope again? Haha, it's really interesting. Umit's mocking voice became louder. It seems that the rebellion of a fool has uncovered some hidden dangers in my power. I have to thank him for this. As he said that, Umit stepped hard, and with a click, Alunya's chest suddenly collapsed. Alunya spat out a big mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. It wasn't just him who was pale, but also the thousands of people in front of him. It was the people in front of them who destroyed their Winrot Kingdom. He alone is enough to stop thousands of troops. A person who glanced over, who didn't have enough faith, didn't even have the qualifications to stand in front of him. The old man, the legendary admiral of the Winrot Kingdom, Alien, was also pale at this time. He never thought that such a result would happen when he and others gathered together. Are they not civil war? Why such a result? Looking at Umit in front of him with a playful smile, Alien began to tremble all over. They once again faced this demon who had easily slaughtered their army? Could it be that the situation at that time is going to be repeated today? He gathered everyone together, but was he going to kill all of them? I have endured humiliation for so many years, but in exchange for this result? Perhaps, in Alien's heart, he didn't think that the actions of himself and others would be successful, or perhaps the chance of success was less than 1%. But this is the only hope he has been waiting for so many years. They are old and can't wait any longer. Even if the hope is extremely low, he still has to try to fight together, and these old buddies of his are the same. Otherwise, they would not have gathered together at his command. Alien was depressed and relieved. He looked at everyone behind and said, it seems that we have still failed, but let's let them see the army of the Kingdom of Winrot one last time. Kill. Although Aileen is getting old, but at this time he exudes the aura of his legendary general, the aura of a general who leads an army. Kill. Behind them, those old and middle-aged people were roaring loudly at this time. Their voices shook the whole field, their eyes were bloodshot, and they stared at the villains who invaded their country in front of them. At this moment, they are fearless. Yes, it was a good show for me. However, in front of me, the weak are not even qualified to stand. Umit's pupils contracted violently, and a domineering look swept forward. All of a sudden, these people in the Kingdom of Wainwright were stunned, and then, one after another, some people fell to the ground and became unconscious. Those who can stand are less than half. Again, this kind of power, to paralyze an army without breaking a sweat. Blood flashed in Aileen's eyes. Once, their army rushed to the front, but they didn't even have the qualifications to stand in front of the enemy, so they lost. After understanding, he also knew this kind of power called Overlord color domineering? Only 1 in a million people has the potential to appear? Under the impact of the domineering color, the footsteps of the Winrot Kingdom's army were like a pause button. After half of them fell to the ground and passed out, they once again recalled the fear that Umit had brought them. Some of them gritted their teeth, but their legs were trembling constantly. Oppressed by this aura, they couldn't even move. They are old and their bodies are weakened by the day-to-day labor. Unwilling tears poured out of everyone's eyes, blurring their vision. Umit stepped forward step by step, came in front of Alien, and sneered, "Fearless struggle? The reason why I let you go is because you are weak, and you still have value. Everyone on your island will be our laborers who carry things, future generations and grandchildren will be. You can't escape." Although there are still civilians on the island, most of them have immigrated from other islands. Most of the former commoners of the Winrot Kingdom became laborers, even those who surrendered. The former aristocrats have become the caretakers of these workers, and their daily task is to watch and stare at their labor. That is to say, the people who are in the same boat as Alien said before. They are even more hateful than the people under the demon Umit. Alien sighed dejectedly, "We still lost. I remember you, the legendary admiral of that kingdom, right? I didn't expect that you were still alive, and you really did me a big favor by sending all the remnants of the Winrot Kingdom over." Umit looked at Alien and sneered with a sound. In that battle back then, there would naturally be fish that slipped through the net, but Umit did not expect that there were so many. This should be the handwriting of the legendary General Alien. Alien's face was extremely pale, and he didn't speak, as if he had lost his anger. Seeing Alien's appearance, Umit shook his head bored. But at this moment, there was a bang gunshot, and Umit avoided a bullet with his head. Then, a figure quickly attacked, and rescued Aileen who had collapsed on the ground. It was none other than the woman who showed up in front of Yunya after the old man left. The woman grabbed Alien's body, jumped several times, and put Alien down after getting away from Umit. Then she looked at Alien worriedly, and said anxiously, "Grandpa, are you okay?" When Aileen saw this woman, his originally resolute face showed a look of astonishment, and he stretched out his hand to stroke the woman's cheek. You are Camilla." "Grandpa, it's me." This woman named Camilla is none other than Aileen's granddaughter. Suddenly Alien seemed to have thought of something, and said anxiously to Camilla, "Go away, this is not where you should come." Camilla shook her head and stood firmly in front of Alien. Umit looked at it and raised his brows. "Pirate? And this flag? Are you a member of Icewitch Whitebee?" Camilla looked at Umit solemnly. "Yes, can you please let the Lord of the Sea Freight let us go?" She knew that the Sea King, one of the kings of the Dark World, would not be afraid of her captain. But there will be a little bit of scruples. After all, Whitebeard is also one of the pirates under Whitebeard. She wants to try it. Umit said blankly, "You want to use the name of Icewitch to suppress me?" Failed. Seeing that Umit was not intimidated by her own captain, Camilla gritted her teeth and did not speak. "Unfortunately, if she came in person, I might sell her face, but if it's just a little pirate under her banner, it's not enough." Umit looked at Camilla and said quietly, "I don't want to offend Bing Witch. If you get out of the way, I can save your life." Umit has a cautious personality and rarely offends people. His business can spread all over the New World because of his sense of taste, and he doesn't want to offend those who cannot offend. The war with the Don Quixote family was also caused by the idiot Alunya. Of course, if a war inevitably breaks out, he will not be relentless. It's a pity that I can't do the Don Quixote family. Camilla didn't move. She didn't want to see her only relative die here. "Humph." Umit snorted coldly, then waved his hands. "Go ahead, arrest everyone. There are never enough laborers on the island." But at this moment, an untimely voice sounded in the field. "Old man, can't you do it? Didn't you say you want to change the name of this island? I remember you still owe me a drink." Yunya came slowly from one direction. His voice was calm, as if he didn't know what was going on. Aileen struggled to raise his head, and smiled wryly after seeing Yunya. "It seems to be impossible. I have to explain here, and you too will be implicated." He didn't expect Yunya to appear at this time, or in this situation. Isn't it courting death to talk to him at this time? After Yunya appeared, Camilla has been staring at Yunya, and he once sensed a terrible aura from Yunya. This guy is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. Implicated? Old man, don't underestimate anyone. I'm very strong. Yunya said as he walked, with an extremely calm demeanor. It's just words that don't have any credibility. Yunya's face at this time is too young, doesn't even look like 20 years old. How could such a young man be so powerful? In the arena, the people on Umit's side laughed when they heard Yunya's words. This guy in front of him is too overbearing? Brother also seems to be a very simple person, but Umit is the king of the Dark World. You will not be his opponent. Take my granddaughter. You two escape together. Let me drag you stay in Umit for a while. Alien struggled to get up. His old body didn't know where the strength came from. Umit also looked at Yunya at this time, frowning. He has been a king for many years. This guy is by no means as simple as it seems. But he is not afraid. Who is he? King of the sea, king of the Dark World, almost monopolizing the entire New World shipping. His strength and power are untouchable by others. Unless he is facing those big pirates, otherwise he will not be afraid. Yunya walked over, not far from Alien, looked at Umit, and smiled. Then, with a buzz sound, the domineering arrogance soaring to the sky spread down, enveloping everyone belonging to Umit in front. Overlord color? But Umit reacted very quickly, the same gaze was fixed, and the domineering arrogance was overwhelmed. Crack! The domineering look of the two collided with each other, and black and red lightning appeared out of thin air, sweeping around. In the beginning, the two overlord color domineering can still fight each other, but soon, the overlord color domineering that belongs to Umit is suppressed. Yunya sneered, domineering is divided into strong and weak, and the same is true for domineering color. The monstrous domineering arrogance is like a tide, rushing towards Umit. The domineering look condensed by Umit suddenly shattered, and Yunya's domineering look poured towards him. Suddenly, among the thousands of people behind Umit, some rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground. This phenomenon is like a virus infection. A person falls down like cutting wheat and falls into a coma? Less than 1/10 of the people can stand. Yunya smiled lightly and said, I just said that I can make them lay down thousands of people with just one look. Old man, do you believe me now? This alien opened his mouth wide at this moment, his eyes filled with disbelief. Domineering color domineering? So this little brother is also the owner of the domineering look? He was the one who missed it? Camilla, who was supporting Aileen, also opened her mouth slightly, with a domineering look, but she didn't even have a captain? Yunya looked straight at Umit, showing an inexplicable smile. You are Umit, the king of sea transport? It took a lot of time to get you out of your lair. Umit squinted his eyes, and he was a little dignified at this time when his domineering look was suppressed. Who are you, and what do you mean by that? To be able to possess such a strong overlord look, this guy is definitely not a simple character. More importantly, what does the person's words mean? He then remembered his interrupted thoughts before, and his face darkened. Did you call that phone bug before? It's not stupid. Yunya smiled, and continued, then, let's get down to business. I've taken a fancy to your territory. Can you please give it to me? Umit sneered, it's really arrogant. What do you think the king is? When the king is angry, he bleeds for thousands of miles. Brat, even if you have the domineering look, so what? This kind of occasion is not something you can easily set foot on. Umit looked at Yunya indifferently. No matter who you are dead today. No one can anger a king and still be intact. Yunya put the Quincy mask on his face, and his voice changed when he put on the mask. He laughed. Ha. Doflamingo once told me the same thing. Those Tianlong people, that's what you told me, but one was beaten to the ground by me, and the other was killed by me. Guess what? Will you have a third situation? You are that Quincy master. Hearing this, seeing the mask on Yunya's face, Umit's face finally changed at this moment. The Quincy defeated Doflamingo, killed the Vice Admiral, killed the Celestial Dragon, and escaped from the hands of the Admiral. All these deeds prove the horror and power of the Quincy. Thunder exploded behind Yunyi, flames danced, two forces of different attributes erupted and annihilated each other, bringing Yunyi the ultimate power. With a boom, Yunya rushed out like a cannonball. Then, what choice do you want to make? Sea King. Yunya didn't even plan to give Umit too much time to talk, so he just shot with all his strength. Boom! The fists of the two people's condensed arms collided together, and after a violent roar erupted, Umit's figure couldn't help but retreat. What? Umit was shocked. So strong? Yunya sneered, and rushed again. The two figures instantly fought together. Boom boom boom. They fought dozens of times in an instant. Umit's armament and dual-color domineering use are also very strong, but overall it is not as good as Doflamingo. And after several times of strengthening, Yunyi's strength has become stronger than when he defeated Doflamingo. At this time, Umit was naturally suppressed and beaten by Yunyi. There was another violent collision, and Umit flew upside down this time. After landing, Umit vomited blood. The previous majestic posture was gone, and now he was in a state of embarrassment. You bastard. At this time, everyone in the field was dumbfounded watching this incredible scene. Umit, the king of the sea and one of the kings of the dark world, was forced to such an extent. There is no way to fight back. Quincy Master. Someone suddenly thought of pulling out a crumpled newspaper from a pile of newspapers. He spread it out and saw a report in the newspaper and a reward order. It was impressively the report of the Quincy Master, and Yunya's reward order. The Quincy, a bounty, 777 million Baileys. As soon as these words came out, everyone who heard them trembled. Damn it! So strong? Umit was terrified in his heart, and was frightened by Yunya's explosive strength. From the beginning of the battle, he has been at a disadvantage. Is this the strength of the Quincy Master? It was so terrifying. No wonder even the Admiral couldn't take him down. Umit was blown away by Yunya again, and after landing, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked at Yunya coldly. He didn't say any nonsense about why Yunya wanted to attack him. In the new world, the jungle of the jungle preys on the weak, and even an unhappy look can kill someone. Not to mention a madman like Quincy. He was just a little puzzled why the Quincy would target him. Why are you staring at me? Quincy, shouldn't you have troubled Doflamingo? Umit punched out a terrifying punch, and the punch pierced through the air and bombarded Yunyi. Although he was angry at this time, he could still maintain his rationality, and various speculations appeared in his heart. When starting from Fishman Island, the territory of the Don Quixote family is obviously closer than his place. The grievances between Doflamingo and Quincy are well known. Quincy didn't seek trouble with Doflamingo, but with him, the Sea King. This abnormal behavior made him frown. How do you know I didn't bother him? I went to Dressrosa alone, but unfortunately he didn't dare to attack me. Yunya spread his 5 fingers, Leizu pierced through the air, and the two attacked. After the collision, a gust of wind swept across the surrounding area, causing the ground to crack. After the Lihao cannon broke through Umit's fist strength, it continued to blast towards Umit. The armed color condensed his fists, and Umit punched out again, breaking the thunder roar cannon. The thunder was defeated and shot in all directions, and exploded after landing. But he also took a few steps back. Are you kidding me, Quincy? Umit didn't believe it. If Yunya really went to Dressrosa, would the two sides not fight? With the relationship between the two, Umit wouldn't believe it unless they fought to the death. There will surely be news. Unfortunately, he didn't even know that the two were secretly allies. There was a red glow in his eyes, and Umit suddenly raised his head, only to see Yunya appearing on top of his head at some point, and punched him down. Yunya was so fast that he had no time to dodge, so he could only shield his head with his hands. With a bang, with this blow, Umit was sent flying again by Yunya. His body drew a long trace on the ground, and finally crashed into a building before stopping. After Yunya turned on the Thunder Flame mode, his physique has been strengthened by an unknown amount, with the addition of armed domineering, plasma entanglement, and special strength in vain. The combination of several abilities, even the yellow ape dare not take it easily, not to mention Umit, who was blown away with a punch. Damn it. The broken stones on his body were broken, and Umit's face was extremely gloomy. This guy's strength is too strong, and he is not his opponent at all. At this time, Umit was already thinking about how to escape. Staying in the Green Hills is not afraid of running out of firewood. It was the same when I hadn't become a king. If I can't beat it, I will go to sleep first, and I will find a chance to take revenge in the future. You should still have some kind of power hidden, right? Devil Fruit ability? Use it. Otherwise, you can't be my opponent at all. Yunya walked slowly with 2 colors of light flashing and bursting behind him, his tone also very calm. Yunya's perception is very keen. He sensed that there should be an unused power hidden in Umit. And in this world, apart from domineering, there is only another system, that is the Devil Fruit ability. Scary guy, have you discovered all this? Terrible knowledge. Umit's eyes flashed with shock. He obviously hid it well, and even some of his subordinates didn't know about it. But it was discovered by the Quincy master. He had already eaten a devil fruit when he was young, and he was a capable person who was cast aside by the sea. Taking a deep breath, Umit began to change. His body shape began to change, his body became thicker, his muscles were tangled like granite, bursting his clothes, and the exposed skin began to gradually change color. Dark green fine scales appeared on his body surface, and his pupils changed. It turned into green vertical pupils, shining with icy coldness. A tail stretched out from behind, flicked slightly, and smashed the ground into pieces. I'm an ancient species that ate the lizard fruit of the animal family, an ability user in the form of amphibious monitor lizard. Umit looked at his hands. The black and sharp nails of the 5 fingers gleamed with a cold metallic light, and they looked very sharp. With a wave of his hand, several wind blades cut deep marks on the ground. However, I don't like this form. After eating this fruit by mistake, he was often called a monster when he was a child. Not liked by many people. At that time, he slaughtered the whole village in a rage. After he woke up afterwards, seeing the blood on his hands, and crying hard, he chose to go to sea. And now there is the appearance of the king of the dark world, the Sea King. However, probably because of his childhood, he very much disliked his transformed appearance. Therefore, if he is not necessary, he will basically not use this ability. Amphibious monitor lizard? That's really unfortunate. Yunya looked at Umit's form with an inexplicable familiarity. Lizard man. But when I heard the name of this fruit, I was a little speechless. Amphibious means both water and land, but because devil fruit is afraid of sea water, the underwater ability can almost be regarded as useless. But it's better than the ordinary yuyu fruit. Yunya complained in his heart. Unfortunate. This is the origin of the name of my Sea King. Although this fruit can't let me enter the sea, it has given me the talent to perceive the current. In the matter of sensing the current of the seabed, even Murlocs can't compare it to me. Umit shook his palms, feeling the familiar yet unfamiliar power, and looked at Yunya coldly with vertical pupils. But he wasn't arrogant either. He didn't think that he could beat the Quincy by using his abilities. This is the gap in hard power. Even if the gap can be narrowed by turning into an animal, it is not enough to defeat the Quincy in one leap. 3-color domineering, speed, and strength are all at a disadvantage, and even the development of fruits is at a disadvantage. This is the gap in hard power. Therefore, Umit still thinks about running away. However, he also saw that Quincy is very good at speed. With his own speed, it is impossible to get rid of Quincy. Therefore, he needs to create an opportunity for him to escape. I see. No wonder you were able to build an underwater city on the chaotic seabed. Yunya suddenly felt strange before. The ships of the Sea King can even pass through the chaotic currents of the Waylit Sea, which is impossible even for the Murlocs, but the Sea King Umit has succeeded. Originally thought that Umit was an experienced helmsman, but now it seems that it is the ability brought to him by the devil fruit. No wonder. Stop talking nonsense. I won't give up my territory easily. The monitor lizard flicks its tail. Umit took a deep breath, and with a height of 5 meters, he stepped forward and rushed towards Yunyi. The dark green strong tail was like a whip, whipping towards Yunyi's forehead. With a pop sound, the air seemed to be pumped, and there was a loud bang. Yunya jumped away, white light surged from 5 fingers, and thunder roar shot out. Umit's 5 fingers spread out, covered with armed color, and grabbed towards Leizu, but Leizu couldn't break through his scale armor and armed color, and rushed forward against Leizu's figure, getting closer and closer to Yunyi. 5 claws broken. Umit's vertical pupil flashed a sharp edge, and he grabbed it with 5 fingers. Yunyayu stepped on the air to avoid it again, but Umit seemed to have a special intuition after turning into a half-beast, combined with his knowledgeable perception, he actually caught Yunya's movements. While crushing the ground like a block of tofu, the tail came out behind him again. It can be said that Umit's 2 attacks took less than an instant before and after, and even Yunyi's speed was too late to dodge. But after all, Yunyi has a strong sense of knowledge, and he understood Umit's attack in an instant. His eyes were fixed, his hands were in front of the attack, and his armed color hardened. With a bang sound, Yunya was thrown backwards by the blow, but Yunya instantly turned around and backflipped, stepped a little, and rushed out again with his head facing forward. Boom, boom, boom. Yunya is skilled in fighting, and started a close combat with Umit. When fists and feet collided, terrifying energy swept through. Fortunately, this place is far away from the port, and no one has been affected. After turning into a half-beast, can you still only display this kind of strength? It seems that you are excluding this devil fruit ability. Yunyi's eyes flashed red, and he grabbed Umit's bombardment punch, and turned his body around. With force, he fell heavily over the shoulder. Boom! Umit's body slammed into the ground, smashing the ground into a huge pothole, and the huge impact made him spit out a big mouthful of blood again. But his strong physique also made him react instantly. His tail bounced like a spring. He suddenly exploded with extreme speed, and grabbed Yunya with 1 claw, trying to tear him apart. Shut up. Yunya dodged, came to the back and grabbed his head, and pressed it down hard on the ground. The boom ground was cracked inch by inch. Umit was hit on the head, rolled his eyes, fell to the bottom of the pit, and was buried by gravel. I don't even have the courage to face up to my own ability. No wonder I can only use this kind of strength when I use my ability. Yunya looked under the gravel, and said in a tone of sarcasm or teasing. Umit crawled out from the pile of rubble again, his forehead was dripping with blood, and his head was a little dizzy. This blow nearly knocked him into a coma. What's more, he was almost unable to hold on after being injured one after another. Umit seemed to have guessed Yunya's intentions. His eyes flashed coldly, and he said coldly, "You don't want to kill me, do you want me to surrender to you?" The Overlord's color gushed out, and the explosion swept across. He is a king, how could he submit to others? Yunya said indifferently, "I'm not stupid enough to think that a person with domineering looks will be inferior to others. But as you said before, your subordinates know that your terror will not easily betray you. So, in order for them to work under my command, I have to let them fully experience my terror." Yunyi said coldly. Bawongs suppressed Umit's Bawongs to death. The reason why Yunya is not in a hurry to kill Umit is that the first reason is to increase his proficiency, and the second reason is that he wants Umit's subordinates to know the strength of his future master. Let them weigh it when they want to betray. If Yunyi wanted to take over Umit's power, he would naturally need those cutters from Deep Ocean Current to work. Umit suddenly laughed. "Without my ability to perceive sea currents, even if you take over my territory, you will still not be able to become the second sea king. Who said I'm going to be the king of the sea? Don't you think there are too many kings now?" Yunya also laughed and said arrogantly, "In the future, there will be only one king in the entire dark world. What a big ambition. But they won't let you succeed." Umit panted heavily. At this time, he was seriously injured. Among the Quincy's attacks, there was a kind that could penetrate the scales on his body. The strength caused his internal organs to be injured. The reason why he can still act is because the animal system has given him a strong ability to fight and recover. As for them in his mouth, they are those big pirates on the sea, and people from the world government. It's not like no one has tried to unify the entire dark world, but they all failed. The things involved are too huge. There used to be a very powerful king who wanted to unify this dark world, but the result was a complete failure. It's none of your business whether you succeed or not, you can't see that scene anymore. Yunya said. The thunder flame behind him exploded, and murderous intent filled the air. Feeling the killing intent from Yunyi, Umit's heart trembled. He knew that if he didn't escape, he would confess to being here today. Judging from what Quincy said before, since that phone call, Quincy has already started to make arrangements, in order to let him come out of the underwater city, so that he can successfully kill himself. Only when he is dead, can he better gather his power. It's a pity that the enemy is in the dark and I am in the light. Umit has no idea that there is an enemy peeping at him in the dark. If he knew, he would not easily step out of the underwater city. I still have one last chance. Umit panted heavily, his expression extremely focused. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion in the distance. Yunya involuntarily turned his gaze slightly away. The opportunity is here. Just when Yunyi turned his attention slightly, Umit's eyes flashed, and he opened his mouth to spit out a big mouthful of dark green poisonous mist. The poisonous fog enveloped the audience, blurring Yunya's vision. Then Umit's body changed again, turning into a monitor lizard lying on the ground. With a move of its front paw, the hard ground was broken by him like tofu. His whole body burrowed into the ground like a loach, trying to escape. Yunya swept away all the poisonous mist with a sweep of his right hand, looked at the pothole on the ground, shook his head, and said with emotion as if mocking, "The moment you were targeted by me, your ending was already doomed." For this reason, I also designed you to face off against the Don Quixote family, but it's a pity that that guy Doflamingo didn't kill you as I wished. To solve it, I have to do it myself in the end. Yunyi's voice reached Umit's ears, causing his heart to tremble, and the souls of the dead trembled. The war between their deep ocean currents and the Don Quixote family was actually instigated by Quincy? How can this be? With his heart trembling, he frantically dug deep into the ground, trying to get away from this terrifying guy, the Quincy. If what he said is true, then the Quincy is too terrifying? So, after all the hard work I've put in, do you think I'll let you escape? Yunye's voice came again, followed by a terrifying lightning strike. No. The knowledgeable caller perceives infinite danger, however, at the moment he is in the ground, there is no space to escape at all, he can only watch helplessly as the danger gets closer and closer, and finally swallows him directly. Hearing a chi, he slashed and slashed, leaving a crack that almost penetrated the ground. Sea King Umit, die, ding, kill the Sea King Umit and get 500 achievement points. Obtain the achievement of King of the Dark World, reward Bindeo no 81 break the space. Yunyi looked at the panel. Host, Yunya. Achievement points, 1470. Cut, swordsmanship, proficiency 87. Zanpakuto, Zainyu, proficiency 60. Ice wheel pill, proficiency 60. Fist, white fighting, proficiency 81. UN School of Fighting, proficiency 54. Walk, Shunpo, proficiency 83. Ghost, the 4th of the Broken Way Baile, proficiency 100. The 33 of the Broken Way Kanghuo Pendant, proficiency 100. The 63 of the Broken Way Thunder Roar, proficiency 100. Binding the 30 Way of the Way 3 Flashes of the Mouth, proficiency 76. The 81 of the Binding Deo Break the Space, proficiency 50. Special category, Instant Coaxing, proficiency 81. Skeletal Clone, 0/1. The other proficiencies haven't changed much, and the skill is just an extra one in the Ghost branch. 81 Binding Deo Duankong, proficiency 50. Yunya didn't pay much attention to the addition and subtraction of achievement points. Anyway, the consumption is always more than the gain. Just like the current Duankong, the proficiency is only 50. If you want to increase it to 80 to produce a qualitative change, it will cost 1500 achievement points based on 50 achievement points. If this is not cheating, what is it? And although my proficiency will increase accordingly every time I use a skill, the increase is too small. Just like swordsmanship, until now, it has slowly risen to 87. How long has it been? Forget it, I don't want this, it's too annoying. Yunya simply didn't want to think about it, no matter how proficient the skills are, as long as he can gradually become stronger. On the other side of the Navy Yunyi, they are still guarding at their G7 branch base. Because they defeated Jack the Drought, the pirates on that course seldom go there to make trouble. I don't know if it's good or bad. Anyway, after defeating Drought Jack, Navy Yunyi hasn't done much. Just doing regular exercise to build up your physique day by day. Surrender or die. Yunya came from the sky, Lei Yan was beating behind him, and the domineering look was overwhelming, like a deep prison. Everyone who saw this scene knew what happened to the Sea King Umit. Loyal people don't want to surrender, so Yunya can only let them die. It is worth mentioning that when Olunya was fighting Umit in Yunyi, he was killed by the first mate Neil. And the first mate, Neil, also chose to surrender after seeing Yunya forcefully kill Umit. They used to submit because of fear, but now they have changed to another object of submission. There is no suspense. The Dark Force Deep Ocean Current has changed. The Dark World is about to change. The Quincy crushed Umit, the King of Sea Transport, with absolute strength. Embark on the position of the King of the Dark World. Become the new King of the Dark World. Some people once speculated that after killing the Tianlong people and escaping from the hands of the Admiral, what kind of actions will the Quincy take after entering the New World? Is it to form a new pirate group to challenge the status of those big pirates? Or go to Dressrosa to trouble Doflamingo? In the end, everyone guessed wrong. After entering the New World, the first strike of the Quincy actually fell on the forces of the Dark World, killed the shipping king Umit in one fell swoop and occupied his territory. A new Dark World force named Wangsu Palace was established. A few days later, the news spread, causing a sensation in the New World. Then, they deeply realized that the Dark World has changed. The Quincy is coming. All of a sudden, the kings of the Dark World are all in danger. Their strength and influence are similar to those of the Sea King, but not long after the Quincy entered the New World, the Sea King's power was taken away. How could this not make them tremble with fear? At the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency, the president, Morgans, who ate the albatross fruit, beat his chest and stamped his feet after hearing the news, and couldn't help but patted the table with his wings. Damn it, I'm not there for such an explosive event. However, the news is still I knew it right away, ha ha ha. Quincy is such a man of influence. I must keep an eye on him in the future, he will definitely bring me more big news. Lone Usury King Feld held a newspaper in his hand, with a serious expression on his face. Umit, this old fellow, has actually fallen. Wangsu Palace, Quincy, it seems that the shipping transaction needs to be carefully weighed. Just a moment. Warehouse boss Kaibosen also knew the news, and his face was extremely gloomy. Damn it, it's going to be troublesome now. I hope Quincy can handle it better, or we can only join forces with other people. That guy Flamingo probably won't refuse this proposal. When Big Hand Undertaker Pyacro saw the news, he just showed a bloodthirsty laugh. It's been a long time since there has been such a big movement in the dark world. It's really exciting. Let's fight. In this way the business will be more prosperous. Ha 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 ha. Holding the newspaper in his hand, Doflamingo laughed loudly. Haha, that's really fast. Quincy. Wangsu Palace. How long has it been? But with your strength, it should be. But I really want to know what will happen when you confront Charlotte Lingling? With your crazy personality, you will definitely not bow your head. But, can you bear the anger of the apex pirate? Queen of Happy Street Stusa contacted the world government with a phone bug at this time. My lord, the whereabouts of the Quincy have appeared. A few days ago, he successfully defeated Umit, annexed his territory, and established that the power Wangsu Palace has become the new king of the dark world. Good sir, I will continue to observe. After knowing the news, the demeanors and thoughts of the several kings of the dark world are different. But what is certain is that they need to carefully weigh the deal with Wangsu Palace and the deal with the Quincy Master. After Yunya defeated Umit and incorporated Deep Current, all the business of Deep Current also fell into Yunya's hands. There are more or less business dealings between the various forces in the dark world. The downfall of a king, a new king ascends. Not to mention overthrowing and starting over, all the previous business needs to be re-estimated. The cooperation can continue, but in this cooperation, who is active and who is passive, this must be clarified again. Kings are all arrogant, and when their interests are not agreed, they will not make a decision easily. But at this time, the other kings are holding a wait-and-see attitude. What is the attitude of the master of Wangsu Palace, Quincy Master? The downfall of a king in the dark world is still very important. The news spread quickly, and other forces in the new world knew about it. The dark world is an unavoidable business in the new world. Many illegal businesses involve all aspects, connecting the entire new world, and these people are involved in basic necessities of life. Regardless of whether you are a member of the world government or a country of your own, you will more or less have business dealings with these people. This matter is not trivial. As for the few big pirates, they only paid attention to them at most. The king of the dark world is very amazing to others, but to them, that's all. The top cotters under them, like the three disasters and generals, can take this position if they go to the dark world. Even Whitebeard paid a little attention to it. The Quincy guy has been in the limelight recently, and he made several big moves in a row. It's hard for people not to pay attention. As for Red Hair and Kaido, who are fighting fiercely at this time, why do they have time to pay attention to this? A few days ago, the forces of both sides mobilized, and a super war broke out. The soldiers of the two sides fought against the generals, and the entire island collapsed. That's right, it's the island they fought for before. Been playing for a few days and it still hasn't stopped. The only one who moved was the Aunt Charlotte Lingling. After knowing that the snacks she was looking forward to had never been delivered, she was already furious. I thought it was the Sea King who released her pigeons. But now there is news that the King of Sea Transport has been destroyed, and his own power has also been annexed by others. Originally, she was defeated in the battle with the Whitebeard pirates, and now she wanted to come back to eat her favorite snacks, but the result was that they hadn't been delivered yet. After all kinds of things, she was a little annoyed. Go and bring news to that Quincy master. If I don't deliver my snacks within 3 days, then he won't even think about gaining a foothold in the new world. Charlotte Lingling sits on the main seat and roars downward, because she can't eat the snacks she likes. Now she is furious, her eyes are sharp, she looks terrifying like a ghost, with the domineering look of a screaming soul stir the dark clouds above the Cake Island, and the muffled thunder resounds in the clouds. Down below, all the cotters of the Charlotte family were trembling, frightened by Charlotte Lingling's appearance at this time. The only ones who are still calm are Katakuri and other generals. Yes, Mom, I'm going to notify the Quincy now. Minister of Sweets, eldest son Perospero wiped his sweat, said to Charlotte Lingling, and then went down. It's all this damned Quincy, when it's not good to do it, but it's at this time, it's really damned. Moonlit Island. After Yunyi killed Umit, the civilians on the island were liberated, freed from the endless daily labor. Logically, Yunya took over everything on this island, and also included this island in his territory, and renamed it Moon Knight Island. This place will be the headquarters of Yunyi Wangsu Hall. Aileen did not object to this proposal, and their country was also restored with Yunya's support, becoming a force under Yunya's hands. After thanking Yunya, Camilla went out to sea again and returned to the Ice Witch's boat. Everything is on track. But at this moment, Neil, the chief mate of the Deep Ocean Current, who offered a bounty of more than 21, ran over sweating profusely. It's not good, my lord. The big pirate Charlotte Lingling came to the door. They want us to deliver the snacks to Cake Island within 3 days. Why did this crazy woman come to your door? Yunya frowned and said, then send it over. Do you still need to report this to me? Although it was a little unexpected that Charlotte Lingling would come to the door at this time, but in terms of business, the previous cotters of Deep Ocean Current are still there, so there is no need for Yunya to worry about it. But, my lord, without Umit, we can't send things across several sea areas in 3 days. Neil was very anxious, and the name of his Aunt Charlotte Lingling scared him. Before, all the voyages related to Cake Island were under the responsibility of Umit himself. He has a unique way of perceiving ocean currents. Following the ocean currents under the sea, he can deliver things to the ant in the shortest time. Now that Umit is dead, there is no such special route, and if sailing by sea alone, it will take 10 days and a half months to reach Cake Island. That's why he rushed over so anxiously to report to Yunya. When Umit was still there, he was cautious towards Charlotte Lingling, and didn't dare to offend her at all. Yunya said lightly, just tell them directly that something happened on our side and it will take 10 days to arrive. By the way, since it's a deal, what price did they pay? Yunya suddenly thought of a question. With the character of a crazy woman like Charlotte Lingling, if she dared to take money, Umit would probably be directly it's gone. Neil was stunned for a moment before he said, my lord, we dare not collect money. Yunya secretly thought in his heart that it was indeed so. Then, with this matter in mind, Yunya began to think about various situations that would happen in the future. With the current strength, it might be okay to fight against characters like 3 disasters and General Seeing, but if he wants to attack the 4 emperors, Yunya's estimation is still a bit short. If I burst out with all my strength, I can at most compete against the 4 emperors for a short time, but I will definitely be the one who loses in the end. Battery life is still poor. It is definitely not a wise move to offend Charlotte Lingling at this stage. After thinking about it, Yunya said, tell them the reason, and say that we will send it over as soon as possible. Neil took the lead and went down. After Neil went down, Yunya was still thinking about this matter. The best result is that Charlotte Lingling agrees with her idea, then everything will be fine. However, will things really go so smoothly? Yunya was not sure. Soon, Neil came back again. This time, his expression completely changed. My lord, they refused. Perospero, the candy minister of Cake Island, said that if we don't see that batch of goods within 3 days, there is no need for us to exist. Did they really say that? Yunya narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Yes, my lord, Perospero told me himself. Neil said cautiously. Now he still doesn't know the character of the Quincy, and dare not speak loudly. Yunya snorted coldly, then let them roll over and get it by themselves. Do you really think you are a soft persimmon? Squeeze if you want? Yunya is also angry, so what about the 4 emperors? At worst, just do 1 game. But when thinking about these things, Yunya suddenly felt his heart move, and thought to himself, Brother Dofleming's sudden withdrawal, could it be because of Charlotte Lingling? The more I think about it, the more likely it is. Otherwise, with Doflamingo's character, it would be impossible to let Umit go so easily, and still in the case of overall advantage. After thinking about it, something must have happened to make him stop. And Charlotte Lingling is the most likely reason. Hehe. Didn't you remind me, did you plan to let me crash into the muzzle of Ant? What a good plan. Yunya sneered inwardly, he wrote down the comparison. Doflamingo must pay the price in the future. Now the ant is fighting with Whitebeard, and she is just a little person. She probably won't do it herself. Most likely, one of the 4 generals will come. If it's just a general, I can still handle it. Thinking about it, Yunya looked at Neil and said, pass on my words and say, if you want it, roll over and get it yourself. Then just hang up. Neil's face turned pale. My lord, is this really the case? They are the Big Mom pirates at the top of the new world. I'm still a Quincy. Yunya laughed. His smile was crazy. War, this is my field of expertise. Seeing Yunya's expression, Neil couldn't help shaking. He almost forgot that this guy in front of him is an existence that dares to kill even a Tianlong. Killing the Tianlong people will definitely offend the entire world government. The world government is a powerful force with 170 allies. Even if the top pirates in the New World gather together, it is impossible to defeat such a powerful force. But Quincy, the lunatic, did it without any scruples. How could such a lunatic be afraid of a Big Mom pirate group? It's your lord. Neil withdrew, followed Yunya's instructions, dialed the phone bug, and said the words that shocked Perospero. Before Perospero could speak, Neil hung up the phone. That is decisive. Damn it. Perospero was furious. In the New World, few people dared to talk to their Big Mom pirates like this. He hurried to Cake Island and told Charlotte Lingling the news. Well, Quincy, what a daring guy. Is it inflated after killing Umit? No king of the Dark World has ever dared to speak to me like this. Charlotte Lingling's face was extremely gloomy. When she heard the news, she thought she had heard it wrong. Now in the New World, there are still people who dare to speak to her Charlotte Lingling like this? In her opinion, it should be the Quincy, who became a little swollen after becoming the king of the Dark World. She didn't even pay attention to her aunt, Charlotte Lingling. Cracker, one of the stars, also said with a cold face, I really don't know how to live or die. A mere king of the Dark World dares to say such words to our Big Mom pirates. In the past, no king of the Dark World dared to say such words to the members of their Big Mom pirates. This made Cracker very angry, feeling insulted by the Quincy. Smoothie also snorted coldly, expressing his disdain for Quincy. Katakuri, on the other hand, stood silently aside, his eyes closed and he didn't speak. At this moment, Snug, who had just become a general, suddenly said, Mom, let me go over and teach this lifeless Quincy a lesson. Long ago, Snug was upset at seeing Quincy. It's just killing 2 Tianlong people, and the bounty is even higher than his general. How can this be tolerated? Charlotte Lingling suddenly laughed. Well, is it Snug? Well, let that Quincy know the consequences of refusing my request. Charlotte Lingling. Yes, Mom. Snug had an excited look on his face. After becoming a general, he didn't have a good record. Now that he has this opportunity, he naturally doesn't want to let it go. Like a child, he is eager to show off in front of adults. He wanted to let Charlotte Lingling know that the decision to choose him as the general was not wrong. He may not be worse than other generals. He even set his goal on Katakuri, the leader of the stars. He wants to surpass the other generals in the future and become the second only to Charlotte Lingling in the Big Mom Pirates. With generals dispatched, Quincy is about to end. The king of the dark world, who does he think he is? Humph. How dare you reject our Big Mom Pirates, he is dead. Brother Snug, teach that guy a lesson. A few hours later, a ship flying the flag of the Big Mom Pirates slowly set off from the port of Cake Island. Target, Moonlight Island? It was none other than Charlotte Snuggle on board. As the top sea force, the Big Mom Pirates are naturally watched by everyone. Now seeing a ship departing from the port, some people naturally became curious. At this moment of fighting the Whitebeard pirates, Charlotte Lingling actually mobilized other troops to go to other sea areas. How is this going? This ship should be the Snag who has just become an admiral. Hiss, even the generals are dispatched. What happened? The direction over there is the Whalet Sea area, right? Isn't that the territory of the Sea King Omit? When did you get the news? Omit, the king of shipping, is dead, and even the territory has been taken away by others. What? When did it happen? Idiot, you don't even know that Quincy has ascended to the king of the dark world and established the palace of Wonksu. Could it be that Quincy is going to fight Big Mom Pirates? Quincy is so brave. Hehe, that is a ruthless person who dares to kill even Tianlong people? What do you think he dare not? This is really interesting. Quincy versus Battle General, this will definitely be a big news that will cause a sensation in the whole world. The news, of course, was inevitably spread. Most of the forces in the New World have their own intelligence network, and soon, all the forces, large and small, knew about this matter. Big news? This time, I must be on the front line. I will record the battle between the King of the Dark World and the Big Mom Pirate Group star in detail, and spread it. This must be the fall of Bumite. More sensational news. World Economic News Morgans was the first to get the information, and set off immediately, sitting on a special hot air balloon, and drifting towards Moon Knight Island. Although he is a bird fruit capable person, he doesn't seem to be able to fly. Dressrosa. Doflamingo couldn't help laughing loudly. Hey, if you just go to a general, it won't work. That fellow Quincy is very strong. However, with the character of that guy Quincy, it is impossible to let Snug go easily. When the time comes, things will become more interesting. The other kings of the dark world also cast their gazes over. After learning the news, they also showed inexplicable expressions. Have you offended your Aunt Charlotte Lingling just after ascending to the throne? What a pity. Stussy immediately passed the news to the world government, and then stood still. As for Moon Knight Island, martial law has already begun. When it was known that the big pirate Charlotte Lingling was coming, the situation on the island, which had recovered a little, became chaotic again. Countless people began to flee for their lives. Compared with the previous civil war in deep ocean currents, he escaped completely. But Yunya didn't care. Those were just civilians. Even if they stayed on the island, they wouldn't be able to play any role. In addition, I have just settled in Moon Knight Island. On the contrary, none of the old fellows in AI Lean ran away, saying that they were coming to help Yunya resist the Big Mom Pirates. However, Yunya rejected it very speechlessly. With your strength, don't trouble me. Yunya waved his hands and said indifferently, Master, you should go train your next generation, and you don't have to worry about the rest, I will take care of it. After Yunya supported them to restore the country, Alien began to train the next generation, hoping that they could become the pillars of the country. It can also be said that it is cultivating talents for Yunya. Yunya supported them to restore the country, and at the same time was the master who protected the island. Aileen was still very grateful to Yunya. Alien smiled wryly, we old things can't help you, it's still really useless. This is a crisis, so why isn't it an opportunity? After I became the king, none of the other kings came to say hello. They waited and watched. After I solved this matter, I see if they dare. How dare you ignore me? Yunya said lightly, with an inexplicable look in his eyes. Up to now, none of the kings of the dark world have contacted him. They are waiting for themselves to come to the door in person. Yunya could also guess the thoughts of these kings. When I take the initiative to come to the door to propose cooperation, I will inevitably fall behind, which is a kind of bowing my head. Is it possible for Yunya to do this? Impossible? After becoming the king, when he guessed Doflamingo's conspiracy, Yunya didn't come to question him. Taking the initiative means showing weakness? It might be possible at other times, but not when Yunya is on the king's throne. The first fire he entered into the new world burned enough to directly succeed a king of the dark world, but it was not enough. Yunya still needed to light the fire again, so that everyone in the dark world would know his strength. In this way, they will recognize who should be respected in the dark world. Alien is also an old fritter, so he naturally knows the truth. He said, although this is the case, the people of the Big Mom Pirates are not so easy to deal with. Yunya said, it's okay, it's just a general who came, I haven't paid attention to it yet. After a pause, Yunya continued, by the way, old man, is Charlotte Lingling fighting against the Whitebeard Pirates now? Yunya valued Alien's ability and asked him to be in charge of the intelligence network. Alien used to be a legendary general in a country with top-notch combat ability, but he is not weak in other aspects and is qualified for this position. He nodded and said, yes, but now it should be just friction with the forces under his banner, and he has no relationship with Kaido. the red-haired two fought so fiercely. But a few days ago, Charlotte Lingling fought against Whitebeard, but the situation of the battle is unknown, no one knows. Yunya said, do you know which sea area they clashed in? The Wable Sea area is also a sea area where the two forces are adjacent to each other. We don't know the reason, so the fight started out of nowhere. Alien took down a lot of information and spoke directly. Yunya nodded again, and wrote down the matter, and snorted coldly in his heart. Charlotte Lingling, do you think I'm another king of the dark world? If you dare to attack me, I will make you pay the price. The two exchanged a few more words, and Alien went down. Now that the island is under martial law, he still has a lot of things to deal with. The manpower is still not enough. Yachi and the others don't know how they are developing. Now that they have their own territory, maybe it's time for them to go to the new world. As for Germa, Charlotte Lingling seems to value external forces very much, otherwise Germa's technology would not be favored, maybe it can be manipulated. Yunya was still sitting on his own throne after Alien left, with various thoughts popping up in his mind, and a sneer from time to time. If someone saw it, he would definitely be horrified. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. During this period of time, many important things happened. The battle between Kaido and the red-haired two big pirates was decided. At the cost of destroying an island, the red-haired repelled the menacing Kaido, causing Kaido to suffer another defeat. It was also this war that made everyone aware of the strength of the red-hair pirates, completely stabilized the position. No one dares to underestimate the red-haired Shanks, a pirate who has climbed to the top step by step. At this moment, some people began to refer to the 4 top pirates as 4 emperors. 4 emperors standing at the top of the sea. On the other side, the friction between Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling became more and more intense. Even the generals and captains of both sides are gone. Seeing that a great war is approaching, all major forces in the New World are panicking, and it was at this time. Snug's ship finally arrived in the Waylet Sea area, and headed for Moonlight Island where the Wangsu Palace, the headquarters of the Quincy Division, is located. Moonlight Island Port. At this time, the people in Wangsu Hall gathered together, looking nervously at the sea ahead. Suddenly, there is a ship coming from afar. It is Snug's ship. Here we come. It's from the Big Mom Pirates. It's General Snag with a bounty close to 500 million. It's him. The enemy is coming. Meet the enemy quickly. Suddenly, people in the square started to shout. Although they are people from the dark world, they are also a little afraid of the forces standing above them like ant. Seeing the ships of the Big Mom Pirates approaching now, I couldn't help feeling nervous and feeling restless. What are you panicking about? Yunya's calm voice came out. This voice seemed to have a magical power, which calmed many people's hearts. Yunya sat on a throne, looking at the approaching ships ahead, with a calm demeanor, without a trace of nervousness, as if he didn't take this matter to heart at all. Yunya did not take this matter seriously. If Katakuri came, Yunya might be a little more serious. Mere Snug, what the hell? At sea, the ships flying the Big Mom flag were getting closer and closer. That flag seemed to give people a feeling of suffocation, and the people in the square also held their breath. General Snug is coming. Me Quincy, you Wangsu Palace are so courageous, you dare not even listen to the words of our Big Mom pirates. Before the ship docked, Snug's voice came over. Everyone was shocked, then swallowed their saliva, their faces solemn. Yunya still leaned on the throne, and said in a calm voice, what? Charlotte Lingling only let you come here alone? The things are at the port, do you want to take them back by yourself? What arrogance? Do you think that if you killed Omid, you think that the powerhouses in the New World are nothing more than that? People like you, our Big Mom pirates don't know how many people we have to kill every year. Snagly at the bow of the boat, holding the handle of the samurai sword at his waist with his right hand, he spoke in a serious tone. This Quincy is really as arrogant as the rumors, even the Big Mom pirates don't take it seriously. Yunya tilted his head, knowingly asked, who are you? Damn it, you don't even know me, I'm the face of the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Snug among the 4 generals. Snug's eyes flashed coldly. His age at this time he was only in his 20s, which was the time when he was young and energetic. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in a hurry to express myself. He wanted to let the world know that although he, Snag, was still young, he was able to become a 4-star general because of his strength. 4 generals? It will become 3 generals in the future. Yunya suddenly grinned, with a mocking tone. If I remember correctly, this guy seems to be defeated by someone in the extremely evil era in the future, and he was kicked out of the ranks of generals, which can be said to be a disgrace to the generals. However, these words sounded to Snug's ears, which was the motto of the Quincy master to kill him here. Snag was furious immediately. This guy in front of him was really too rampant. As soon as the boat docked, he rushed straight towards Yunyi. The people in Wangsu Palace wanted to intercept, but they found that Snug was too fast, and he passed them in an instant and rushed forward. Neil sensed Snug's movements with a sense of knowledge, and he blocked the road in a flash, and punched Snug with a punch. However, Snug just snorted coldly, and punched out. Puffing shockwave. Snug's armed and domineering fist exploded like popcorn, and the instant burst of impact turned into a terrifying force, blowing Neil flying away with his fist. Neil spit out a mouthful of blood, and smashed the building behind him as he flew backwards. Oh, a devil fruit capable user. Yunya was a little curious. Snug's devil fruit ability did not appear in the original book of his previous life. Now it seems that this person is actually a capable person. I'm an ability user who ate the puffy fruit. Take action, Quincy Master, your subordinates will never be my opponents. Snag said coldly, with a little step on his feet. Explosive power exploded under his feet open, so that his speed more than doubled. However, he still couldn't escape Yunyi's knowledgeable perception. Yunya got up, and a white thunder appeared behind him, crackling. Without using Thunder Flame mode, instant coaxing with a single attribute is enough now. This was only recently discovered by Yunya. He can still use the instant coaxing of a single attribute. Although the strength is not as strong as the instant coaxing power of the two attributes hedging, it is enough. If Katakuri, the leader of the generals, came, I might still be a little bit afraid, but if you are an unknown character, I don't even want to use my full strength. Yunya stretched out his hand and grabbed Snug's one strike. The air ripples and the bursting impact cancelled each other out, and Yunya firmly grasped Snag's fist. Thunder and lightning lingered around the fist peak, and the air rippled. Yunya grabbed Snag's fist with his left hand, and blasted his fist with his right hand towards Snag's chest. Thunder and lightning one bone. The color of knowledge jumped wildly. Yunya's blow made Snag's scalp numb, and he wanted to break free, but he found that he couldn't break free from Yunya's palm at all. Boom! Yunya's ferocious punch hit Snug's domineering chest covered with thick armor, and a terrifying power erupted immediately. The strong wind swept and raged, and with this roar, Snag was directly blown away by Yunya's punch. Boom boom boom. Snag flew upside down, piercing through the buildings behind him one by one, and finally crashed into the nearby mountain, knocking out a big hole in the mountain before barely stopping. Ahem. Snag clutched his chest, and after spitting out a big mouthful of blood, he looked in the direction of Yunya in horror. Yunya walked over slowly, and said in a calm tone, I think you should be the ones who are arrogant. How dare you come here to trouble me with a stinky fish and rotten shrimp like you? Your strength. Snag was horrified to the extreme. This was just a blow from the Quincy, and he already felt a little unbearable. Even if he used the armed domineering protection, he was still crushed by the stronger domineering, and there was even a force penetrating into the body. One blow, and he suffered this kind of injury? It's weird. It's me, right? Don't you big mom pirates have any information about me? You don't even know my strength, so you're an idiot? General Star, what is it? You can do it like this called the Desert Star? Then, how weak is your pirate group? Yunyi's tone was still sarcasm. He could tell that Snag was an arrogant person, and for such a person, belittling him was undoubtedly the most defense-breaking thing for him. Today, Snug is sure to die here. Even if he would offend Charlotte Lingling, Snug must die here. Snug's eyes were burning. Yunya's words were too harsh and vicious. He was originally a proud person. Now he heard how he was belittled. How could Snug bear it? He roared loudly, Shut up. Shut up. But the cockroaches in the dark world dare to say that about us. You must die. You must die. Puffing slash. Snug's eyes were bloodshot, and the samurai sword was out of its sheath at his waist. At the same time as he was out of the sheath, the armed color spread across the blade, and the blade slashed out. At the same time as the blade pierced through the air, it suddenly expanded, more than doubling in size, and more than doubling in power. Useless struggle. Yunya rushed forward in a flash, facing the sword light that was nearly 100 meters ahead. His fist lingered in the boundless plasma, and when he punched out, the air in front of him was rippled. Boom! This blow broke out suddenly, breaking Snug's sword glow, and the sword glow shattered into smaller sword glows and scattered in all directions, cutting the ground with traces. Yunyi's momentum remained undiminished, and even his speed was still increasing. He came to Snag's body in an instant, and punched again. One force down 10 times. In the case of crushing the enemy with strength, Yunya's attack method is also simple and rude. With a bang, Snug flew upside down again. But this time, Snug was fully prepared and threw a bunch of spiked iron balls out of his pocket. The iron balls swelled suddenly during the flyby, turning into 1-meter-sized iron balls and smashing towards Yunya. Yunya punched the iron balls one by one, and the last one was caught by Yunya. Iron. Immediately, Yunya showed a sneer, and the lightning in his hand changed. Yunyi's Thunderbolt is the product of Thunder Roar Cannon Proficiency Level 100. Yunyi can control it perfectly, so, can it be used in another way? Electromagnetism does not separate families. Although Yunya was not a great physics genius in his previous life, he had studied for a few years, so he naturally knew this relationship. Then, can the current be turned into magnetic force by changing the operation of electromagnetism? After many attempts, Yunyi found that it was possible. The lightning on the hand beats at a specific frequency, forming an electric current that surrounds the arm. The iron ball in his hand floated up and down in Yunya's palm. Try this. Electromagnetic gun. Yunya controlled the iron ball to his palm. The current forms a magnetic field to push the iron ball to launch, and the next moment, the iron ball bombards Snag like a shell fired from the chamber. A red light flashed across Snug's eyes, and after landing, he swung his knife violently forward. The knife light pierced the air again, and collided head-on with the oncoming iron ball, making a boom sound. The iron ball shattered, and the sword glow also shattered. Although Yunyi could shoot iron objects like cannonballs through electromagnetic force, the power was obviously not enough. It may be that I am not proficient in using it, or it may be that the current I poured is not strong enough. The power is obviously not up to my expectations. My own expectations, but all of a sudden 4 emperors collapsed. Yunya sneered, and disappeared again. This time, he came to Snag's back, and kicked him out at the same time. Spread the 5 fingers of the right hand, and thunder and lightning condense in the palm. Thunder roar cannon. The thunder pillar pierced through the air, hit Snag's body, and pushed him forward. Boom boom boom. Knocked down a series of buildings? Snag struggled to get up again, blood was all over his face and body. At this moment he looked at Yunya, his eyes were full of fear. Impossible to defeat him? The difference in strength between the two is so great that he even has the feeling that he is facing brother Katakuri? That invincible, insurmountable feeling? Even more desperate than big brother Katakuri? Although he is determined to surpass Katakuri, he knows how difficult this is to surpass. But the Quincy master in front of him actually gave him this feeling? But, damn it. Snag gritted his teeth and looked at Yunya. He was careless. He didn't expect that the strength of the Quincy was so terrifying. You can't win by yourself alone? What? Is it only this level? Fruit awakening? High-level armed color? High-level knowledge color? Overlord color entanglement? You don't even have these things. How dare you run to my territory to show off your power? Yunya walked slowly, looked at Snag who had lost his fighting spirit, and sneered slightly. With this kind of strength, he dared to be so rampant in front of him. No wonder there will only be 3 generals in the future, and the rubbish in front of him really doesn't deserve to be a 4 generals. You. Snag blushed from Yunya's mocking words. Fruit awakening, high-level 2 color domineering. Are these things so easy to comprehend? Also, what is Overlord color coil? Never heard of it. After spitting out a mouthful of blood again, Snug growled, kill me if you have the ability, but do you have the guts? I am a member of the Big Mom Pirates, and my mother is the big pirate Charlotte Lingling. Do you dare to kill me? Looking at Snag's hysterical appearance, Yunya shook his head. You really can't see the situation clearly. I dare to kill even Tianlong people. I'm just a pirate. Do you think I dare not do it? Hearing this, Snug's face turned pale. That's right, this guy in front of him is a lunatic who dares to kill even a Tianlong Gran? Others are not even afraid of the world government, so how could they be afraid of Charlotte Lingling behind him? Run, must run. If you don't run, you will definitely die here. Snag was terrified, utterly terrified. He doesn't want to die yet. He's still young, and he still has many people who haven't surpassed him yet. He also wants to replace Katakuri as the head of generals. He can't die here. Almost at the same time as this idea appeared in his mind, Snug's body moved. The fruit ability was driven to the extreme, and the ground under Yunyi's feet began to bulge like a lump, and finally exploded. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Snag stepped forward and rushed out of the port. Humph. Yunya walked out of the smoke, snorted coldly as he saw Snug's back going away, and chased after him a little bit. With a punch, Snag was blasted into the ground. Then the 5 fingers spread out, the thunder and lightning condensed in the palm of the palm, and a thunder roar blasted fiercely. Boom! The ground exploded, and Snag was swept upside down by the aftermath of the explosion. Yunya caught up again, and said lightly, come on, don't even think about leaving. Thunderbolt double bones. Both fists landed at the same time, only a click sound was heard. The force of Yunya's punch directly penetrated into Snug's body. The violent thunder and lightning swept his whole body. When Snug's body was about to be blown away, Yunya had quick eyes and quick hands, and grabbed one of Snug's arms to prevent him from flying backwards. Then, Yunya pressed his head and hit the ground, causing ripples in the air to appear. Kaka. The ground suddenly cracked and sank. The force of the punch pierced through Snug's skull, smashing his brain to pieces. At this point, Snug, one of the general stars, is dead. By the time Morgans reached the sky above Moonlit Island in a hot air balloon, the battle was over. Looking at the past from a high altitude, where are people still fighting at this time? Hasn't he come yet? Or is it over? Morgans beat his chest and stamped his feet, feeling angry. If it wasn't for the sudden storm, he could have arrived several days earlier. Now that I came to Moon Knight Island, I found that the things here are over. Yes, it's over. He saw the ship docked at the port, flying the flag of Big Mom. It can be inferred from this that the battle is over, and the Quincy should have won. Damn it, it's too late. Morgans couldn't help but slapped himself. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't be in a hot air balloon, and came here by boat. After observing from a distance for a while, after nothing happened that he wanted to see, he lowered his head and sighed. What a waste of time. He didn't dare to go down to find the Quincy master for confirmation, and he didn't dare to spread his knowledge-colored perception at will, for fear of being discovered. Quincy is a lunatic. He wants big news, but he doesn't want to provoke Quincy. This time it was really a waste of time. Without knowing the specific information, he didn't dare to spread the result of his guess through newspapers. If the news is not true, the integrity of his newspaper will plummet, and he doesn't want to see this kind of result. We can only wait for the news to come out before reporting. Sighed Morgans, what a pity. But at this moment, the phone bug in his pocket rang. He picked it up. Hey, what's going on? What? A big fight broke out between Whitebeard and Big Mom? On Sabia Island in the Wable Sea? Alright, I'll hurry there. After hanging up the bug, Morgans took a deep breath and gave a weird smile. Quack, I never thought Big Mom would dare to launch an all-out attack on Whitebeard. This is the real big news. What Quincy and General Star the battle is too childish? I have to rush over. Fortunately, it is not far from the Wable Sea, and it should be there in a few days. I hope this time I won't make a trip in vain. Morgans giggled and flew away in a hot air balloon. In a few days. Wable Sea. On an island called Sabea. This is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. It was originally just an ordinary small island, but because of one thing, the eyes of all the forces in the sea were focused on it. The reason is that two big pirates, the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates, are about to have a war here. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that it was just a friction between the subordinate forces before, but it turned into this level in the end. The mobilization of both sides. The sky was cloudy, as if he knew what was going to happen here. It was extremely depressing. The air on Sabia Island seems to be stagnant at this time, filled with a tense atmosphere called war. The civilians on the island have been evacuated ahead of schedule, and the only ones left here are the crew of the Whitebeard pirates. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, was sitting on a chair at this time. Although his blonde hair was already half white, the current Whitebeard was still extremely domineering. His strong body contained the power to destroy the world. Anyone who sees him will be crushed involuntarily. He held a jug in his hand, and after taking a bold sip of the wine, he looked calmly at the sea. The captain of the first team Phoenix Marco, the captain of the third team Diamond Jaws, the captain of the fourth team Seiki, the captain of the fifth team Foil Vista. All captains are present at this time. In this tense atmosphere, Marco suddenly said with a condensed expression, "Here we come." On the surface of the sea, ships came one by one. The leader is a ship with a strange shape, a lot of dessert decorations on it, and a smiling face on the bow. It is a ship named Anthem made by Charlotte Lingling using the Soul Fruit ability. At the bow, the Aunt Charlotte Lingling was holding Napoleon in her hand. She was looking at the front with a ferocious smile, and a sharp and piercing laugh came out. Well, Whitebeard, I have to settle the score with you this time. Never mind." Before she arrived, a terrifying and domineering arrogance spread from her body, covering the white-bearded man in front of her. Behind him, all the members of the Big Mom pirates were also present. The three generals, Perospero, the Minister of Candy, and other people from all over the world. Gula la la la. Charlotte Lingling, you are really getting more and more courageous. Dare to show your dominance in front of me? You are not qualified. Whitebeard laughed loudly, put the jug aside, and a more terrifying domineering arrogance rushed over. Boom boom. The two domineering auras collided, and purple-black thunder suddenly appeared in the void, and waves of air centered on the two began to sweep towards the surroundings. Stir up the waves. The collision of the domineering colors of the two actually directly affected the reality. The terrifying Overlord's color confrontation shocked everyone's hearts, especially those new pirates who saw this situation for the first time. All opened their mouths in shock at this time. Well, who are you underestimating? Whitebeard. Charlotte Lingling let out a sinister grin, and rushed out. The huge momentum shook the boat under her feet and almost turned it over. Emperor Sword, Destruction Blade. Napoleon in his hand became even more ferocious and terrifying. The blade was surrounded by flames, covered in pitch-black armor, and there was a stream of purple-black plasma on the blade. That is, Overlord color twine? Gula la la la, well done. A red light flashed in Baybeard's eyes, the corner of his mouth opened in an arc. He stood up abruptly, swung the supreme sharp knife in his hand, covered it with armed colors, condensed black and red plasma, and entangled with the same Overlord color. Whitebeard, today, I will definitely defeat you. Charlotte Lingling's ferocious smile became more and more obvious. Although she was burly, she was extremely fast. Looking at the Whitebeard below, she held the sword in both hands, and swung a terrifying blow from top to bottom. Gulala, if you have the ability, come and try it. Whitebeard laughed loudly, and Kong Yunki attacked from the bottom up. Not good, go back. Get out of here, the shock is coming. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the members of the Whitebeard pirates changed, and they hurriedly fled to the distance. On the other side, Katakuri also looked condensed, and waved his hand. Steady the boat, block the shock wave. They all knew that the collision of those two people could cause such a big commotion. No one dares to stay in place. Boom. In the arena, the two shot at the same time. The sword and the naginata collided in the air, and a terrifying wave of air erupted, sweeping in all directions. The two looked at each other, with a strong fighting spirit, and their domineering looks rose to the sky. At this moment, the original dark clouds in the sky split and began to churn towards the middle. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was directly shattered, and countless boulders and trees were rolled by the airwaves of the confrontation between the two, and they shot towards the distance. With the two of them at the center, the ground began to sink. The boundless energy surged towards the shore, and the waves rolled towards the distance. Marco released the cyan flame to form a round shield in front of him, blocking all impacts. Almost all the captains from the previous rounds made their moves at this time, each using their own means to resist the aftermath of the confrontation between the two. The same goes for the Big Mom pirates on the other side. Although this shock wave was terrifying, it still couldn't harm them. Drink. Whitebeard yelled, and with both hands at the same time, pushed Charlotte Lingling back. Old guy. Charlotte Lingling stepped back on Thundercloud Zeus, looked at Whitebeard and snorted coldly, and waved her big hand. Give it to me, defeat Whitebeard. Behind them, the ship docked, and a group of people jumped off. The biscuit avatar of the cracker rushed out first, with a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, I can't wait any longer. White-bearded man, die to me. Come on, what about the Whitebeard pirates? We are not afraid. Kill? As long as we defeat Whitebeard, we will be the most powerful pirate group in the New World. A group of people rushed out from behind the ant, and rushed towards the man with the white beard. Goo la la la, little ones, repel Big Mom's pirates. Whitebeard also smiled coldly, with a white light in his hand, and punched Big Mom hard. There was only a click sound coming from the air, and then the atmosphere shattered like a glass lens, and a terrifying shock force swept towards Charlotte Lingling. Good old man. Kill. Drive them out. We are the Whitebeard pirates. So what about the Big Mom pirates? If they dare to provoke us, they will also be unable to eat. Behind Whitebeard, the captain also took the lead in rushing out. The two sides fought together in an instant. Both sides can appear here at this time are elites, and the battle was very fierce from the very beginning. Mom, use my abilities. A ball of flames fell from the sky and came to Charlotte Lingling's side. Well, Prometheus, it's you, flame of the mother of blades. Charlotte Lingling grinned grinningly, infinite flames gathered in his hand, and then spread along his hand to Napoleon, with a sword swing out and collide with Whitebeard's attack. Boom! The attack of the two was like sparks hitting the earth, with the two at the center. A terrifying force swept across the audience, knocking out the weak ones. Kaka the ground shattered and sank, the boundless power was transmitted to the four fields, and the whole island seemed to be trembling. Well, you are still so difficult, Whitebeard, Waeguo. Charlotte Lingling held the sword in both hands, and sent it forward, breaking Whitebeard's attack. Then, he slammed out a shockwave of sword energy with a wide range again, covering Whitebeard and everyone behind him. Huh? So serious from the beginning? Then I'll accompany you? Air shock. Whitebeard flashed a red light in his eyes, laughed wildly, and Union white light emerged from his fist, and punched out again. Kaka the air shattered, and the power of the shock swept away. The power of the shock broke out, blocking Charlotte Lingling's attack, and the two stalemate for a moment. The power of the shock swelled, smashing Waeguo to pieces, and at the same time swept towards Charlotte Lingling, knocking her into the air. Zeus. Charlotte Lingling roared, and a thundercloud caught her. Then step on the thundercloud and rush out. Boom, boom, boom. The two fought together, the power of the shock swept across, thunder and flames raged, and the entire island seemed to be unable to bear the ravages of the two, and began to tremble. In the center of the battlefield between the two, no one dares to set foot easily. This is the battlefield that belongs to the Emperor. The other side. Katakuri and Marco fight together. Both sides are physical masters, and the two-color domineering is also top-notch. It is impossible to tell the winner in a short time. Marco, the last battle was not completed. Let's finish it this time. Katakuri said indifferently, and the trident spun and stabbed towards Marco. It's you again, Katakuri. Marco's feet turned into bird claws, and his armed body covered him. While blocking Katakuri's blow with his feet, his body rotated, and the other foot pointed towards Katakuri. Takuri's head kicked out, crane claw. Katakuri's eyes flashed a red on, and his body turned into soft glutinous rice cakes to avoid it, and at the next moment, the trident stabbed out in an extremely tricky and strange direction, Nyochuan thrust. Marco's kick fell into the air, and he didn't panic. He supported the ground with one hand, his body was short, his right leg spun around, and he kicked fiercely. When? There was the sound of metal colliding in the air, and the two faced a brief stalemate. Phoenix Seal. Marco suddenly sneered, his left leg bent slightly when he landed, and a force surged from the sole of his foot, like a drawn bowstring, containing boundless strength. Then the right leg collapsed straight, shooting out like a bow and arrow, condensing a terrifying impact and bombarding towards the front. The impact was transmitted to Katakuri along the trident. Katakuri let out a muffled grunt, and was knocked back by Marco's blow. His legs plowed a mark on the ground, and the trident in his hand almost dropped. Katakuri grabbed the ground with his left hand to stop his figure, looked at Marco coldly, and rushed out again with the trident under his feet. Horned rice cake. The fist was covered with a thick armor color. Katakuri snorted coldly, and the fist like steel fell fiercely. Boom boom boom. Marco kept dodging, Katakuri pursued, and the movement of the two fighting was second only to Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling. In the other place, the star Simuji approached Foil Bista, and the battle between the two swordsmen was also very dangerous. If you only have this level, you can't beat me. The petals are dancing. Vista's two western swords waved the scattered petals. Although they are petals, they have the attribute of extreme cutting. Is the realm of a great swordsman? I'm still a little behind, but with the fruit ability, I may not lose. Although Smoothie is a woman, her attacks are extremely fierce. The sword chi flows like a liquid, and its trajectory is changeable, but it is extremely sharp. Chi. The sword chi of both sides collided and exploded at the same time, and turned into smaller sword chi and scattered. There were smooth cuts on the ground, and some unlucky ones were even affected, and cut out with deep cuts. And Smoothie also felt his cheeks feel cold, and there was a slight tingling pain on his face, a wound appeared on his cheek, and blood flowed down. In the competition of sword moves, she lost half a point. Is this the realm of a great swordsman? Smoothie looked at Vista solemnly. The slashes from both sides were clearly broken at the same time, but the opponent's attack could hit her. Stop it, you are only in the realm of swordsman. Even if you have the blessing of the devil fruit ability, you are still not my opponent. Although Vista had a certain advantage in the attack just now, he still had a dignified expression, and the other side also not easy to deal with. Try it? See if I am the first to comprehend and step into the realm of the great swordsman, or be hacked to death by you first. Smoothie's eyes shone coldly, and he rushed out with the sword in hand. Baista frowned, swung his swords crossed, and petals swirled out, beautiful and deadly. Ding ding, chi-chi. The slash that swept through the battle between the two of them cut the surrounding area to pieces. Above, Diamond Jaws knocked a biscuit avatar of the cracker into pieces, frowned suddenly, and snorted coldly. Are you only relying on these biscuit avatars? Can't you come out and fight once? That's not okay, I'm afraid of pain. Roll pretzel. A biscuit soldier descended from the sky. The blade in his hand was as black as ink, surrounded by spiral patterns of sword energy. This sword is extremely powerful. Humph, small tricks. Shining straight punch. Kiazi's fist changed, and the diamond-like fist turned upwards and blasted a terrifying punch. His strength is incomparably terrifying, but his size contains the power of a giant. When this blow exploded, it directly smashed the biscuit soldiers above him to pieces, broken and scattered. You're so big, I don't know how fast you are. Ha ha ha, wave pretzel. The moment Jaws made an attack, another biscuit soldier rushed out, stabbing straight out with a sword in his hand. Sparkling collision. However, Cracker underestimated Jaws' speed. While smashing the biscuit soldier above with one blow, Jaws' huge body displayed a burst of extreme speed, retracted his punches instantly, then changed his body shape, and slammed his elbow towards the left. Crack sounded again, and the biscuit soldiers broke again. Jaws burst out with all the information he had seen, and snorted coldly, comparing hardness with me. It's so hard. The cracker inside the biscuit soldier gritted his teeth. This guy's body is really hard, and the biscuit soldier's words alone can't break through his defense. Well, it's just a shock, look at me breaking him. Charlotte Lingling flew upside down again under the shock of the white beard. At this moment, her hair fluttered, her eyes were blood red like blood, like a demon god. Holding Napoleon with both hands, Charlotte Lingling's eyes were extremely cold, and she swept out again. Waeguo. This is not over yet. Charlotte Lingling grabs Thundercloud Zeus with the other hand, and the electric ions in the air start to dance wildly, as if reflecting each other with the thunder in the sky. Waydrum. Boom boom boom. As if a thunderbolt struck from the sky, several thunderbolts the size of a water tank fell, bombarding Whitebeard and the other captains. Not good. Damn Charlotte Lingling. At this time, the scalps of several captains who were fighting were numb, and they sensed the extreme danger, so they quickly dodged away. The white-bearded Naginata blocked a thick thunderbolt. When Charlotte Lingling dared to attack his sons, he was furious. Charlotte Lingling, how dare you attack my precious sons? Whitebeard shot out in anger. This blow was more terrifying and ferocious than the previous attack. With a sound of dong, this punch seemed to hit one side of the space node, and the space seemed to be shattered. Then, a boundless and terrifying shock force directly broke through the terrifying shockwave sword energy, and bombarded Charlotte Lingling. Well, old-fashioned attack. Charlotte Lingling showed an evil smile, but she didn't dare to be careless. Whitebeard's moves are delicious all over the world. The attacks are not so fancy, and the power of shock can destroy everything. The thick left arm was covered with armed domineering, and then the thunder and lightning spread upwards, facing the shocking force from the charge. Charlotte Lingling punched forward. Boom! The fist didn't really touch. Charlotte Lingling's blow was entwined with the Overlord's domineering. The two bombarded, and a terrifying strong wind swept across the entire island again. Countless boulders collapsed, the islands were trembling, the wind was howling, and the waves were sweeping, all of which proved the terrifying attack of the two. But how could it be so easy to resist Whitebeard's angry attack? The power of the shock broke through all obstacles, and hit Charlotte Lingling directly. With this blow, Charlotte Lingling was directly sent flying upside down, crossed a trajectory, crashed into a mountain in the distance, and knocked the mountain down. Mother. Everyone around was startled. Mom will be fine, continue to attack. Katakuri shouted coldly, and rushed out again with the trident. Their sons and daughters are very clear about Charlotte Lingling's defensive power. The members of the Big Mom Pirates looked at each other and rushed out again. Boom boom boom. The roar of battle in the field is endless. It hurts me to death. Whitebeard. Charlotte Lingling gave Bengfei the huge boulder that was pressing on her body, stepped on Thundercloud Zeus under her feet, and came to kill again with a big laugh. You didn't even use the weapon color? Your physique is getting more and more terrifying. But this blow, try to resist it. Whitebeard smiled coldly, and rushed out, with a white light condensing on the blade of Kong Yunki, and then slashed down at the attacking Charlotte Lingling. And, how dare you sneak attack me? Give me a trick. On the other side, Marco's figure turned into a human beast form, and his wings were blue flames like wings. With a light flap, he drew a beautiful trajectory and came behind Charlotte Lingling in the blink of an eye. He sneered, the green flames of his wings expanded, condensed into a ball, and blasted out like a cannonball. Qingyanyan. It's you, Marco? I'm fighting Whitebeard. Why are you here to join in the fun? Prometheus. Charlotte Lingling laughed loudly, and inserted her right hand into the body of the little sun Prometheus, as if from Prometheus endless flames were pulled out of C's body, and she held them in her hands. The flames surrounded her fists. She turned around sharply and collided with Marco's attack with one punch. Boom! The power of Charlotte Lingling's Prometheus is not inferior to the burning fruit, and the flames that erupt are also extremely hot. Coupled with Charlotte Lingling's domineering entanglement, this blow directly kills Marco's. The attack is directly detonated. Then the fist hit Marco like a broken bamboo. Oops, the immortal thistle. Marco didn't expect Charlotte Lingling to react so quickly. His pupils shrank violently, and quickly condensed the blue flame into a round shield to block him, but it was still in front of Charlotte Lingling. Shattered by this blow, and the fist hit Marco's chest hard. Visible to the naked eye, Marco's chest suddenly sank, and a large mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth. The whole body smashed into the ground like an arrow, and the ground suddenly cracked inch by inch, spread like a spider web. Ignoring Marco, Charlotte Lingling hurriedly turned to face Whitebeard's attack. Holding Napoleon with both hands, he waved the terrifying shockwave sword energy again, but was still sent flying again by Whitebeard's attack, knocking out a huge hole in the ground. This time, blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth, and she was injured. Whitebeard's shocking power is not so easy to handle, even for her who is known as the Steel Balloon. In the battle with Whitebeard, she has always been at a disadvantage. The current Whitebeard has not retreated from the peak, and his strength is still in its heyday. Hiss, it hurts to death. Marco grinned and flew out. His chest was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is how he used the Phoenix Fruit. As long as he has enough physical strength, he can heal his injuries. Are you alright, Marco? Whitebeard looked over and asked. Daddy, I'm fine. Marco grinned and said, the injury on his body has completely healed in this moment. It's fine, you go and help others, she just leaves it to me. Whitebeard laughed, his tone full of domineering. After the Golden Lion disappeared and Roger died, his strength was unique in this new world. No one can beat him. This is the confidence of his strongest man, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Okay Dad, I'm going to help others. Marco nodded, turning into a firebird and rushing into another battlefield. The battle between the two big pirates in the New World is related to the structure of the whole New World, so people will come here to check the news. At this time, near Sabia Island, people from various forces in the New World gathered. The war is on. What a terrifying impact. Even at such a distance, I can still feel this terrible sense of oppression. Is this the strength of those top big pirates? Quick, block the impact. The tsunami is coming. There are many ships around the island, but they dare not approach, staying in the distance to watch what happened on the island. A lot of people started talking about it. The strongest man in the world has made a move. The man who has the strongest superhuman type shock fruit. The ant on the other side also made a move. Blocked. Blame, monster. That's the captain of the first team, Marco the Phoenix, an animal type phantom beast ability. The one fighting him is the leader of the generals, Katakuri. Diamond Josie. General Star Smoothie. After the captains took action, they were recognized, which made them all swallow their saliva. In the air, a hot air balloon floated over. Looking at the battle that broke out below, Morgan suddenly screamed excitedly, ha ha ha, big news, I finally didn't miss it this time. Oh, is there anyone else watching the battle? That's right. How could such a big news be ignored? Let me see who it is. The pirate group of Ross the Fang with a bounty of 360 million Bailey. Dunbar, the captain of the Dunbar pirate group with a reward of more than 400 million. The 600 million one-armed swordsman. Didn't this guy say he wanted to challenge Hawkeye? How did he appear here? Hiss, the people who come here are all from the background. Hey, there's another boat? There seems to be someone on it. Did they escape? As an expert in this field, Morgans naturally knew a lot about the people on the sea, and he recognized many bounty criminals at a glance. However, when he saw a small boat sailing slowly on the sea, he also frowned, thinking it was a small boat fleeing from that place. It's so simple. He was a little curious as to who this person was and why he came here in such a small boat. It wasn't until this person turned his head and glanced at him slightly that he was shocked to find that this person was actually the Quincy Master. Morgans was startled, and immediately saw the coldness in Quincy's eyes, and his heart trembled. The terrifying look in his eyes seemed to make him fall into an ice cellar. Fortunately, Quincy only glanced at him, then turned his head away again. But even so, Morgan still had sweat on his forehead. The look in his eyes just now was too terrifying. Me? Quincy Master? Why did he appear here? After restraining his mind, Morgans was extremely shocked. A character like Quincy came here by himself. Why did such a murderer come here? Could it be that they are here to trouble the Big Mom pirates? No, it's impossible. How could there be such a courageous person? No, it's impossible for others, not necessarily a lunatic like Quincy. Morgans wasn't sure for a while, but just looked at the back of the Quincy wearing a black and white mask, and he knew that this time things might be more interesting. We'll see. On the sea, a small boat is moving slowly. It should be right in front, right? Yunya crossed his legs and looked at a black spot that appeared on the sea ahead. Suddenly Yunya narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, tsunami? From a distance, there was a white line coming slowly, and when he looked closely, he realized that it was a wave sweeping towards him. It was getting closer and closer, and the waves were more than 10 meters high at this time, and Yunya's boat could be smashed to pieces with just one slap. Standing up, Yunya spread her 5 fingers, and Leizu shot out from the palm of her hand. A sea wave that hit the front was directly smashed by Yunya, and the water splashed around. Looks like it's already started. Yunya looked forward, talking to himself, driving the boat forward. The destination is no other place, but Sabaya Island where the war between the two emperors broke out. After killing Snag, Yunya set off, and after a few days, he finally arrived at this sea area. Yunya is not a person who likes to sit and wait for death. Now that he has offended Charlotte Lingling, he will naturally take action. Knowing that the Big Mom pirates had taken action, the friction with Whitebeard was escalating, and when a big battle was about to break out, Yunya also rushed over to see if he could fish in troubled waters. Killing Charlotte Lingling is unrealistic with her current strength. The purpose of Yunya's trip is very simple, it is to estimate the strength of the 4 emperors. How far is he from the level of the 4 emperors? It's also good to think about the next thing. The other is that he wants to build his own reputation so that no one will dare to mess with him in the dark world. Neither can the 4 emperors. If you want to find trouble for yourself, you still need to weigh it. As he moved forward, Yunya also saw the situation of the island in front of him in his vision. Big fight? Big fight? From here, one can feel a terrible sense of oppression, which is the oppressive feeling brought by a grand war. It is also the oppressive feeling of the strong. Yunya also saw the ships of other forces not far ahead, but he didn't care. Suddenly, Yunya seemed to realize that someone was watching him, and turned his head to look over. In midair, a hot air balloon was slowly drifting in the direction of Sabaya Island. Sweeping over with knowledge, seeing the somewhat familiar figure, Yunya squinted his eyes and said in his heart, "It's this Birdman? Why is he here too?" But after thinking about Yunya for a while, he felt relieved. As the president of the newspaper, this guy would go wherever there was big news. Yunya ignored it, turned his head and continued on. Soon, Yunya's boat approached the place where the boats were moored ahead. This is also the area where people from other forces stay. When many people see such a small boat, they are inexplicable. What the hell, such a small boat has the nerve to come here? But after seeing the people on the boat, some people recognized Yunya's identity. The Quincy's mask is still recognizable. That's the master of Wangsu Palace, Quincy Master. Criminals with a bounty of more than 700 million. Why did he come here? Wasn't it rumored that he offended the Big Mom pirates before? How dare he appear here now? What is he doing here? I remember that Snug, the general of the Big Mom pirates, seemed to go to his territory a few days ago. Why did the Quincy appear here instead? These people all started to discuss. They were all very curious about why the Quincy appeared here. Get out of the way, don't block his way, this guy is a lunatic. He dared to kill the Tianlong people in the paradise. He killed a Dark World king when he appeared in the New World, and even fucked with the Big Mom pirates. Some of the ships blocking Yunya's front quickly moved away. They didn't want to offend this lunatic because of a trivial matter. Soon, all the ships in front of Yunya dispersed to both sides, allowing Yunya to pass. Seeing the boat that Yunya was riding in passed by, everyone behind him began to discuss. Does he want to intervene in the battle between the two pirates? Quincy, is he going to trouble the Big Mom pirates? Impossible. He's a Quincy master. Is there anything impossible? If this is the case, then, there will be a good show. The battle over there is still going on. Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling attack each other, smashing the ground to pieces. The battle between the captain and the generals is also very intense. Not many people noticed the arrival of the Yunya boat. The boat docked on the other side. Yunya jumped up and walked towards the battlefield. The people present were all well informed, and they were all on high alert at this moment. It was not so easy to succeed in a sneak attack, unless you start in secret and interfere with other people's battles. But it was impossible for Yunya to do this kind of low-handed method. As a king and overlord, Yunya can have conspiracy and calculations, but Yunya can't do things like interfere with other people's battles by using low-level methods. Therefore, Yunya had no intention of hiding himself from the very beginning. Yunya walked over so swaggeringly, it was naturally impossible to hide the knowledge and perception of the masters in the cutscene. Especially the people on the periphery of the battlefield were the first to spot Yunya's figure. Someone turned his head and looked over, frowning. This guy is the Quincy? He's the Quincy. Someone recognized it and reminded him loudly. Now, more people are watching. Charlotte Owen, who is capable of hot fruits, was fighting a pirate of the Whitebeard pirates at this time. After hearing someone mention the name of Quincy, he turned his head and saw a figure wearing a black and white mask walked over slowly. Quincy? Why is he here? Snug? Didn't the two meet? Charlotte Owen was a little puzzled. He punched the pirate who was fighting him flying, turned around and rushed towards Yunya. Quincy, why are you here? Charlotte Owen quickly attacked, blocking Yunya's only way. Why can't I be here? Yunya said lightly, without stopping. He recognized the guy in front of him. Charlotte Owen, who ate the hot fruit, doesn't know the bounty, but it should not be strong, not even a star. Charlotte Owen narrowed his eyes and asked in a cold voice, where is Snug? Didn't he go to your territory? Yunya's indifferent voice came from behind the mask. That guy? He's dead. What Yunya said was the truth, but Charlotte Owen smiled coldly when he heard the words, only by you, can you kill the general of our pirate group. In his opinion, Quincy should have left Moonlight Island overnight after learning that Snug was going to trouble him. But soon he felt something was wrong. If that was the case, why did Quincy dare to appear here? Are you really not afraid of death? Why can't you kill him? Do you think he's strong? Yunya said with a smile after he stopped 10 meters in front of Charlotte Owen. Nonsense, if you are not strong, can you become a general? This thought flashed through Charlotte Owen's heart, but he didn't say it out. Instead, he snorted coldly, you guy, are you here to apologize to us? But it's too late. Before you said that sentence, when you offend your mother, your fate is already doomed. Yunya was a little speechless. Is this guy mentally ill? You can even say that. Yunya sneered, and said, are you sick? Forget it, I won't talk nonsense with you. I came here for a purpose. What purpose? Charlotte Owen frowned. This guy is really arrogant? No wonder some people call him ruthless. However, no one can act fiercely in front of our big mom pirates. Charlotte Owen's face also sank. Of course I'm here to trouble you. Yunya laughed, and a violent thunder suddenly flashed behind him, and the thunder crackled, tearing his shoulders and clothes to pieces. Then, with a little step on Yunya's feet, he cast it in a blink of an eye, and his whole body rushed out like an arrow, leaving only a little dissipated lightning on the spot. The next moment, Yunya's figure was already in front of Charlotte Owen. Yunya was less than 2 meters tall, so he could only look up at Charlotte Owen, who was nearly 5 meters tall, but the aura that Yunya erupted at this time was several times that of Charlotte Owen. Yunya sneered. The front of the fist was covered with armed colors, surrounded by thunder and lightning, and then, a fist slammed into Charlotte Owen's chest. Yunya's sudden eruption was too fast. Even if Charlotte Owen was on guard, he was still wary of Yunya. Charlotte Owen could sense Yunya's attack, but his body couldn't dodge it. Yunya's speed was too fast. There was a wave of power, and there was only a boom, and then Charlotte Owen was blown away by Yunya's punch. Charlotte Owen couldn't resist at all at this time, and couldn't even condense his armed colors to protect him, so he was blown away by Yunya's punch. On the way of flying upside down in the air, Charlotte Owen spit out a big mouthful of blood and knocked many people behind him into the air. After flying upside down for hundreds of meters, he fell to the ground and drew a line on the ground. Only after the traces can it stop? This turn of events shocked everyone, and they looked over one after another. More people saw Yunya's figure, and they were surprised. That mask is the Quincy Master. Why did the Quincy appear here? Soon, this idea inevitably emerged in everyone's heart. At this time, together with those captains and generals, they also looked over. The aura erupted by Yunya was as obvious to everyone as the lights in the dark night. The Quincy is that the newly promoted king of the dark world. After Kiyoshi smashed a biscuit clone, he also heard someone else's voice and turned his head to look over. Cracker was inside a biscuit soldier. Seeing that Jaws didn't attack again, he stopped and looked. The Quincy? Why is this guy here? Smoothie, who fought against Vista, took a few steps back and turned to look in Yunya's direction. The same goes for Baista. In midair, Marco and Katakuri exchanged a move, and then they both retreated. Marco's arms turned into wings and floated in midair, looking towards Yunya's direction. He murmured, "An unexpected character has appeared." Katakuri also frowned and stared, just in time to see the figure of Charlotte Owen flying upside down. His face darkened immediately. Many people in the field stopped for a short time because of the appearance of Quincy. People with white beards and ants are all like this? Why are you looking at me? Hit you. Yunya didn't make any more moves after blowing Charlotte Owen into the air with one blow. There are too many people here. If you make a rash move, you will be besieged. It's just that, no matter how you listen to it, it's awkward. The man with the white beard had a strange expression, while the man with the ant was staring at Yunya with a fierce look in his eyes. But the generals are not here, and these young people dare not do anything. Quincy can knock Charlotte Owen away with one punch, and he can knock them out too. On the other side, Charlotte Lingling confronted Whitebeard again. The power of the shock swept across, blasting her lightning and flames away, and knocked her back again. Charlotte Lingling stepped on Thundercloud Zeus, turned her head to look in this direction, and said loudly, "What are you all doing? Why did you stop?" Someone said loudly, "Mom, that guy from Quincy has appeared." The Quincy? What is it? Charlotte Lingling frowned in thought. Obviously, she had already forgotten about the Quincy. She won't remember any king in a dark world. For others, he is a king, but for her, he is just someone who will give her gifts. It's the guy who defeated Umid and took his territory. Another person reminded. Now Charlotte Lingling remembered, glared at Yunya angrily, and said grimly, "Is that the Quincy who robbed my favorite snack?" Feeling the pressure from Charlotte Lingling, a member of the Big Mom Pirates nodded with difficulty. "Yes, Mom, it's him." Yunya also heard what Charlotte Lingling said. He looked at Charlotte Lingling without any fear and said, "Root? How can anyone trade without paying the price?" "Well, your former Umid didn't dare to refuse my request." Charlotte Lingling smiled ferociously, as terrifying as a demon god. "That's why he's dead. I'm in charge." Yunya also grinned, his tone very rampant. "Little brat wearing a mask, you are so crazy. I just don't know if you have the strength." Power drum. Charlotte Lingling sneered. The thunderclouds under her feet suddenly changed, and endless thunder and lightning squeaked, and then, a terrifying thunder bombarded towards Yunya. Looking at the thunder and lightning that struck, Yunya felt a little strange. He used to attack others with lightning, but now he was attacked by others with lightning. Thunder roar cannon. Facing the oncoming thunder, Yunya spread his 5 fingers, and a terrifying thunderbolt also blasted out. The 2 thunderbolts collided in midair, and a terrifying shock wave erupted. Block, block. Seeing that Charlotte Lingling's attack was received, many people were surprised. "Well, do you have some skills?" Charlotte Lingling laughed wildly, and was about to strike again. But Katakuri stood up. "Mom, leave him to me." "It's Katakuri, then I'll leave it to you. I'll go find Whitebeard's trouble." Charlotte Lingling didn't object. She turned around and rushed towards Whitebeard again. As her most trusted and powerful son, Katakuri cannot lose to a mere king of the dark world. the leader of the generals, Katakuri, I heard that your knowledge and color can have a short future with him. Yunya looked at the tall man who was walking towards him, and his eyes were a little serious. Katakuri ignored Yunya's words, but looked at Yunya indifferently, and said calmly, why did you come here? Where's Snug? Yunya said, dead. Katakuri narrowed his eyes, this is impossible. Nothing is impossible. Dare to rush to my territory alone, what a brainless guy. Can such a person become a general? Yunya also stepped forward, and of course looked at Katakuri. Hearing that Yunya's tone was not meant to be a joke, Katakuri's face was so gloomy that water dripped out. If this is the case, then you have undoubtedly done something stupid. I will make you pay the price. The price? I haven't settled the score with your ant pirates yet, and you actually want me to pay the price. Yunya sneered, his tone extremely arrogant. Who do you think you are? The big pirate Big Mom pirate group? Others are afraid of you, but I am not. I am the Quincy master. Yunya sneered, why do you Katakuri think you can solve me? Look down on who? A terrifying murderous intent emanated from Yunya's body, and a domineering aura gushed out from his body, sweeping in all directions. Being impacted by this domineering look, many people nearby were immediately affected, but here are all elites, and not many people fell into a coma. The Overlord's color was released in disorder, and Yunya couldn't control it precisely, but Yunya didn't care. Anyway, he didn't have his companions in the field, he was alone. This is Overlord color. Is this guy actually the owner of Overlord color? And release in a place like this, damn it. At this moment, many people were taken aback. But it's more about anger, unexpectedly bursting into a domineering look at this time? Simply hateful? Seeing this, Katakuri just narrowed his eyes, and the same Overlord look swept out of his body, colliding with Yunya's Overlord look. Boom boom! In the arena, the two domineering arrogances clashed with each other. Although it was not as terrifying as what Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling erupted before, it was still very exaggerated. Black and red lightning appeared out of nowhere in the air, and shot towards the surroundings in a disorderly manner. It seems that your Overlord color is not as strong as mine. Yunya and Katakuri looked at each other, and a more powerful Overlord color burst out, suppressing Katakuri's Overlord color. How is it possible? Brother Katakuri's domineering look has been suppressed. This kind of overbearing look is almost the same as your mother's, isn't it? People around were surprised again. Even Charlotte Lingling and Whitebeard looked over at this time. Goo la la la, with such a domineering intensity, another amazing guy appeared in the sea. Whitebeard laughed loudly, looking towards Yunya with a look of surprise in his eyes. Well, so what? His opponent is my most proud son. Although Charlotte Lingling was surprised, she believed in Katakuri's strength even more. Then, the two fought together, making a terrible noise. Katakuri's face was extremely gloomy, and he didn't expect Yunya's domineering look to be so terrifying. He took a deep breath, and rushed towards Yunya with his trident in hand. Facing Katakuri, Yunya didn't dare to be careless, and immediately activated the instant Coax-Lei-Yen mode. The two forces with different attributes on the shoulders on the back confront each other and annihilate each other, erupting a terrifying power. Superhuman elemental fruit, thunder, fire. It's really a terrifying ability. Katakuri couldn't help but shrink his pupils when he saw the thunder flame erupting from behind Yunya. This configuration made him think of his mother involuntarily. Let me see it, your knowledgeable color that can see through the future. Yunya twisted her neck, making a click sound of bones rubbing against each other. Then, Yunya stepped on his feet, and he rushed out. Boom! The fists of the two collided together, and a wave of air rolled up on the ground. Yunya's armed color is not as strong as Katakuri's, but Yunya's punch that condenses plasma and power ripples can make up for the lack of armed color. With this blow, the two were deadlocked. The strong wind that broke out affected the people around. Boom boom boom. The speed of the two was extremely fast, bursting into extreme speed. Fists collided with each other, and there were dense sounds one after another. Thunder roar cannon. Yunya quickly avoided the blow and came to Katakuri's back. With 5 fingers spread out, it was not far from Katakuri's back, and the thunder pillar was about to penetrate. However, this close range and rapid attack was still avoided by Katakuri. Katakuri's body turned into a fluid, and a hole appeared just at the position of Yunya's palm, and Leizu just passed through his hole. Yunya blocked Katakuri's counterattack, and stepped back to look. Is this the high-level use of knowledge and knowledge? Seeing through the future. I can see the future, so it's impossible for your attack to hit me. Katakuri put the trident on the ground and looked at Yunya with cold eyes. Really? Yunya laughed. Even if you can see the future for a few seconds, as long as your absolute strength is enough, you can't react. A little under his feet, Yunya rushed out again, and the thunder erupted behind him, and the speed accelerated again. Katakuri's mouth was blocked by the scarf, but his eyes were extremely cold, so he also rushed out. Boom! The powerful attacks of the two collided again, and a burst of terror broke out. Blow away everyone around. A tie. Can't even Katakuri suppress him. The king of the dark world is so strong. It's quenching Shikyong. The people around were also very surprised to see that Quincy could compete with Katakuri. One bone. Corn rice cake. The fists of the two boom collided again. This time, Yunya was slightly inferior, and was repelled by the force from above for a few steps, and the ground collapsed with each kick. Grilled rice cake. Katakuri's eyes flashed red. He caught Yunya's movement. his right fist rose into flames, and he swung it out with a bang sound. The fist and shoulder split, and rushed out like a rocket launcher. Yunya suddenly raised his head, spread his 5 fingers, and struck out the thunder pillar through the air, facing Katakuri's fist in the air. Boom! The explosion set off strong winds and raised smoke and dust. In the smoke and dust, Yunyi's figure suddenly appeared, appearing on the left side of Katakuri as if teleporting, and the fist containing lightning suddenly blasted out. However, Katakuri's eyes flashed red, and he had already noticed Yunyi's movements 1 step ahead. It's useless. Your movements can't escape my eyes. Katakuri snorted coldly, avoiding Yunyi's fist on one side of his body, and then spun the trident in his hand and stabbed towards Yunyi. Nyochuan thrust. The angle of this attack is very tricky, and the speed is extremely fast. If it is an ordinary person, it is impossible to have time to react. However, Yunya's speed is his strong point. He is comparable to Huang Yuan in a short distance. Almost instantly, he reacted, and with a little step on his feet, he shunpo used to avoid it. Foretelling the future, it is indeed unique. Yunyi retreated, looking at Katakuri with a serious look on his face. The 2 consecutive attacks were avoided by Katakuri, which made Yunyi feel a little tricky. Then, let's go faster. Yunyi looked at the system panel and set his target on shunpo. Add a bit. 84, 89, 90. Then, the speed is so fast that your body can't react. Yunya rushed out again, this time at a much faster speed than before, came behind Katakuri. 1 bone. The punch that contained Yunya's powerful and various moves was blasted out like a cannonball, but Katakuri still predicted and avoided it. It's not over yet. Yunya changed his body shape one after another, attacking Katakuri with various physical skills. Fists, elbows, knees, legs, all kinds of attacks are as swift as a storm. Each attack is blessed with various skills of Yunya, and finally, relying on the paralysis of thunder, he finally seized an opportunity and hit the target with 1 punch Katakuri's chest, blowing Katakuri out. Yunya took advantage of the victory and pursued. A thunder spear appeared in his hand, and he threw it out with a flick of his hand. Crack! There seemed to be a sound of thunder piercing through the air, and then, the spear of thunder pierced Katakuri's body straight. The thunder spear remained unabated, still firing towards the distance. No harm? Yunya saw and sensed, but found that, except for the injury caused by his own punch, the thunder spear did not cause any damage to Katakuri. Should it be avoided? Special Superman? Yunya thought to himself, and wanted to rush out again, but a slash struck from afar. It was the slash that Simsuji swung. Seeing that Katakuri was at a disadvantage, Smoothie forcibly withstood an attack from Vista and retreated, and swung a terrifying slash towards Yunyi. Yunya frowned, turned around, spread 5 fingers, pulled out 5 thin thunder threads, and grabbed them forward. Crack! With this grasp, Smoothie's attack was grasped in the palm of the hand, and with a pinch, the slash shattered. General Star Smoothie. Yunya coldly snorted and opened his 5 fingers, and Leizu charged towards him. But he was blocked by Smoothie raising his sword. Smoothie, don't meddle in my battle. In the distance, Katakuri rushed again, wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth, and spoke to Smoothie, and then looked at Yunya coldly. Continue well, after I'm not down, no one will interfere with our battle. Yunya laughed. For Katakuri, Yunya still appreciates it very much. This guy, if Charlotte Lingling wasn't standing in his way, he would have the talent to ascend to the throne. Then come, your fruit should be awakened, let me see your strongest strength. Yunya looked down on Katakuri with an extremely arrogant tone. Yunya is sure that the current Katakuri must have realized the awakening. Even if the strength is compared to the period in the original book, it will not be much weaker. Quincy, you are indeed strong, but I will only be stronger than you. Katakuri touched the ground under his feet, and suddenly, the ground seemed to be injected with life, undulating like ocean waves. Mobile glutinous rice balls. Following Katakuri's command, the rice cakes surged under his feet like waves, and rushed towards Yunyi. Glutinous rice is sticky. If it gets stuck, Yunyi will find it troublesome. Yunyi leaped into the sky instantly, but found that a ball of spinning rice cakes appeared above his head at some point, and stretched out a pitch-black fist from the middle of the rice cakes, hitting him. A red light flashed in Yunya's eyes, and 2 colors of light jumped behind him, stepping on the air in a blink of an eye, avoiding the blow. But in the surrounding area, more than a dozen rice cake balls reappeared, and countless fists attacked Yunyi like a rainstorm. The attacks were too dense. No matter how fast Yunya was and his knowledge was not weak, but it still didn't reach the level of the future. In the end, he couldn't dodge without noticing for a while, and was hit by a huge fist. But at the last moment, Yunya put his hands in front of his body, covering his arms with color. There was only a muffled bang, and Yunya was shot down from a high altitude. It fell into the ground like a meteorite, smashing a huge hole in the ground. It's not over. Weird rice cake. Above the pothole knocked out by Yunyi, a group of rice cakes more than 10 meters in size appeared, and a thicker fist protruded out, and under Katakuri's control, it slammed down. Boom! The earth exploded instantly, and a huge crack appeared. Around the crack, smaller cracks spread towards the surroundings. Looking down from a high altitude, it seemed that the earth had opened an eye. It's dangerous. Yunya's figure appeared from another place. When Katakuri's fist was about to hit him, Yunya used his speed to avoid the blow and was not hit. Still thinking about looking left and right? Cut rice cakes. Katakuri struck again, His right arm swelled into the shape of a mace, and the jet-black armed domineering covered it. Good time. Yunya grinned, the thunder and flames behind him exploded and collided, giving Yunya terrifying power. Thunderbolt double bones. Yunya gathered his fists under his stomach, and rushed out at a high speed in an instant burst. The jet-black fist spread with plasma, and the flames jumped. Yunya's blow also exploded completely. Boom! The attack of the two was like sparks hitting the earth. After a roar, the ground at the center of the collision between the two collapsed directly. During the stalemate, the two looked at each other, and the two terrifying domineering auras collided again. They all want to suppress the opponent? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? My domineering look is better than yours. Yunyi's domineering look spurted out again, suppressing Katakuri, but Katakuri didn't care, gathered a dozen or so rice cake balls behind Yunyi, and pointed his black fist at Yunyi's back. Yunya saw the danger and wanted to get out of it. Don't try to escape. But Katakuri's left hand turned into fluid and grabbed it, trying to entangle Yunyi. Annoying. Yunya snorted coldly, a large amount of white flame surged from his body, and the scorching breath came out instantly, trying to force Katakuri away. However, Katakuri's armed color is also strong, directly carrying the scorching heat without moving at all. Whoosh whoosh. Countless fists came from behind. Yunyi was entangled and couldn't dodge, was hammered, fell from the sky again, and smashed a big hole. Weird rice cake. A sense of danger came from the top of the head again, and the pitch-black fist several meters in size hammered down again. With a boom, the ground suddenly sank, and then countless cracks spread towards the surroundings. Although he had an armed defense, Yunya also let out a muffled grunt under this blow, with blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. Katakuri wanted to continue chasing, but Yunyi had already reacted and disappeared in a flash. The feet moved repeatedly, and there was a sound of breaking through the air. At this moment, Yunyi's physical speed seemed to break through the sound barrier, causing a sonic boom. Rushing out like a ghost, Yunya came to Katakuri in an instant. His eyes were extremely cold. Katakuri's strength is really strong. Although he is not as dangerous as when he was fighting against the yellow monkey, it still puts enough pressure on Yunyi. Especially the high-level insight into the future makes Yunya very painful. It seems that every attack and evasion of oneself will be predicted in advance, and the attack will appear one step ahead of time on the path that he must pass. If he is not fast enough, it may be difficult to handle. In the blink of an eye, Yunyi rushed in front of Katakuri, spread his 5 fingers, and lightning surged and spread, trying to disrupt Katakuri's judgment. The thunder curtain spread, blocking Katakuri's sight, but he predicted the future in advance, determined the landing point, and while avoiding it, the trident stabbed towards an empty space. The moment he thrust out, Yunya's figure coincidentally appeared there. However, Yunyi's figure suddenly stopped unscientifically in midair, changed direction, and rushed out again. I should say this sentence, can't I learn a lesson? Katakuri's trident stabbed out frequently, each time before Yunyi's figure appeared. Yunya frowned slightly. This ability is too perverted. A little under his feet, power ripples emerged, breaking the ground apart, and countless gravels shot towards Katakuri like bullets. However, Katakuri's body turned into fluid, twisting and dodging like a snake. Then his figure suddenly recovered, and he grabbed the trident and stabbed fiercely. 5 thunder lines. Yunya pressed down at an extremely fast speed, and pulled out the thin line of lightning with 5 fingers, and grabbed it from bottom to top. A red light flashed in his eyes, and Katakuri did not dodge or dodge, and strips of rice cakes on the ground protruded like bamboo shoots, blocking Yunya's lightning threads. And in turn, he lashed towards Yunya. Yunya condensed the flames in his fist, and then punched him. Boom! The explosion rolled up smoke and dust. Yunyi blocked the attack, and appeared behind Katakuri in a flash, and landed with a battle axe-like kick. Katakuri sensed it, but his body really couldn't move. Yunya's movements were too fast. It can only barely be carried with armed color. With a boom, Katakuri also fell to the ground under Yunya's blow, and a big pit appeared on the ground again. Thunder flame explosion. Yunya's eyes were indifferent. Light flashed in his hand. The lightning and flame were forcibly compressed and fused together by Yunya, and the thunder flame pillar suddenly shot out. The tens of meters thick thunder flame pillar covered a huge area and was extremely fast. Katakuri couldn't dodge it in an instant. But he doesn't intend to avoid it either. The ground began to undulate, and a fist with the size of tens of meters appeared, as black as ink. Smash him, Walaimachi. Katakuri yelled, stepped on his feet, and that huge fist also blasted towards the sky. Boom. This collision attracted everyone's attention. It's too scary. A gust of strong wind scattered and lost, setting off countless boulders. Countless people around were blown upside down, unable to step within 100 meters at all. How similar to the battle between Whitebeard and Big Mom. The movements here naturally attracted the attention of countless people on the battlefield. Are these two monsters? Let's not talk about Katakuri. When did a king of the dark world possess such terrifying strength? With such strength, why go to the dark world and form a pirate group? Countless people stayed away from here, looking at the field. They all took a deep breath. All the masters in the arena also looked over, their eyes extremely dignified. This kind of power, even they dare not say that they can receive it unscathed. To be able to fight Katakuri to such an extent, that Quincy guy, is really terrifying. Marco, who was fighting Perospero, also had a very dignified face. Can you fight Katakuri brother like this with the awakened power? Smoothie, who was fighting with Vista again, also looked sideways frequently. After seeing Yunyi with such strength, he was extremely surprised. It's rare for her to see brother Katakuri being forced to such a degree. Cracker manipulated the biscuit soldiers to knock Jaws away, and he also looked in that direction with an extremely solemn expression. Quincy, can't even brother Katakuri be suppressed? Such a person is too dangerous? But before the commotion on this side ended, a more terrifying wave came from the other side. With a sharp growl, Whitebeard, you are going to die. Waeguo, empty shock. Two movements broke out one after another, causing everyone's expressions to change. Boom boom boom. The entire island seemed to tremble slightly under the two erupting waves. Countless dense cracks swept all around, and the entire island seemed to be falling apart, unable to bear the aftermath of this battle. Outside, countless people watched this scene, all stunned. Have you seen that Quincy guy is so scary? That's General Katakuri. This kind of fluctuation, are they really human? They are monsters. Who is this Quincy who has become the new king of the dark world? Why is it so terrifying? Whitebeard vs Big Mom, Katakuri vs Quincy, this is the pinnacle battle. When these people discussed it, their expressions were extremely shocking. Morgans, who tried his best to keep the hot air balloon from drifting away, blushed with excitement at this moment. Big news, this is really big news. In the War of the Great Pirates, a king of the dark world inserted into it, not only did not disappear, but it also brought them such a big surprise. Fight against the second in command of the Big Mom pirates without losing the wind. When this news is reported, the world will definitely be a sensation. Field. Yunya exploded with all his strength, and Lei Yanzu became even stronger, and bit by bit to suppress Katakuri's fist. Not good. Katakuri also pushed the fruit ability to the extreme at this time. The power called Awakening burst out, the rice cake flowed in, and the already huge fist grew again. Stalemate. The attacks of the two stalemate. Broken. Yunya sneered coldly. Shunho erupted with even more terrifying power again. Yunya no longer suppressed Shunho, and exploded completely. If there are side effects, there will be side effects. Big deal quick fix. At this moment, all the strengths that can fight against the general explode. Before, Yunyi didn't completely unleash all the power of instant coaxing, and was a little restrained. Because if it explodes with all its strength, the sequelae of instant coaxing will still be great, and it will not last long. It is unwise to go all out in a field full of enemies. But seeing that Katakuri could not be suppressed without breaking out with all his strength, Yunyi was also a little annoyed. This moment, without reservation, when Yunya's voice fell, a violent force seemed to tear Yunya's body apart, and the pain followed. Yunya's eyes were cold and stern, and Lei Yanzu, who was in a stalemate, suddenly increased by several points, completely suppressing Katakuri's fist. With a bang, Katakuri's rice cake fist was completely suppressed by Yunyi's attack at this moment. Oops. Oops. Katakuri looked horrified, his attack was actually suppressed. Looking at the Lei Yanzu that was getting closer, Katakuri's knowledgeable color jumped wildly. Danger danger! Before he had time to think about it, dozens of rotating rice cake balls appeared from all around him, stretched out their thick arms, and blasted towards the Lei Yanzu in the sky. Boom boom boom. The dense explosions spread far away. But no use. It's all useless. All attacks could only block the thunder flame pillar, and it was completely defeated in an instant. Katakuri gritted his teeth and held on, but the thunder flame pillar was getting closer and closer. Katakuri's face became paler and sweat dripped from his forehead. Just when Yunyi's attack was about to destroy Katakuri's resistance, a figure flew backwards at an extremely fast speed from a distance. Coincidentally, he ran into Yunyi's attack. This collision completely detonated Yunyi's attack. Boom. In the field, a terrifying explosion wave erupted. The shock wave swept towards the surroundings like a tidal wave, and the dark clouds in the sky were blown away at this moment, revealing the clear sky. Buzz buzz buzz, caca. Large areas of the ground collapsed and shattered, and the entire island trembled violently. In the arena, there was also a shrieking roar. I hurt my mother to death. Who is sneaking up on my mother from behind? Then, the shockwave of the explosion was torn apart, and a phantom like a demon god jumped out of the underground pit. He looked around grimly. Finally, he turned his gaze to Yunya who was floating in midair. Quincy or brat, you dare to intervene in the battle between me and Whitebeard. Charlotte Lingling looked extremely ferocious, her hair fluttered up, her huge body was like a demon god, and she was extremely terrifying. Yunya didn't expect such a coincidence. He was in a stalemate with Katakuri, but was interrupted by Charlotte Lingling. Or in this peculiar way. However, facing Charlotte Lingling's questioning, Yunya was not afraid at all. Obviously you inserted into my battle with Katakuri. Well, you brat is really arrogant. Charlotte Lingling grinned grimly, and then looked down at Katakuri who was gasping for breath. Katakuri, you haven't taken this brat down yet. Katakuri took a breath, and said with firm eyes, Mom, give me a little more time, and I will take down the Quincy. Yunyi's eyes froze. Who is he looking down on? One of the purposes of Yunyi coming here is to test the strength of the four emperors, so at this moment, Yunyi directly shot at Charlotte Lingling. Great pirate, Charlotte Lingling, let me show you the strength of your four emperors. Yunya looked at Charlotte Lingling, and there was a surge of enthusiasm in his heart. He rarely had such emotional fluctuations when. This is a situation that he would never experience in his previous life. This kind of individual strength can ignore firearms and the powerful strength of artillery fire. This experience made Yunyi's blood boil. Buzz buzz. As if mobilized by Yunyi's emotions, the power of Lei Yan's explosion behind him became even greater. Emotions are a very powerful force. At this moment, without Yunyi's knowledge, the proficiency of Swift Coax suddenly increased by 5 points. An even more terrifying aura erupted from Yunyi's body, and the domineering color was even more violent, suppressing the two monsters below. Both Charlotte Lingling and Katakuri raised their heads at the same time. Katakuri felt the aura of Yunyi at this time, and his pupils contracted violently. But Charlotte Lingling sneered, "You little brat, do you know who you are provoking? Well, provocative? Let's fight." Charlotte Lingling. Yunyi's eyes were sharp, the corners of his mouth were grinning, his 5 fingers were spread out, and thunder and flame fused together. Thunder flame explosion. The thick thunder flame pillar with a diameter of tens of meters was like a shock wave, blasting towards the two people below. "Well, masked brat, you dare to attack me, but can you bear my anger?" Waiguo. Charlotte Lingling looked at the suppressed attack with a ferocious smile on her face. She swung Napoleon in her hand, and she swung out a terrifying shock wave of sword energy, colliding with Yunyi's Lei Yanzu. Boom. The two attacks collided like meteorites, and when they collided together, a terrifying wave erupted. After a brief stalemate, Yunya saw that Lei Yanzu, who had erupted, was pushed back little by little. This style of painting, why is it a bit like Dragon Ball? Yunya complained inwardly, but he reacted very quickly. Feeling the horror of Charlotte Lingling's blow, Yunya didn't dare to take it too seriously. The proud son of heaven, the city wall made of iron, the dragon's walk, the lion's roar, the tiger's howl, the wolf's run, cut off the sky and the earth before it collapses, the 81 that binds the Tao, breaks the sky. Yunya waved his hands down, and at this moment he was also displaying the broken space he had obtained before. Because of his lack of proficiency, Yunya could only increase the power of his skills through chanting. Lei Yanzu was broken, Charlotte Lingling's attack was only weakened, but it was still very terrifying. Boom! Charlotte Lingling's Waiguo directly hit Duan Kong, and the point of impact shone like the sun. The shock wave of sword energy hit the past, but it seemed to hit an invisible thing, and was blocked in front of Yunyi. The terrifying sword energy rushed from both sides of Yunya, but it did not cause any damage to Yunya. "Oh, block it." Charlotte Lingling showed a surprised expression, but the next moment, she showed an extremely interested look. Liun Zuz came to her feet and lifted her up into the sky. "Well, what kind of ability is this? Mask Kid, you have aroused my curiosity." Natural element, air. Lei Yan erupted from behind Yunya, stepped forward, and rushed forward with his head. Infinite power erupted in his body. "Stop talking nonsense, let's fight." One of the two rushed up, and the other faced down, and a terrifying momentum erupted from their bodies. "How about joining me? Masked brat. What nonsense are you talking about?" The two finally got close. "Well, if you dare to refuse me, then go to hell." Charlotte Lingling's face became more ferocious, her fists condensed thick-armed domineering, and the overlord-colored purple-black thunder and lightning beat, punching towards the cloud. "Go at night. There's so much nonsense." Yunya's pitch-black fist condensed thick plasma, surrounded by flames, grinned, and punched out with the same ferocity. Boom! The fists of the two people of different sizes collided in the air. As soon as the collision happened, Yunyi's face changed, and an incomparably terrifying force was transmitted directly from Charlotte Lingling, and accompanied by an inexplicable force that hit Yunyi's mind, making his consciousness a little blurred. Okay. In Yunyi, he was also determined, but he was slightly affected. Then Yunya's figure was directly blasted into the sky, and a mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth. Under one blow, Yunya was directly injured, and Charlotte Lingling was also thrown backwards by Yunyi's blow. Even Liun Zuz couldn't support her. Falling from a high altitude, a crater appeared on the ground again, but an attack of this intensity could not cause damage to Charlotte Lingling. At this time, Charlotte Lingling looked at the high-altitude cloud knight with strange eyes, and rushed out again, with a wicked smile full of interest, and roared loudly, "Well, your soul, it leads there. It's so strong. The attack is much stronger than Kizuro and Katakuri? And, is that kind of power that frightens the mind, is it the entanglement of the Overlord's color?" Yunya was also very dignified, and he was injured in just one fight. Although he was deliberately head-on, the intensity of this attack surprised Yunya very much. And, based on the perception of previous experience, Charlotte Lingling is inferior to Whitebeard in terms of attack strength. A strong man at the level of the four emperors is really strong? This made Yunya think of Huang Yuan. Faced with Huang Yuan's attack, Yunya had no choice but to run away. Although he was able to resist a few times, he still fell into an absolute disadvantage. This also let Yunya know that he was still a little away from the peak level. However, after hearing Charlotte Lingling's words, Yunya's expression changed slightly, and then he quickly calmed down again, thinking to himself, could it be that she is talking about the avatar, the soul fruit? Yunya floated in the air instantly, narrowed his eyes and said, "What are you talking about?" Charlotte Lingling rushed over with an inquiring look in her eyes. "This is the first time I have seen a soul structure like yours. Your soul is separated?" "No, your soul is still a whole, just like there is a passage leading to another place, which is really curious." "Well, let me take it out and have a look." Hearing this, Yunya affirmed her previous thoughts. The soul fruit can see the strangeness of her own soul. After knowing the situation, Yunya calmed down and said with a sneer, I'm afraid you are not in a daze, you can hit if you want to, why are there so many nonsense? Saying that, Yunya didn't give Charlotte Lingling time to speak, she spread her 5 fingers, and Lei Yanbo rushed out again. Charlotte Lingling's left hand was covered with the armed color, the overlord color was wrapped around it, and she punched it, knocking Yunya's attack away and exploding on the ground in the distance. I will catch you and study it carefully. Charlotte Lingling smiled ferociously, and thundercloud Zeus under his feet erupted a terrifying thunderbolt towards Yunyi. Boom! Yunya also used Lei Yanbang to fight, and the 2 attacks collided, causing a violent explosion. Facing Charlotte Lingling who was charging again, Yunya took a deep breath, and the 2 colors of light behind him clashed, bursting out with terrifying power, and Yunya also rushed out. Fist condensed strong plasma, Yunya rushed out swiftly, both fists and Charlotte Lingling's Napoleon attacked each other. With a bang, Yunya was sent flying again, and his legs rubbed against the ground to create a long trace. Danger! Yunya jumped at the knowledge, and dodged to the side suddenly, avoiding Charlotte Lingling's flame attack. Well, you can't escape. Charlotte Lingling roared and attacked again. It's not a solution to go on like this. Yunya remained calm, but he also knew that going on like this was not a solution. Charlotte Lingling's strength is much stronger than he imagined. His physique and 3-color arrogance were at a disadvantage in all aspects, and Yunyi also had the advantage in speed. But if only speed, Yunya can only fight like Huang Yuan, only escape. But even if you want to run, you have to impress Charlotte Lingling a little bit. Holding the thunder gun in Yunyi's hand, he aimed at the attacking Charlotte Lingling and threw it out. Charlotte Lingling didn't dodge and let the thunder gun hit her. The thunder gun hit Charlotte Lingling's obese body, but it shattered instantly, unable to cause any harm to her at all. Boom boom boom. Yunyi and Charlotte Lingling are fighting together. Although Yunyi is inferior in all aspects, there is no problem in short-term confrontation. Speed and explosive power are the main reasons why Yunyi can compete against Charlotte Lingling. Not to mention the speed, Shunbu 90 gave Yunya unparalleled speed. Coupled with the superimposition and explosion of various skills, Yunya and Charlotte Lingling fought without losing the wind. Seeing this scene, countless people lost their voices. The Quincy master is too perverted to be able to fight to this extent with the great pirate Charlotte Lingling. Whitebeard also narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew how powerful Charlotte Lingling was, and even he was not easy to deal with. This is one of the 2 fiercest people in the sea. I didn't expect that a king of the dark world could fight Charlotte Lingling to such an extent. Goo la la la, what an amazing guy. Whitebeard laughed, and he was naturally happy to be at ease when someone restrained the crazy woman Charlotte Lingling. The members of the Big Mom Pirates were even more shocked at this time. Quincy could fight against his mother to such an extent. Katakuri, the leader of the generals, was also gritting his teeth at this time, and his heart was extremely complicated. Didn't the Quincy use all his strength when he was fighting with me? He is an extremely arrogant person. After knowing that he has been underestimated, it is even more unacceptable than defeating him. The Quincy master. Looking at the figure fighting with his own monster mother, Katakuri took a deep breath, and his eyes became extremely sharp. He still needs to get stronger. Stronger? The other side. They're fighting well, so don't bother them, put Starclad on it. Also, I found your body. Diamond Jaws smashed the biscuit soldiers in front of him to pieces like a rampage. Without looking back, he rushed in another direction, where the main body of the Cracker was located. Cracker, who was about to go to help his mother, suddenly changed his expression, and was bumped into his arms by Jaws, who was rushing towards him at a high speed. Cracker felt a terrible force coming, and the biscuit soldier was shattered, and then his whole figure was knocked out, coughing up blood non-stop. Damn it. Cracker's face was extremely gloomy. He was very afraid of pain. This damn guy dared to make him so painful? Moreover, he looked in the direction of his mother. If his mother was restrained, what would Whitebeard do? Except for Charlotte Lingling, no one could withstand several attacks from Whitebeard. That's why he thought of going to help solve the Quincy? It seems that you have caused a problem. Vista knocked Smoothie back with a sword, looked at the battlefield between Charlotte Lingling and Yunya, looked at Smoothie and said with a smile. Smoothie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and calmly said, Mom can't lose. In this regard, she is extremely confident, even if it is Whitebeard. She dare not say that she can beat her mother? You're a good masked brat, but how long can you last in this state? Charlotte Lingling blocked Yunya's punch with her palm, but backed away slightly, sneered, gathered her armed look, and slashed towards Yunya cut off at night. She could naturally see that something was wrong with Yunyi's state at this time, and guessed in her heart that it might be the fruit awakening. But she doesn't care, so what if she's awakened? She still can't be her match for Charlotte Lingling? Yunya's face darkened. This crazy woman was too strong, even if she was hit by her unsuspectingly. She only cried out a few times in pain, and then there was nothing else. Facing the incoming attack, Yunya staggered to avoid it, and at the same time, 5 fingers condensed the terrifying thunder on Charlotte Lingling's body, knocking her into the air again, but it still couldn't cause too much damage. Yunya quickly caught up, gathered his fists under his stomach, and blasted out, Thunderbolt double bones. The fist with powerful penetrating power hit Charlotte Lingling's abdomen, and a force ripple appeared immediately, directly pouring the force into Charlotte Lingling's body, causing damage in her body. However, Yunyi knew that his attack could only make Charlotte Lingling cry out in pain and be sent flying, but it couldn't cause much damage to her. The ghost knows what kind of structure this guy's internal organs are, it's so hard, it's unscientific to the extreme. The more Yunyi fought, the more depressed he became. No wonder he was able to beat giants at the age of 5, it was extremely abnormal. It is said that his Quincy is a pervert, but this one in front of him is fine. My own attack can cause the most damage, and Charlotte Lingling's attack, as long as it really hits me, is enough to make me eat a pot. However, Yunya was not without gains, he faintly touched the threshold of the entanglement of domineering color. In the final analysis, Yunya's domineering look also came from the outbreak of spiritual pressure, and the control of spiritual pressure is inherent in the god of death. Although the world has changed, Yunya can still control it. After the appearance of Overlord color, Yunya was also very skilled in controlling, and had an innate talent. After carefully observing Charlotte Lingling's entanglement, Yunya gradually began to explore. It hurts me to death, masked brat. The devil-like body stepped on the thunder cloud again. She looked at Yunya with a sneer. The flame spread to Napoleon's blade, and then slashed with flames. Who are you lying to? Yunya spread his 5 fingers. Pale and violent flames rose up, forming a flame vortex and colliding with the slash. The 2 flames exploded and shattered at the same time. Yunya jumped out of the shattered flames, rushed towards Charlotte Lingling, pulled out the plasma with her fist, and hit Charlotte Lingling directly with 1 punch. Charlotte Lingling withstood the blow and did not retreat, but wanted to attack Yunya instead. Yunya wanted to run, but was overwhelmed by a domineering aura that pierced his soul, so he paused for a moment. Little devil, can you still run away? Charlotte Lingling laughed ferociously, and bombarded out with a tyrannical punch. Yunya knocked his teeth against the tip of his tongue, and the pain made Yunya recover from the shock, but it was impossible to avoid this delay. He was hit hard in the chest by Charlotte Lingling. With a boom, Yunya flew backwards. On the way of flying backwards, Yunya spit out a big mouthful of blood. If he hadn't been determined, he would have almost lost consciousness. After collapsing a mountain peak, Yunya barely stopped, clutching his chest, and spit out a big mouthful of blood again. Yunya's expression froze, several ribs were broken. Hastily cast back, a glowing white light appeared on the surface of the body, temporarily suppressing the injury. Well, kid, can't you do it? Charlotte Lingling attacked again, looking at Yunya with a sneer. Yunya spat out blood and said, try it and you'll know. Yunya looked cold, rushed out, and the ground collapsed directly. The speed suddenly soared to the limit, and there was a sonic boom in the air. Arrogant brat, die for me? Shock the thunder. Charlotte Lingling laughed wildly, and Zeus suddenly went berserk under the thunder cloud under her feet, and a terrifying thunderbolt several tens of meters thick pierced through it. The biggest round, thunder flame explosion. Yunya was also ruthless, raising the power of this move to the extreme. Boom! The 2 attacks collided out of thin air, and then exploded at the same time. The explosion created a wave of terror, and the sky was full of smoke and dust. This is my last attack, Charlotte Lingling. Yunya rushed out of the smoke and quickly came to Charlotte Lingling. Her eyes reflected Charlotte Lingling's figure. The Overlord-like entanglement? You little brat. Charlotte Lingling sensed the Overlord-like domineering aura condensed on Yunya's fist, and couldn't help roaring, wanting to slash out with her sword. However, Yunya's speed was faster and faster, and he had already punched him. Overlord color winding has a deterrent effect, even the 4 emperors will be affected. 1 strike? No, it was like a rainstorm of attacks hitting Charlotte Lingling one after another. Boom 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 boom. Yunya erupted completely, and dense roars erupted in the field. Every punch is Yunya's full strength, and every blow has gathered all the skill power. Yunya panted heavily, but his eyes were still cold. The last one, Thunderbolt double bones. Drink. The 2 fists were struck at the same time, and the terrifying force penetrated Charlotte Lingling's body and fell to the ground, where the ground sank directly. Then I heard a click, the ground cracked directly, and a terrifying abyss suddenly appeared, piercing through the ground, and crimson magma flowed. Charlotte Lingling's eyes rolled white and fell down. Mom, mom, mom. Mom lost. The people around were stunned. Could it be that Charlotte Lingling was defeated? Even the people on the other side of the Whitebeard were shocked. Only the Whitebeard looked at Yunya with slightly frowned eyebrows, and said in his heart, the Overlord's color is entangled. Yunya knelt down on one knee, gasping for breath. The extreme explosion just now had consumed a lot of energy, but he knew that Charlotte Lingling would not just lose like this. If he didn't leave, he would have to confess here. But at this moment, Katakuri charged again. Yunya's eyes were fixed, if Katakuri was entangled at this time. But Katakuri just looked at Yunya with sharp eyes. Next time I fight, I will defeat you. I will avenge Snug together. After speaking, he took one last look at Yunya, turned and left. Yunya also glanced at Katakuri, but at this moment he was not allowed to think too much. Yunya left the battlefield in a flash. No one dared to stop Yunya. Yunya easily stepped onto the boat and left directly. Charlotte Lingling rushed out from the ground, furious, and roared loudly, Mask brat? You damn bastard, I won't let you go. However, looking around, where is Yunya? Jian Wenshi couldn't sense Quincy's aura, and immediately realized that Quincy had escaped. How dare this damned guy treat her like this? Charlotte Lingling was furious. It's been a long time, she can't remember how long she hasn't been so angry. Extremely angry, she directly found trouble with Whitebeard. An old woman's hysterical roar came from behind. Yunya ignored it and drove the boat away. In the field, another battle broke out. Among the Whitebeard pirates, a deeply hidden person was looking at the direction where Yunya disappeared. His eyes flashed, and he said to himself, "Is the elemental fruit? It looks like it's well developed. However, Dad's fruit is stronger." "Gu la la la, Lingling, you are really embarrassed like this." Whitebeard laughed loudly, and punched him. "Shut up, Newgate. Since that guy has escaped, I will let you bear my wrath." Charlotte Lingling roared angrily, slashing Napoleon in her hand. Boom! There was another violent wave in the arena. The battle lasted for a day and a night before it came to an end. A few days later, Yunya returned to his Wangsu Palace headquarters, which is Moon Knight Island. After Yunya left, Whitebeard and the members of the Big Mom Pirates fought for another day and night before finally deciding the winner. Both sides suffered injuries, and finally the Big Mom Pirates retreated and the curtain came to an end. The newspaper of the news agency was rushing to draft the manuscript, and the president of Morgans personally wrote the manuscript, and within a day, spread this shocking news through Newsbird. The Battle of Sabaya Island ended. The war involving four emperors ended with the retreat of Aunt Charlotte Lingling. During this period, the newly promoted King Destroyer entered the battlefield, first against Katakuri, the leader of the generals, and then against the Aunt Charlotte Lingling. During the battle, Quincy burst out with enough strength to fight against Charlotte Lingling, shocking everyone present. After the world government learned of the news, it was also shocked, and the danger level of the Quincy was raised again. A man with a bounty of 1 billion. Destroyer? A bounty of 1 billion Baileys is extremely rare in the New World. Only those pirates at the level of the 4 emperors have such a high bounty. The name 4 emperors had already been called the 4 great pirates before, but it hadn't been widely spread and was recognized by most people. It was Yunya who said this title on the battlefield, and Morgans heard it and passed it on through the newspaper. Because of this, the name 4 emperors referring to the 4 big pirates was completely determined. It was a while earlier than the original. It is also because of this battle that the Quincy's prestige in the New World is even stronger. A monster capable of fighting Big Mom? Although he was at a disadvantage, no one dared to underestimate the newly promoted King of the Dark World. Even the bounty has been increased to 1 billion. Dressrosa. Doflamingo tightly squeezed the newspaper in his hand, his face uncertain. Diamante also held a newspaper in his hand, and said with emotion, "The strength of the Quincy seems to be getting stronger." When he saw Quincy for the first time, he felt that he didn't have this strength. Although he crushed himself and defeated Doflamingo, he could see at that time that Yunya's strength was the upper limit. But after entering the Great Root and entering the New World, the strength of the Quincy seems to be getting stronger day by day. Now there is news that they can fight against Aunt Charlotte Lingling, which shocks everyone. The bounty of 1 billion is the fear of the world government for the terrifying power of the Quincy. After listening to Diamante's words, all the cotters present nodded in approval. They also know something about the Quincy master. At this time, Baby 5, who was still a little Lolita, looked at the dignified expressions of several cotters, and said weakly, "The Quincy, isn't he our ally?" Hearing this, many cotters were stunned for a while, and then there were strange smiles on their faces. Doflamingo's eyes flashed, and he said with an inexplicable smile, "Oh, yes, we are allies." Although they are in alliance on the surface, only a few top cotters know that their alliance with Quincy is too fragile and can be torn up at any time. Now there is news that the Quincy can fight Charlotte Lingling. Doflamingo is also very troublesome. If there is another alliance like Kaido, their Don Quixote family can't bear it. Dark World. At this time, several Dark Kings also looked shocked by this news. Moreover, they began to think about how to deal with the famous king, the Quincy. After knowing that the Quincy has the strength to counter Charlotte Lingling, they dare not be careless anymore. A bad one may put their forces in danger, or even be destroyed. New World. On an island where the Red Hair Pirates are stationed. At this time they are throwing a banquet. A feast to celebrate their victory. Their Red Hair Pirates won the battle with the 100 Beasts Pirates and became the 4 Emperors. The atmosphere of the Red Hair Pirates is a bit different from other pirates. They don't have too many levels here. Beckman took a puff of cigarette before saying, "It seems that a real king is about to usher in the Dark World." The Quincy slashed at the Dark World for the first time, and many people guessed his inner thoughts. That is to unify the entire Dark World. Otherwise, it is impossible for a strong man of the level of Quincy to just want to be a mere cockroach in the Dark World. The redhead took a sip of the wine and said with a smile, "That's fine, the New World has finally stabilized. If there is another emperor, the balance will be broken." Maybe the Quincy also saw this. Jesus Bulletin suddenly curled his lips and said, "This guy is a restless master. He has caused so many troubles just after he entered the New World. I don't think he will just live in the Dark World. Ha ha ha, it's true, this guy is very fierce." He directly broke into the battlefield between Whitebeard and Big Mom, but he was extremely arrogant. That crazy woman Charlotte Lingling suffered such a big loss, but she won't let it go. She will definitely take this anger on him. Shamboard Islands. Island number 7. Night Bar. With the support of the billion Baileys blackmailed by Yunyi, after a period of development, the Yes Bar, which was already the boss, has grown again, and its power has a faint tendency to spread to other islands. But also because of the rapid development, the Navy is also eyeing them. However, at this moment, Yachi suddenly received a call from Yunya. In the night bar, all the top leaders of the Night Killer organization gathered here. Yay, I see, my lord, we will rush to the new world in a while. Yachi nodded, a slightly serious expression appeared on her pretty face. A new world. While hanging up the phone, Yachi had longing and admiration on his face. She also read the previous newspaper, and the reputation of Quincy spread throughout the world. Even those big pirates in the new world can compete. Originally, Yasing still had some resistance in his heart to Yunya's strong acceptance of them as his subordinates, but now it seems that joining the Quincy's camp would be a wise choice. At least, they have a backer. Seeing Yachi hang up the phone, Alan asked cautiously, "Boss, do you have any instructions from your lord?" Yachi nodded and said, "Yes, my lord told us to go to Moon Knight Island in the New World." Moon Knight Island in the New World, the headquarters of Wangsu Hall? Your lord's sphere of influence. Alan showed an excited look on his face. He also looked forward to the New World very much, but he often heard people on the island say, "What is the New World like? How dangerous, how scary are the pirates there?" He was a little afraid to go there. It's not that Yachi didn't think about going to the New World in the past, but she still has self-knowledge, knowing that there is only one result of going to the New World with their strength, a narrow escape. But now, the place they are going to is the territory of the King Quincy of the Dark World, that is, the territory of their boss. Apart from those 4 emperors, who else would dare to provoke the Quincy? We all know that Quincy is a lunatic, only those who are not afraid of death or arrogant dare to provoke such an existence. In short, not only is there no danger for them to go to the New World now, but they also have a backer, an incomparably huge backer. Yachi seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became a little weird. "Oh, yes, the boss also said that if you want to find someone to put on the film, go to the rip-off bar on the 13th island to find a film co-auteur named Laolei. The boss said the workmanship is very good, very reliable." Yachi was very puzzled, why the old assembly highly respected a co-auteur, and even praised this old Lei for his good craftsmanship. "Do you know who this old Lei is?" Yachi looked at all the younger brothers below. The younger brothers looked at each other, and one of them suddenly raised his hand. "Boss, he seems to be a film co-auteur. I also heard that his craft is very good. Many people want to go to see and ask him to go there for film coding. Rip-off bar. I heard that the things there are very dark, and the proprietress is also a black-hearted businessman." "Black merchant?" Yachi murmured in his heart, and then said, "Okay, it's still early in the morning. Let everyone check the supplies and prepare to go. We will go to Island 13 to find this co-auteur named Laolei." In this way, a group of people walked towards the 13th island. Island 13. Rip off the bar. Xiachi also held a newspaper in her hand, looked at Leili who was drinking, and exhaled a puff of smoke. Xiachi said, "This is the little brother Quincy you mentioned before." There was an inexplicable gleam in Leili's eyes behind his glasses, and he said with a smile, "This kid is really capable. It's only been a while since he's been in the New World, and he's made such a big commotion." Xiachi nodded approvingly. "Well, he is a troublemaker." After a pause, Xiachi continued, "It seems that even without your help, it is possible for him to escape under Huang Yuan's hands." At that time, after a short fight with Huang Yuan, Leili found an opportunity to slip away. Based on his experience, it is relatively easy to hide his breath from being perceived by the color of knowledge. With a little trickery, Leili quietly retreated. Leili smiled, and said, "This kid is very vengeful. This is to suppress him with domineering looks before taking revenge on me. He is a thorn in the head." Leili's sense of knowledge is also very keen. Although he knew that Yunya deliberately dragged him into the water, he didn't have too much malice. Instead, there was a sense of mischief in it. So Raleigh didn't care too much about it, but more importantly, he thought that Yunya had something to do with Roger. "Do you know his specific identity?" Xiachi asked suddenly. She also heard from Raleigh that the Quincy may have something to do with Roger. Leili shook his head lightly. "I don't know, this kid is very mysterious, but he must have something to do with Roger to be able to say such a thing. Otherwise it would be impossible to know such details. After all, Leili is not a god, and naturally it is impossible to know that Yunya traveled through time and knew most of the secrets in the world of pirates. Until now, he still thinks that Yunya is someone from Roger. Bahai was born, but it has something to do with Roger. This little guy has a lot of secrets." Xiachi blew out a smoke ring, dragging her chin and leaning on the wine table. Holding Yunya's reward order in the other hand, he didn't know what he was thinking. Rayleigh smiled, did not speak, took a sip from the small flagon in his hand, and there were no simple people related to Roger. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door, and then it was pushed open. The doors of the bar are all automatic doors that open with a slight push. The two became curious at the same time. At this time, the bar hadn't opened yet. In addition, this bar is notorious, except for some regular customers who come here to seek information from the proprietress Xiachi. It is impossible for ordinary people to come here. Then, they saw a beautiful woman with long legs wearing a black and gold tight dress, outlining her perfect figure, stepping on a pair of black boots, and walking in. "That is Laolei, the film co-auteur, here? I'm here find Laolei's coding." It was none other than Yachi. Leili's eyes flashed, and he looked at Yachi. "Little girl, who told you that Laolei is here?" Many people know Laolei, a film co-auteur, and know his superb craftsmanship, but no one knows where Laolei lives. Laolei can only be found where he works? So here comes the question, how did the little girl in front of me know that he was in the rip-off bar on Island 13? Xiaoqi also looked at it with great interest, and Yaqi's information appeared in her heart. Yaqi, the boss behind Island number 7, a member of the killer organization. Yaqi didn't know why, but felt her whole body tremble, as if being oppressed by something. She had experienced this feeling before, and it was experienced in Yunya. In an instant, she realized that the two people in front of her were definitely big shots. It was my lord who asked me to find you for coding, Yaqi said cautiously. Leili restrained his momentum and looked at Yaqi. Who is your lord? Yaqi was obviously relieved, and said cautiously, my lord is the Quincy master. Xiaoqi and Leili. Wano country. Kaido pouted at the newspaper and said, Quincy, why has the name of this brat kept appearing in my sight recently? Let alone the trash in the navy, did even Lingling miss it? I'm curious. Recently, the name of the Quincy has frequently appeared in newspapers, and Kaido has seen it more than once. It was also aroused curiosity. Yin on the side said lightly, a battle has just ended, and the people below have not recuperated yet, so we won't be able to start another war so soon. Kaido took a sip of his wine and said, that's Lingling's target, I won't insert it, that woman has lost such a big face, she won't let it go. Yin nodded and did not speak again. Slamming the jug on the ground, Kaido said coldly, I'm going to go to the paradise in a while, you watch that guy Hiton Orakai. Yin raised his head and asked curiously, why are you going to paradise? You have just been dubbed the 4 emperors, and the navy has been paying attention to you guys. Kill. The corner of Kaido's mouth cracked a ferocious arc. For the navy who dared to steal their animal-type phantom beasts, Kaido has not forgotten. Coincidentally, the war with the red hair had come to an end, and he was free again. After he was free, he remembered the damn navy? That's an animal-type phantom beast? North Sea. The residence of the Vinsmoke family. Geiji, who was holding a newspaper in his hand, had an extremely complicated expression. After being subdued by Yunya, it's not that he didn't want to get rid of Yunya's control. After all, after Yunya subdued them, it was as if he had forgotten about them, without even sending a message. This also caused some thoughts to arise in Geige's heart. But as Yunya's reputation became more and more famous behind him, he also gave up this idea. What Yunya did during this period was really outrageous. Defeat Doflamingo, one of the 7 martial seas, kill the lieutenant general, and kill the Tianlonggren in the Chambord Islands, and escape in the hands of the general. After entering the New World, it was even more exaggerated. He directly wiped out a king of the Dark World, became the new king of the Dark World, and then broke into the battle between the 4 emperors, and even clashed with big pirates like Big Mom, and retreated unscathed. Such a domineering and crazy person will definitely kill them after learning that he is out of his control. And although their Vinsmoke family is very powerful in the North Sea, many people are afraid of them, but compared to other people, it is impossible for a character like Quincy to be afraid of him. Where should the future go? Jiaji sighed inwardly, feeling a little dazed in his heart. He didn't know what he should do next. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and then a beautiful pink figure pushed the door and walked in. Reiju came to Geige's side, pursed her lips and said, Father, my brother and the others have completely recovered. The recovery that Reiju said was that after the 3 of Iji, Niji, and Yuji had experienced the previous battle, they recovered their mood swings and became like one person again. Geige glanced at Reiju and said, I see. Originally, after knowing this situation, Jiaji thought about remodeling his sons. Although it is a bit troublesome to remodel now, it is still possible. But when he thought of Yunya's words, he gave up this idea. After the emotions are wiped, the upper limit will be locked. He didn't believe such a statement at first, only after throwing away useless emotions such as fear, pity, and cowardice, he can be regarded as the strongest fighter. But when he saw Yunya stepping up to the top step by step, his thoughts changed. Perhaps, he should change his training method? Reiju nodded, turned around and was about to leave. But Geiji's voice came from behind, Reiju, you and Sanji should be my 2 children with the highest potential. Reiju turned around and looked at Geige in disbelief, but at this time, Geige had lowered his head again and started processing the documents. Looking at the busy Geige, Reiju felt a long-lost emotion for some reason, and her eyes were a little moist. Well, father, then I will go down first. Geige didn't raise his head, and said calmly, go. After leaving her father's office, Reiju looked at the sky, and seemed to feel that the sky had become brighter at this time, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth involuntarily, and murmured, Sanji, if you saw this scene, there will definitely be a shocked expression on your face. I kind of look forward to seeing you again in the future. Thinking of this, Reiju hummed a little song and left. Great route. A 3-mast sailing ship sailed on the sea. Hawkins, who had been out at sea for a while, looked at the newspaper in his hand and the brand new reward order of the Quincy, and murmured, have you reached this level yet, my lord? A younger brother came over, saw the newspaper in Hawkins' hands, and said with a smile, boss, what are you doing? Oh, is it the incident that caused a sensation in the world before? Quincy, you are really a big man. I heard that he is from Bahai, I don't know if it's true. Hawkins casually put the newspaper in his hand aside, and said calmly, that lord is indeed from Bahai. Haha, there are so many talented people in Bahai. I remember you, boss, are also from Bahai, right? It's only been a while, and your bounty has already exceeded 50 million Baileys. Hawkins fiddled with the kata cards, his expression still calm. It's only 50 million, it's still far away. Attention, there are warships appearing ahead. Boss, it's not good, there is a navy chasing you. Hawkins didn't stop the movement in his hands, and said lightly, leave at full speed, don't worry, the chance of us leaving is 100%. Hawkins' experience is also very magical. After leaving Bavli River Island, Hawkins went to sea. Hawkins' original intention was that he didn't want to become a pirate. He only wanted to pursue the power called domineering, which could make him stronger. However, by coincidence, he was still wanted. The reason is that they met a warship. During their investigation, the navy on the warship wanted to treat them as pirates to claim meritorious service. This also let him know that not all navies are as sensible as the previous navies. Naturally, the battle broke out. After all, Hawkins is one of the future supernovas. He is very powerful and can easily kill all the navy, but also because of this, he bears a reward. For the first time, a reward of more than 20 million Baileys was offered, and then they defeated the encirclement and suppression of the Baha'i Navy branch, successfully escaped, and the bounty was increased to 50 million Baileys. And during this period of time, he also left the North Sea and entered the Great Route. Time passed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Moonlight Island, the headquarters of Wangsu Hall. During this period of time, the forces under Yunyi's banner have also begun to operate in an orderly manner, completely digesting Umit's branches in the New World. Yeki and the people from Yesbar also came to the New World during this time, and now they have arrived at Moonlight Island. However, their strength is only average in the New World. Yunyi asked them to strengthen their own strength first. Yunyi taught them the exercise methods he learned from the Navy to hone their strength. Moreover, the use of two-color domineering is also briefly mentioned. Yechi knows a little bit about knowledge color and armed color, but he is not too proficient, but with Yunyi's guidance, he should be able to master it soon. This was the arrangement of some of them, while the rest were sent out by Yunya. Their mission is to organize an intelligence network to shuttle among other forces, but for them, this kind of mission is not difficult, and it can be regarded as their old profession. In this world, intelligence is undoubtedly very important, and it can determine whether a war is won or not. This is also the reason why Yunya sent people from the Night Killer organization to come to the New World. On the other hand, the other kings of the Dark World did not dare to watch with a wait-and-see attitude. After Yunyi showed his terrifying strength, these kings in the dark contacted Yunyi through phone bugs one after another, and discussed the deals with each other. Because of the absence of Umit's special talent, the transportation capacity of Yunya's subordinates has actually shrunk. The speed is not as fast as before, and it is not as safe as before, but the transportation cost is higher than Umit's. Time is more expensive. It wasn't that Yunyi forced them to pay this part of the benefit, but they gave it voluntarily. There is no way, in this world, whoever has the biggest fist is the last word. Yunya naturally would not refuse. But it is worth mentioning that the Queen of Happy Street, Stussy, invited Yunya to go to her place for a vacation on the phone, but Yunya was injured and refused. Yunya knew that Stussy was CP0, so naturally it was impossible for him to just pass through like this. But Yunyi has remembered this matter. Perhaps, people from the world government will take action. Although there is no Umit to open up new routes, the previous routes to other places in the New World have been fixed. Although it is slower, it is also relative. Compared with others, the shipping capacity of Yunyi's forces is still the top in the New World. Yunyi even thought about using the snail boat of the Vinsmoke family as a transport vessel, but thinking that Vinsmoke might have other uses in the future, Yunyi gave up this idea. Anyway, Umit has raised some sea orzes and sea beasts in captivity before, and the speed is not slow. Yunya has the idea of rectifying the entire Dark World, so that the Dark World respects him. But don't be in a hurry. For now, let's be more stable and increase our own strength first. Yunya didn't go out during this period of time, and stayed in his own territory. In a specially open training ground, Yunya was exercising his body. Although the current strength is not bad, it is still far from the peak. Charlotte Lingling didn't act much during this time, and she didn't make any moves against herself, as if she had forgotten herself. However, Yunyi believed that with Charlotte Lingling's character, it was impossible to let it go and she would come to her again sooner or later. She dared to provoke even the Whitebeard. There was nothing this crazy woman dared not do. Therefore, in order to prevent the attack of the Big Mom pirates at any time, and to deal with the secret attack of the world government, Yunya needs to become stronger. The current strength is not strong enough. Yunyi began to think about how to increase his strength more quickly. The first thing that comes to mind is naturally the system. Add a bit. However, in the previous battle, Yunya didn't get too many achievement points, so he just defeated Charlotte Owen and got 100 achievement points. Dispensable. In the middle of the fight with Katakuri, she was interrupted by Charlotte Lingling. When fighting Charlotte Lingling, there was no winner. Yunya is tired, now he only has 1220 achievement points left. More than 1,000 achievement points, add a ball. But fortunately, the previous battles were not without gains. He learned the Overlord color entanglement, which is a big surprise. At least, in the battle with the 4 emperors, Yunya will not be completely at a disadvantage. With the entanglement of the Overlord, Yunya can be regarded as having the ability to reach the peak. But it's not even close. Just like the 4 emperors, which one will not be tyrannical? Physique, fruit ability, armed arrogance, knowledge-like arrogance, overlord-like arrogance, physical skills, swordsmanship. Among these abilities, as long as one of them has reached its peak, it can be called a strong one. As for the 4 emperors, they reached the peak on more than one side. So far, Yunyi has only been in this position because of the entanglement of the overlord's color. Of course, if all kinds of abilities are included in the devil fruit, this aspect of Yunya can also be regarded as a kind of. This kind of system is only inferred by Yunyi himself, and it can only be used as a reference. It cannot be too accurate. After all, there are many factors in the battle, and it varies from person to person. For example, Garp and Charlotte Lingling's armed colors are also high level. If it is only based on the domineering armed colors, there is no doubt that Garp is definitely in the upper hand in the fight against the domineering armed colors. Take 2 people as an example. If Garp, who has reached this stage of physical fitness, fights Charlotte Lingling alone, Garp will definitely be at a disadvantage. In other words, there is a difference between being at the same peak level. However, it cannot be said that those with strong combat power will surely win. Combat is never judged by looking at a single aspect of combat power, who is strong and who is weak. In fact, after mastering the Overlord's color entanglement once, he will never forget this feeling. Now Yunya is also very proficient in using the Overlord's color entanglement. Yunya is mainly honing his armed domineering, trying to make it flow and achieve the effect of destroying the inside of the human body, but he has not been able to get it right. This is because the 2 bodies are exercising at the same time. Perhaps it takes the tempering of the battle to find that opportunity. Yunya guessed in his heart and continued to exercise. Naval G7 branch base. In the training ground, Haijun Yunyi is exercising his body just like the Quincy master. At this time, an officer suddenly came over and said in a slightly respectful tone, "Sir, a new member of the branch has arrived, and you need to go out." When Yunya defeated Drought Jack by himself, in the eyes of the people at the G7 branch base, Yunya was their pillar. The pillar of the G7 branch base. Every person in the G7 branch base will feel reverence from their hearts when they see Yunya. It was Yunya who defeated Drought Jack and saved the G7 branch base. "Oh, is there a newcomer? I'll go after washing up." Yunya nodded and stopped, grabbed a towel to wipe off his sweat, then left the place in a flash, and returned to his residence. Every once in a while, new recruits will go to various branch bases for training, and Yunya and the others did the same before. Therefore, the arrival of newcomers did not surprise Yunya. After a simple wash, Yunya was dressed neatly, with a cloak of justice behind her back, and strode towards the port. At this time, at the port, a warship was docking, and some soldiers were doing handover work. Yunya saw that Colonel Hill, the former acting base chief, was talking with a navy who was also wearing a navy cloak and his epaulets were of the rank of lieutenant general. Seeing this person's appearance, Yunya narrowed his eyes, and thought to himself, Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Doberman. The tall man with several scars on his face, wearing a navy cap and extremely sharp eyes is none other than Lieutenant Admiral Doberman of the Navy headquarters. Doberman also saw Yunya, his eyes shot Yunya up and down, and finally he snorted coldly, "Major General Yunya is quite powerful, do you still need me, a Lieutenant General, to wait for you here?" Hearing this, Yunya's eyes flashed. Why did he feel that Doberman seemed to be a bit malicious towards him? Yunya was guessing in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm, and said indifferently, "What is Lieutenant General Doberman talking about? Haven't I come here already? Is this how you treat the chief?" Doberman snorted coldly, a coldness flashed in his eyes. Yunya also looked directly at Doberman. "I remember that in the Navy, only your immediate superiors need to do this, so please ask Lieutenant General Berman, are you my immediate superior?" Yunyi's direct boss is Huashaishan, and above that is Kingzi, who belongs to the Dove faction, not the same as Doberman. Although there are not so many incidents between the two factions on the surface, and they are both colleagues, the two factions are a bit different because of their ideas. Major General Yunya thinks that he should not be respected if he is not directly under the command. Doberman's eyes narrowed, and his heart was filled with anger. This guy really did what Stoloberg said, relying on his own the strength is unparalleled, sir. Yunya laughed, this is what Lieutenant General Doberman said, but I didn't say it. The two confronted each other and refused to give in to each other. Colonel Hill on the side was sandwiched between the two, trembling, but he was good at reading the atmosphere, wiped off his cold sweat, and inserted it directly. "Well, Lieutenant General Doberman, Major General Yunyi was training in the training ground before, so I didn't come here in the first time. You came from a long way, go to the base to rest for a while, and then discuss any matters after dinner." After getting along for this period of time, Hill also got to know the character of Major General Yunya. He looks gentle on the surface, but has a firm personality. He is a master who will not bow his head. Otherwise, he would not face a monster like Drought Jack by himself. Doberman deliberately made trouble, seeing that Yunya couldn't be suppressed, he could only snort coldly, shake his hands and leave. Yunya looked at Doberman's leaving back, and thoughts flashed in his mind. He had a guess that when he came to this dangerous G7 branch base, there might be Doberman's handwriting behind him. Seeing Doberman leave, Hill also heaved a sigh of relief. It's great that he didn't fight. But at this time Yunya asked Hill, "Colonel Hill, do you know why Lieutenant General Doberman is here?" Yunya originally thought that it was just the arrival of new recruits, but he didn't expect that a lieutenant general would also come along. Could it be that he came to take his place? But it's not right to think about it. Yunyi has only been here for a few months, even if he wants to replace him as the base chief of the G7 branch, it's too early. Unable to understand, Yunyi asked. Hill is the chief intelligence officer on the island. He was the first to know a lot of news about the headquarters, and then told Yunyi. Action. The 4 emperors have taken action. Yunyi frowned, very surprised, as if thinking of something, and said solemnly, is it Kaido? Hill was a little surprised by Yunyi's reaction, but still nodded his head, yes. Kaido. Yunyi sighed inwardly, if he didn't guess wrong, it should be aimed at him. Yunyi said, what about the headquarters? The headquarters has lost sight of Kaido, but what is certain is that he left the New World and went to Paradise. Hill continued. Hill only got to know this information today, and he didn't have time to tell Yunyi, so he just took this opportunity to tell it. Hill looked at Yunyi, and said solemnly, Major General Yunyi, Kaido may be after you. Although the Navy has no specific information about who Kaido is targeting, some clues can still be inferred. In the Paradise, apart from snatching a devil fruit from Kaido, defeating Drought Jack, and completely offending Kaido, only Yunyi was there. However, Hill didn't talk too much. It is not sure whether Kaido's coming this time is aimed at Yunyi headquarters, and the Navy headquarters is only preparing in advance. What are the instructions from the Marshal of the Warring States period? Yunyi spoke slowly, with a calm expression. Stand by. It seems that a general is rushing over here. Lieutenant General Doberman just happened to be relatively close, and was also mobilized by Marshal Warring States. Well, I see. Naval Headquarters Meeting Room. A meeting is underway. At this time, Sengoku was holding a report in his hand, rubbing the center of his brows, feeling a little headache, and cursed in a low voice, this damn Kaido has always been so restless. I didn't see the Navy in my eyes before, and now I'm even more unscrupulous. When Kaido was young, he often did some stupid things, and even used their naval warships as canteens, the kind that left after eating food. It was an extreme jerk. Sometimes the Warring States period was so angry with this lunatic, and from time to time he caused some trouble for their navy. Is he really eyeing that little guy Patino Yunyi? Lieutenant General, he asked slowly after taking a sip of tea. Sengoku shook his head. I don't know yet, but there is information that he has left Wano country a few days ago, and he doesn't know where he is going, but what is certain is that the direction he is going is Paradise. Lieutenant General Crane nodded. Did the rest of the Beast's pirates not move? Lieutenant General Huashaishin shook his head and said, no, Beast Kaido acted alone. Admiral Crane put down his teacup and said, acting alone, if that's the case, with Kaido's character, it is indeed possible. Kaido's character is also very clear to the high-level navy, knowing that this guy is a lunatic. Anything is possible. Garp hardly fell asleep today. Kaka took a bite of the senbei, as if in his own home, laughed and said, Pohaha, that little disciple of Zifa is going to be in trouble. This guy has been in front of me recently bragging about how strong his teaching ability is. That's all right now, that old guy is going to be in a hurry now. Zhangguo's face was full of black lines, and he roared angrily, Garp, you bastard, do you think this is your home? Also, how can you say such words? Garp curled his lips, and said indifferently, aren't you allowed to say anything? And hasn't Aokiji already rushed over? With him here, that little guy should be fine. Sengoku snorted, and then said, Aokiji's words are a bit reluctant. I have already made Kizaru speed up. With them, it is still possible to repel Kaido. After knowing this matter, the Warring States had already made a judgment and let a general rush over in advance. Originally, he wanted to let the fastest yellow monkey rush over, but unfortunately the yellow monkey was on vacation and not in the headquarters, and Aokiji took the initiative to ask for a job, so he let Aokiji go over. Although the red dog is also in the headquarters, the Warring States period does not intend to let the red dog pass. One is that the two belong to different factions. Let the green pheasant pass by. King Z and Yunya, both of them have the ability of the ice system, maybe they will work better together. After a pause, Zhangguo continued. However, this meeting is not about this matter, but about how to deal with the 4 emperors' forces in the New World. With the establishment of the 4 emperors, their navy was also very troublesome. They prefer a chaotic New World to the peaceful and stable pirate paradise. Lieutenant General, he said, now that the power of the 4 emperors is established, the chaotic situation in the New World may be stabilized. In this case, it will only be more difficult to move the 4 emperors in the future. The navy is weird. On the one hand, they want the pirates to fight each other, and on the other hand, they want to stabilize the situation. Very contradictory. The reason why the pirates want to fight is because they can consume the background of those big pirates, but if there is another character like Roger in the fight, their navy will undoubtedly have even more headaches. If the situation is to be stabilized, the development of those big pirates is too fast, and the absence of war means that the New World is monolithic. It will undoubtedly be more difficult for their navy to step into the new century. It's very painful. Therefore, the Warring States period will open this meeting. The Warring States said in a deep voice, the formation of the forces of the 4 emperors will inevitably have a certain impact on our navy, and even cause the prestige of our navy to decline again. 4 emperors, the emperors of the New World, this title is not called casually. In the New World, there is an existence that dominates the world, and even the navy and the world government are very afraid of it. And the civilians in the pirate world are not educated people, they only know the most simple truth, that is, the Navy can't even destroy the pirates. Isn't it too wasteful? As long as there is such an idea, then the Navy's prestige will inevitably decrease. Carp curled his lips. It's not a good thing done by those idiots of the world government. What kind of Shishibukai forces are simply bullshit? With such people, can our Navy not be looked down upon by others? Legal robbery. Bah. What Garp said is correct. Because of the emergence of the Shishibukai policy, the prestige of the Navy has been reduced a bit, and some people have even secretly ridiculed or even secretly hated the Navy. And these people are all people or countries that have been tricked by Kaiwahei's legal plundering qualifications. For the Navy, they even hate those Shishibukai more? Think they are scum who help the evildoers. Hearing this, many officers present were silent. Obviously, what they said reached their hearts. Regarding the Kibai policy, no Navy would like it. But they are not Garp, and they dare not say it in full view, so they can only nod secretly. Chaikin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and said, I suggest moving the headquarters to the New World, so that even if the 4 emperors make any moves, we can always deal with them. After hearing Akaken's words, some people showed their approval, thinking that this plan is very good, and the Navy just needs to be stronger so that it will not be looked down upon by others. But more is to show a look of astonishment, and then look at each other in blank dismay. Especially Garp, who unabashedly looked at Akainu with the eyes of an idiot, curled his lips, and said to himself, you can come up with such a stupid idea. Although Garp is very nervous, it doesn't mean he can't think. He knows that if the headquarters is moved to the New World at this time, a big battle will definitely break out. At that time, it will involve more than just a simple emperor's power. It's not that Akainu doesn't understand this truth, it's just that he has a tougher style of acting, and if it's a big deal, he just fights. It's not sure who will win and who will win. Warring States immediately vetoed it, shaking his head and said, this will only put the Navy in a dangerous situation. With our strength, it is no problem to deal with 1 or 2 4 emperors. However, moving the headquarters to the New World will face for the king's threat. Sengoku is not as aggressive as Akainu. He is famous for his wisdom, and all actions are taken when he has a high certainty of victory. Naturally, it is impossible to make such a radical approach, it is too unsafe. Akainu glanced at Sengoku, didn't speak again, but closed his eyes again. The meeting lasted for a while. At the end, Warring States suddenly said, Kaiwahei has to hurry up and establish the final quota. The flying squirrel asked in surprise, huh? Why? Could it be that after the establishment of the 4 emperors, the world government needs Kaiwahei to contain the pirates in the sea? Warring States nodded, it should be like this. In short, during this period of time, you will select some strong people with strength, reputation, and status, and then we will hold another meeting to make a selection. After the establishment of the 4 emperors, the world government became more concerned about Kaiwahei, and asked their navy to fill up the final quota of Kaiwahei as soon as possible. Things came together, which made Warring States feel very headache. Inevitably, looking at the carefree Carp, Sengoku became annoyed and gave him a hard look. Carp scratched his head inexplicably. What happened to this Sengoku guy? Why are you staring at me like that? Weird. The meeting lasted for a period of time, but no reason was chosen, so the meeting was adjourned and we will talk about it later. A certain sea area on the Great Route. A warship is sailing slowly. Aokiji lay lazily on the deck chair, wearing a blindfold on his face, basking in the sun leisurely. An officer came over and said, General Aokiji, there is a pirate ship ahead. Aokiji pushed away the blindfold, seeing the glare of the sun. He yawned big, then half closed his eyes and asked, is it just a pirate ship? I thought I had arrived at the base of the G7 branch. But hearing that there were pirates, Aokiji also sat up, adjusted his clothes a little, and said, what kind of pirate is it? Broken Tooth pirates, pirates with a bounty of 70 million Baileys. Oh, hearing less than 100 million, Aokiji loses interest. When they came to the bow of the ship, a blow of the pheasant's mouth was solved, freezing the entire pirate ship, and even freezing a large area of the sea into ice. King Z didn't even look at it, and said lightly, go ahead. After finishing speaking, Aokiji wanted to lie back on the deck chair, but at this moment someone exclaimed, look, is there something swimming under the ice over there? No, it's not the ice, it's the sky. Look, the sky, something is flying over. Dragon? That's a dragon. A navy looked at the mirror like ice, and suddenly exclaimed, thinking that there was something under the ice, but only to find it was the sky. Then they looked up and saw a winding dragon shadow flying past their heads. That's a dragon? King Z was also shocked when he heard the words, and suddenly raised his head, and saw a green dragon in the sky passing over his head, heading in one direction. The speed of this dragon shadow was very fast, and it didn't take long before there was only one black spot left. Kaido of beasts. Aokiji's heart sank when he saw the dragon shadow. That is none other than Kaido's beast form, Yu Fruit Phantom Beast Species, Blue Dragon Fruit Ability User. Hearing this, the expressions of many marines present were shocked. The figure in the sky is the 4 emperors, Kaido of beasts? It shouldn't be far from the G7 branch. You keep going, I'll go there first. After realizing this, Aokiji left a sentence, his figure flashed, and he rushed out on moon steps. Aokiji's expression was extremely dignified. I didn't expect Kaido to move so quickly. How long has passed? Did this guy fly directly from the New World? Damn it! While walking forward on moon steps, Aokiji took out a phone bug from his pocket and dialed it. Soon it was connected there, and Aokiji said without any nonsense, "Porosalino, there is trouble. On a resort island." Huang Yuan, who was wearing a yellow casual suit and black sunglasses, scratched his head, with a look of lovelessness on his face. "Oh, it's obviously a holiday. Why did such a thing happen? It's really bad luck." Huang Yuan's face was full of helplessness, matching his wretched face, frightened a few pretty girls beside him to turn pale, and hurried away. Huang Yuan didn't care, and kept his mouth curled up. That way, he looked like a wretched old man. At this time, the pocket phone bug on his waist suddenly rang bolu bolu, and the yellow monkey picked it up. "Hey, is it Aokiji? Porosalino, we're in trouble." Aokiji's voice came from the phone bug. After hanging up the bug, Huang Yuan's face became even more depressed. Life is impermanent. Putting the phone bug in his pocket, Huang Yuan looked forward, sighed, and his body turned into golden light, which disappeared. And seeing a big living person disappear in front of his eyes, the people around were all stunned, showing expressions like seeing a ghost. After seeing this scene, some pirates were so frightened that their faces were paler than those of the young ladies before. One of the bearded men stammered, "Light, light? That should be the ability of the Navy Admiral Huang Yuan. That person just now was Admiral Huang Yuan. Could it be that they came to arrest us? Hurry, run, the Admiral has appeared. If you don't want to be caught, just run." Chaos, complete chaos in the arena. Knowing that there is an admiral appearing on the island, the pirates and criminals who are vacationing on the island are all panicked and dare not stay on the island. One by one wanted to leave in a hurry. The reputation of the admiral is so terrifying. Kaido's actions cannot be hidden from the eyes of the navy, and naturally they cannot be hidden from the eyes of other forces. Among the seas of all nations, among the Cake Islands. Charlotte Lingling also knew about this, and she showed a ferocious laugh. "Well, Kaido, that guy really hasn't been idle for a moment. Is he running to trouble the navy again now? But it's time for the navy to fight, and they have been planning to extend their tentacles into the New World. Do we really think we didn't notice? Mom, if Kaido loses, will it affect the current situation? After all, the 4 emperors have only been established not long ago." It was the candy minister Pero who spoke, and he was more worried about this issue. Charlotte Lingling grinned, and was very confident in Kaido. "Well, Kaido is not so easy to deal with, even if you can defeat him, but want to kill him. The navy doesn't have this ability? After all, I gave that guy's fruit to him with my own hands." Katakuri stood on the spot with his arms folded. He didn't speak, his eyes were fixed. After being suppressed by Yunyi on the battlefield before, he started crazy training during the time he came back, and even asked Charlotte Lingling for advice on the use of Overlord Color Coil, in order to win the round in future battles. On an island where Hungfa is stationed, an unexpected person ushers in. Without him, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, one of the 7 martial seas, suddenly came to Red Hair's territory. This is how scared the younger brothers of the Red Hair pirates were. Hawkeye ignored those younger brothers, and went straight to the center of the island, where all the top cotters of the Red Hair pirates were located. "Hey, there is really a big man here? A great swordsman from one of the 7 seas of martial arts." In the shadows, the red-haired man raised his head and looked directly at Hawkeye. Hawkeye stood still, looking at the red-haired Shanks in front of him. "You are still the same as before, Shanks. What? Your hands are itchy and you want to discuss with me. The person who lost his hand is no longer worth my shot. Ha ha ha, you are really ruthless. My hawk." The younger brothers around are trembling. Is there going to be a big battle? However, the next development is a bit different from what they imagined. At the banquet, everyone sang and danced, drank, and ate meat. After taking a sip of the wine, the redhead exclaimed that he was enjoying himself, and then he laughed and said, "This seems to be the first time you have approached me since you became Chiwahei, right? Are you afraid that the world government will trouble you? I am one of the 4 emperors. Those guys still can't control me." Hawkeye also took a sip of wine and said lightly. The red hair put down the wine glass, smiled lightly and said, "So, what's the matter with you coming to see me this time? I don't believe you came to see me to catch up on old times." Hawkeye said, "The establishment of the 4 emperors, the Kaiwahei is only the last place. The navy, the 4 emperors, and the Kaiwahei, the world government is to maintain the stability of the sea, but how many years can this kind of stability last?" The redhead laughed dryly. "You are still as sharp as before." Hawkeye looked at his arm, changed the subject and said, "If you still have this arm, Kaido should lose faster." The red hair touched his empty left arm. "I bet it on the new era. The times won't wait for him, this day will change," Hawkeye said, leaning against the tree trunk. The red-haired expression froze, and the eagle-eyed eyes seemed to be able to see things that other people couldn't see. This may be an intuition, and the red-haired also knew this. He frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Hawkeye said, "I think you should know about Kaido's actions this time." "You mean that Kaido will lose?" Hungfa said in a deep voice. "Kaido often loses, but every time he loses, he can escape smoothly, but the loss that Hungfa said at this time is another kind mean." Hawkeye shook his head. "It's just a premonition that Kaido's actions this time may cause waves in the sea that has stabilized." Hearing this, the red-haired eyes flashed. "Whitebeard pirates, Kaiwahei, Dark World, Revolutionary Army. All the people who have a reputation in the sea knew the news at this time, and that lunatic Kaido ran to provoke the navy again. But many of them didn't take it seriously, because they wouldn't find it strange that Kaido, a lunatic, did anything. He even forgot about it when he turned around. However, they have no idea that a bigger and more chaotic situation will unfold step by step. Above the sky, a figure meanders forward, its huge body sweeps through the air, surrounded by flame clouds, like a terrifying dragon descending. Its size alone is enough to make countless people lose their will to fight. This is the Four Emperors, Kaido of Beasts? Was it the breath of the green pheasant just now? No matter, what G7 branch base is in front, and the damn navy is on it? Oh lol, if you dare to snatch things from our beast pirates, or from Kaido, you must bear my wrath, navy. Before Aokiji arrives, let's make a fuss. Destroy that naval base directly. Know what the fate of offending a Four Emperors will be for that damned navy. The figure of the magic dragon flies at a high speed, the target, the base of the G7 branch. G7 branch base. At this time, the people in the base also knew the news that Kaido was about to attack, and everyone was ready to fight, with solemn expressions. Although they were afraid in their hearts, they thought that there was Major General Yunya who defeated the Drought Jack on the island, veteran Lieutenant General Doberman was there, and another general was coming soon. Thinking of this, the fear in their hearts became less obvious. But for 2 days, their nerves were also tense, and they dared not slack off in the slightest. Because my nerves are tense, I can't even eat and sleep well. As for Doberman, after having an unpleasant quarrel with Yunya, the two of them didn't meet again in the next 2 days. The main reason is that Doberman didn't want to feel uncomfortable in the past. Yunya's strength is well known in the Navy headquarters, and being able to defeat Drought Jack is enough to prove Yunya's strength. Doberman felt that even if he tried his best, he might not be able to defeat Drought Jack. In the training ground, Yunya was resting with his eyes closed. After knowing that Kaido was about to attack, Yunya did not show any fear. He already had a certain understanding of the power of the Emperor. Even if the current self can't beat him, but he wants to leave, Kaido can't stop him. Kaido's strength is at most close to that of Charlotte Lingling, and Yunyi has already experienced Charlotte Lingling's combat power, so he is not very panicked. Yunya's daily training did not stop because of Kaido's upcoming attack, but reduced the training intensity, and he still maintained his peak state. It takes time to build up a strong body. Yunya is very aware of this, so he will not slack off. With Yingxian beside him, Yunya was comprehending the way of swordsmanship. During this period of time, Yunyi also discovered that his swordsmanship proficiency progressed very slowly, and he hadn't jumped for a long time. The specific reason Yunya also guessed, that is, he did not come down to comprehend the way of swordsmanship. In this world, swordsmanship needs to be understood, not that you can reach the realm of swordsman or even great swordsman by practicing swordsmanship frequently. It's not that easy. It is necessary to grow in battle, that is, to comprehend in battle. However, the word enlightenment seems too ethereal, without a specific concept. Slashing iron, flying slashing, sword power, sword intent, these things all need to be understood by yourself? Yunya was also a little confused at the beginning. After all, it was too ethereal, and Yunya's swordsmanship was directly pointing to the realm of swordsman, and he had never experienced the stage of self-enlightenment. To put it in a more fantasy way, it means that his foundation in swordsmanship is not enough understanding of kendo. This led to the slow progress in proficiency later. There are two solutions, one is to use the achievement points directly, and the other is to enlighten yourself. Yunyi chose the second option. The first option was too expensive. After the proficiency is 80, every point is a consumption of 100 achievement points. Now Yunyi only has a little more, just over 1,000, and he can't afford it. However, after a period of precipitation, Yunyi can be considered to have made a little progress. The proficiency of swordsmanship has increased from 87 to 88. Yunya guessed that when the proficiency reaches 90, it should be the realm of a great swordsman. Great swordsman is a title for those who have reached the peak of their swordsmanship. It is a kind of honor, the honor of a swordsman. And standing at the apex of kendo is Hawkeye my hawk. I just don't know how much my hawk will reach if he can convert sword skills into proficiency. 100? Or 100 up? Yunya couldn't figure it out either. Maybe he would fight Hawkeye once in the future and figure it out after a while. The sky is sunny and cloudless, which is a good day. However, at the next moment, the domineering people in the G7 branch base all sensed something at this moment and looked up at the same time. In another square, Smoker looked up at the sky and said solemnly, "Here we come." Drake also became serious at this moment. Kaido of Beasts. Doberman's gaze was like a torch. Shizunsha went out of a room, stood on a high building, looked at the sky. His face was extremely solemn. Damn it, so fast. General Aokiji hasn't arrived yet. Yunya also opened his closed eyes at this time, looked up at the sky, and said to himself, "Are you coming? Kaido of Beasts." As he said that, the corner of Yunyi's mouth showed an arc, and he complained in his heart, "Before, I beat a 4 emperors as a Quincy master, and another one as a navy, and I'm short of white beard and red hair. Please call me a 4 emperors strength tester from now on." Thinking of this, Yunya got up, held Yingxian in his hand, looked up at the sky, and whispered, "Is it coming for me? Yes, if I don't find me, I still feel strange." In the sky, a black spot is getting closer and closer. From the perspective of Yunyi, it can be seen that it is a person. A massive man? With a sound of, a huge black shadow fell from the sky, like a meteorite falling, and smashed into the training ground where Yunyi was. With a bang, the entire G7 branch base was shaking, and the huge shock wave caused smoke and dust to spread everywhere. The ground cracked inch by inch, and spider web-like cracks spread from the center to the surroundings. Soon, the smoke and dust dissipated, revealing a terrifying specter, tall and burly as a mountain, with dragon horns on its head, and dragon scale tattoos on its left arm to shoulder. Just standing there, it gives people a terrifying oppression like an abyss feel. This person is none other than Kaido, who has the title of the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Kaido stepped out of the pit with a mace in his hand, with a ferocious smile on the corner of his mouth, and looked down at Yunya. Are you that navy brat who ate my phantom beast devil fruit? Although he hadn't seen Yunya's photo, at this moment in the G7 branch base, only Yunya's aura could make him care a little bit. Then, a terrifying domineering aura surged into the sky, oppressing Xiang Yunyi, and the originally clear sky seemed to become cloudy at this moment. However, Yunyi didn't seem to feel the overbearing arrogance, just looked up at Kaido slightly, and said without fear, "Little devil, you won't feel like this in the future? Remember my name, I'm Patty Nyo Yunyi. Ha ha ha, brat, give you a chance to quit the navy and join me, otherwise, you will have only one fate today." Kaido's eyes showed a domineering look, as if Yunyi rejected his request. There is only one end, and that is death. Unmoved, Yunyi pointed his sword at Kaido, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Stop talking nonsense, let me see the strength of your 4 emperors. As you wish. Kaido grinned grinningly, and his speed exploded suddenly. The mace in his hand was covered with a thick armor-colored arrogance, and black thunder flashed on it. Thunder, gossip. A red glow flashed across Yunyi's eyes, the silver fiber suddenly came out of its sheath, the jet-black armament covered it, and the silver slash was hidden on the blade. One knife flow, crescent moon sky rush. Boom! The mace and the silver fiber collided suddenly, making a loud noise that shook the sky. Centering on the collision between the two, waves of energy and sword energy swept out like waves, and the entire training ground seemed to have been plowed. The battle broke out a few seconds after the two sides met. Suddenly, as soon as he touched it, Yunya's expression froze, and a terrifying force was transmitted through the silver fiber, making Yunya a little unable to grasp the hilt of the sword. Little devil, the strength is not bad, but it's still far away. Kaido sneered, and with his right foot, the ground cracked directly. Repel Yunyi? Yunyi's legs plowed a long trace on the ground, and then he turned backwards, and Shunbyu even touched the air to stop his figure. However, the next moment, Yunya's knowledgeable color jumped wildly, sensing danger, and quickly dodged away. With a boom, a mace slammed down fiercely at the position where Yunya was standing just now, and the ground shattered into pieces again. It's very fast, navy brat. Kaido rushed out of the smoke and smashed down again with his mace. With a boom, the ground collapsed again, but Yunya still avoided it. It's very fast, much faster than Charlotte Lingling. Yunya retreated extremely quickly, and the silver sword smashed through the air, but Kaido easily broke through. Are you tickling me? Navy boy, what about your ability? What about the ability of the Phantom Beast? What about the ability to freeze Jack? Kaido rushed out, waving the mace vigorously. Thunder and lightning flashed, and a mighty stick crashed down. Crescent sky rushes. The sword glow turned into a silver thread, and Yunya suddenly cut off with the sword in both hands. With a boom, the two attacks collided together, causing waves of air. Yunya was repulsed again, but this time he was well prepared. A boundless cold air surged from his body, and a touch of ice blue appeared on the edge of the sword. With one cut, huge ice thorns sprung up like bamboo shoots, spreading towards Kaido. It's so cold, brat? Is this your ability? It's the same ice as that guy Aokiji. Kaido stepped on the ground, and a shock wave swept along the ground, shattering Yunyi's ice thorns, and turned towards him. He rushed out with Yunya. That's not all. Kaido leaped into the sky, transformed into a huge terrifying dragon, and opened his mouth to spit out a condensed flame energy, heat breath. Yunya was startled, but regained his composure in an instant, avoiding the oncoming shock wave. Frosty white ice crystals spread on the silver fibers, and the cold air condensed a little. Ichidoryu Ice Ultimate Slash. A sword that combines the abilities of two Zanpakuto slashes out, and the slash that is as long as 100 meters rushes out like a bamboo, cutting the incoming flame energy in half and heading towards the sky. Kaido attacks. Kaido's face darkened, and his huge body swam quickly, intending to avoid Yunya's sword. But how could Yunya give him this chance? Stretching out his hand and grasping it, the cold air in the manipulation slash suddenly exploded. The infinite cold air spread suddenly, like a storm sweeping Kaido's body. I saw hoarfrost spreading on Kaido's dragon body, and the cold air invaded his body, trying to freeze him completely. You can't do it, brat. Compared to Aokiji's ice, your ice is much weaker. Kaido snorted angrily, twisting his body, making a cracking sound of ice. Bad wind. Kaido opened his mouth again. This time it was not flame energy, but wind blades like slashing. Yunya held up his sword to block, and made a sound of dang 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 metal collision. Weak or not, you'll know if you try it. Yunya Yingxian slashed again, rushing out with the ultimate ice power. Didn't I say that it's useless? Kaido grabbed out his dragon claws, shattered Yunyi's slash, and breathed out with his mouth open. Other locations on the island. What happened? Why did they fall? It's domineering and domineering. They were stunned. On the Navy side, it became a bit chaotic because of the release of Kaido's domineering look. Many people couldn't bear this terrifying domineering look. Sensing the erupting movement over there, Drake's face changed drastically. Damn it, is it on the training ground side? He's going for Major General Yunya. Go, and have a look. Smoker also changed his expression, his body turned into white smoke, and rushed over there. But except for a few who are still capable, others can't even get close. The gap in strength is there. White fist. Smoker shot towards Kaido as soon as he arrived, but his armed domineering, which can only surround him, is not even qualified to cause damage to Kaido. Drake, on the other hand, used the land foot to attack from a distance. However, Kaido didn't even pay attention to their attack, and still stormed towards Yunya. Doberman took a deep breath. Although he was very upset with Yunya, he was a colleague after all, and he would not make trouble at this point in time before the big troubles happened. So, with a flash of his stature, he rushed over on moon steps. Land foot broken. Doberman looked at the huge dragon stepping on the flame cloud in midair, and swept it with a slashing land foot. With a bang, it hit Kaido and interrupted one of Kaido's attacks. Kaido long looked in the other direction. After seeing Doberman, he couldn't help but sneered, "Lieutenant General, it seems that your navy has already prepared. But it's still useless." Opening his mouth, he spit out a large mouthful of flame energy and charged at Doberman and the many naval soldiers behind him. Doberman snorted coldly, Uebu moved the air again and rushed towards Kaido while avoiding it. Boom! The heat behind him landed and exploded, setting off a boundless heat wave that swept many people into it. Even Smoker and Drake were affected. The Lieutenant General of the headquarters is still a veteran Lieutenant General like Doberman, a master of 6 styles, and his strength is also worth watching. At least you won't be knocked down by Kaido in 1 or 2 strokes, provided you don't use iron blocks. Lanjiao Shuanglian. Doberman kicked out the intersecting wind blades continuously, spinning towards Kaido. Kaido's dragon body and snake were coiled together, resisting Doberman's hazy feet with his body alone, but leaving a shallow crossed white mark on his body, which did not break the defense at all. Your attack is much weaker than this brat. Kaido said disdainfully, exhaling white air from his nose, then swept his tail, and a bad wind rushed over. Who do you look down on, beast Kaido? Doberman looked extremely gloomy, being so belittled. His heart was also very angry. The sword blade at his waist was unsheathed, and he swung forward, shattering the bad wind. Doberman's 6 moves are excellent, and his swordsmanship is also good. He is a swordsman, and he makes another move, and a blue slash sweeps away. At the same time, Yunya shot at the same time, and a winding ice dragon shot towards Kaido. There was no surprise that Doberman joined Yunya in the battle. Although the hawks and the doves are a bit different, their goals are the same when it comes to facing the pirates. Ice dragon? Kid, are you provoking me? Facing the attacking ice dragon, Kaido was furious, thinking that Yunya was provoking him. Opening his mouth, he spit out flame energy to hit the ice dragon, and both of them shattered at the same time. As for Doberman's slash, he just swiped his tail to break the slash. Tickling attack? Get out of here, don't disturb my battle. Kaido rushed towards Doberman like a dragon. Doberman blasts out. Thunder gossip. The thunder and lightning are contained on the mace, and the speed is extremely fast, like lightning penetrating the sky, which makes people unable to react in time. Iron block gang. Seeing this, Doberman looked horrified. He didn't expect Kaido to be so fast that he rushed in front of him all at once. It was too late to dodge, so he could only protect his body with his hands, and use the iron block while covering his whole body with thick armor. It's going to be bad. Seeing this scene, Yunya secretly thought that it was going to be bad. What should I use? Iron? Quickly shot. Vacuum ice blade. The sharp ice blade like a blade pierced through the silver sword and rushed towards Kaido, but it was too late. Sure enough, at the next moment, Kaido entangled the Overlord's domineering stick and blasted Doberman to vomit blood and fly backwards, knocking down a huge building far away. With a successful blow, Kaido became even more rampant. Facing the ice blade that was attacking by Yunya, Kaido grinned, and swung his left fist towards the ice blade. With a boom sound, the ice blade was directly smashed into ice powder. However, a wound was cut on his fist, blood was flowing, but he recovered in an instant. Cut, is it so hard without weapons? Yunya cursed in his heart. Kaido's body is too hard, and the thin ice blade with armed color is only slightly broken. This small injury is simply dispensable to a person with animal abilities. However, one of the better ice abilities is that even if it cannot break the defense, it can still have a certain impact on Kaido. Cold is not physical damage. As time goes by, the effect will only become more and more obvious. Little ghost, what's the name of your fruit? Kaido rushed forward, brandishing a mace, looking at Yunya, with a ferocious smile on the corner of his mouth, and the domineering madness swept around. Animal is a human fruit phantom beast species, in the form of a god of death. Yunya grinned. This time he took the initiative to attack, stomping on it in a blink of an eye, and while blocking Kaido's blow, his figure suddenly accelerated. Also still fast. Turning around and coming behind Kaido, the silver fiber in his hand dragged the flowing ice crystals, and swept out with a sword. The ice dragon spins its tail. A large space in front of him suddenly condensed into ice, completely freezing Kaido. but Yunya knew that Kaido would not be able to be sealed for long, so he stabbed out with the hilt of his sword in his hand. The silver sword glow hides in the sword edge, stabbing the ice block that seals Kaido. The crescent sky suddenly erupts, the ice block shatters, and Kaido inside is also blown away by this blow, flying out of the branch base, hitting into a mountain. Reaper? Oh lol, where's your transformation? Quickly cast it and let me have a look. Kaido crawled out of the pothole unharmed, and looked at Yunya with a smirk. Unfortunately, my fruit doesn't seem to bring me the ability to transform, nor does it enhance my physique, it just brings me different attribute power. Yunya looked directly at Kaido, and said lightly, or my development it's not enough. Oh, devil fruit is amazing. However, if there is only ice, you can't defeat me, even Aokiji's ice can't seal me? What do you use to fight me? Although Kaido was surprised by Yunya, his animal abilities only give him abilities and cannot be changed, but if Yunya only has this level, he has lost interest. I am a swordsman, and all my abilities are for my sword. Before, my swordsmanship had reached a bottleneck. However, in the battle with you, I gradually became clear that my swordsmanship and abilities should be they complement each other. Yunya said slowly, looking at the swordsmanship column on his system panel. Swordsmanship proficiency 90. That's right, during the battle, Yunya had already thought it through. The reason why his swordsmanship has been progressing slowly is because Yunya subconsciously separates swordsmanship from other abilities, which belong to different skills. This is a habit of thinking, just like when Yunya was playing games in his previous life, one key was one skill, and two abilities could not be used at the same time. At most, the connection is faster. Yunya fell into this kind of misunderstanding. Although he often uses several skills together, he still separates them in his heart, and he doesn't have the ability to face himself. This kind of result is like the previous omit because he rejected his own devil fruit ability, which caused him to use his own devil fruit ability, but the enhancement rate was not very large. Another reason is that although Yunya has been using the skills and abilities from the system, he always feels that it is not safe. He thinks that after the system disappears one day, will all his skills and abilities disappear? Will he be beaten back to his original state? There is a sense of sight when you pick up the bowl to eat and put it down to scold your mother. But these are all real worries in Yunyi's heart, so he keeps exercising his physique and arrogance every day, so that even if he loses the system, he won't be beaten back to his original state all at once, losing combat power. This was caused by Yunyi's cautious personality in his previous life. If the system is regarded as a devil fruit ability, Yunyi's current situation is very similar to Umit's situation. Perhaps it was these reasons that led to the slow growth of his proficiency in various abilities? Yunya was also thinking about this question during this time, but he didn't have a clue. It was during the fight with Kaido just now that he came to a conclusion. Why think so much? He has lived a new life, why not be more open-minded? The thought was clear, and after he figured it out, Yunya realized it. Enlightened in terms of swordsmanship. Although he didn't reach the sky in one step and become a saint, but Yunya's swordsmanship also directly reached 90. A terrifying sword force erupted from his body, competing with Kaido's overlord look. Centering on Yunyi's standing point, long lines spread out as if cut by a sharp weapon. Yunya pointed at Kaido, come and fight. The realm of the great swordsman? You little brat, Patino Yunyi, I remember your name. A guy like you should become a pirate instead of joining the navy. Kaido felt the sword force emanating from Yunya, and there was a fighting spirit in his eyes. Although the sword's momentum is not domineering, it can still block his domineering look from being affected. This world needs a righteous navy, not chaotic pirates like you. Yunya swung his sword, and the terrifying slash tore through the air. This time, Yunyi didn't use Crescent Sky Chong, but the slash he made at this time was not much weaker than when he used Crescent Sky Chong before. Really? But even so, do you think you can defeat me? It's 10,000 years too early. Kaido swung the mace forward, shattering Yunyi's slash. At the same time, with a movement of his body, he rushed towards Yunyi, leaped high, and smashed down fiercely with the mace in both hands. Yunyi dodged it, and the silver sword glow flicked out. Didn't I already say it? Try it, and you'll know. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. This time, horrific, more radiant slashes shot from the blade of the sword than before, and a huge crescent moon swept across Kaido. Ha ha ha, it's really strong. Kaido was burly, but his speed was not slow. He hit the front with a mace in one hand, and collided with Yunyi's slash. Boom! There was a loud bang, and Kaido staggered a few steps back. He obviously missed Kaido, but there were a few bloodstains on Kaido's body. It hurts, brat. Kaido laughed wildly, although he said it hurts, but his expression was not like this. He stepped on his feet, and killed Yunya again. Who are you lying to? Yunya's face was extremely solemn. He had expected that Kaido would be difficult, and this would be a protracted battle. The silver fiber in his hand was once again stained with ice blue, and a sword drove the ice dragon to charge out. It's useless, it's all useless. Kaido roared, and the mace smashed the ice dragon and smashed it towards Yunyi. Whether it is useful or not is not up to you. Yunya raised his sword to block. With a bang sound, the ground under Yunya's feet cracked, and the cracks spread out. Kaido suppressed Yunya with strength, grinned, raised his right leg and kicked out. Yunyi couldn't dodge this blow, so he could only resist it with weapons. With a boom sound, Yunya was blown away, blood spurted from his mouth, and he crashed into the mountain and was buried by rubble. After being knocked into the air again, Yunya's expression remained unshakable. He had expected it a long time ago, and he didn't think that he would be able to defeat Kaido by stepping into the great swordsman. It's not enough, kid. Kaido turned into a dragon again, and opened his mouth wide to spit out heat, bad wind, tornado, and thunder, and the power of a natural disaster enveloped the island and wreaked havoc on everything. Cut. Yunya spit out a mouthful of blood, and broke the rocks from his body, cut Rikai in half with a sword, and passed the two halves beside him. With a bang, there was an explosion behind him. Bird icicles. Yunya ignored it, and chopped out a series of ice bombs to collide with Kaido's many attacks. Boom boom boom. As soon as Yunya stepped on it, his body disappeared like a flash, and when he reappeared, he came to the left side of Kaido, and swept out a large number of extremely cold ice bombs again. Kaido in beast form is too large to block all of Yunya's attacks. Bang bang bang. The ice bomb shattered, the cold air swept up, and Kaido's body was once again covered with hoarfrost. Such a large body, are you increasing my attack range? The ice dragon spins its tail. Yunya sneered coldly, leaping into the sky, dragging the flowing ice crystal with the tip of the sword, and slashing forward, cutting a section of Kaido's body, give it a complete freeze. With the passage of time, the temperature of the entire island has dropped by an unknown amount, and snowflakes are even falling in the sky. It's getting colder and colder. Do you want to fight a protracted war with me? You useless Yunya kid, it's just cold and can't hurt me. Kaido collapsed, breaking the ice slag, and the dragon body spun. Hang up the endless dragon roll. Tornado bad wind. A huge tornado appears in the rotation of Kaido's dragon body, and there are many wind blades hidden in the tornado. As long as it is blown, the skin will fall off if you are not dead. Ice formation. The endless chill formed an ice wall in front of him, blocking Kaido's attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yunya stepped into the air again, came to the top of Kaido's head, and slashed down again with the sword in both hands. One sword flow extreme slash of ice. Above the sky, Yunya's silver slender sword exudes ice blue light. The two abilities are combined on one sword, and a sword power shrouds the lower part. Kaido stopped spinning, and suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. At this time, his eyes also showed surprise. He felt threatened by Yunyi's sword. Oh, come on. Petino Yunyi. Kaido laughed wildly, and his figure changed again. This time, instead of turning into a human shape, he appeared with scales all over his body and a mouthful of sharp fangs. The thick dragon tail swept behind him, setting off a boundless gust of wind. This is Kaido's human beast form? Kaido's mace was held on the right side with both hands, and then there was a gust of wind under his feet, lifting his body and rushing into the sky at high speed. Ballet gossip. Kaido laughed ferociously, the mace shone with metallic light, and the red and black thunder jumped. Kaido had no intention of holding back this blow. The two rushed out at the same time. A domineering color strikes all directions, and a sword force overwhelms it. The weapons in their hands collided instantly, and a huge roar erupted. While the ice blue air waves swept across, the thunder broke out ragingly, showing a tendency to contend. A circular shock wave spread out from the center of their weapon collision. Next moment, boom, a huge roar erupted in the air, and the shock wave formed by the two people's attack and collision suddenly erupted, and waves swept towards the surroundings. The movement is extremely huge, as if the sky is collapsing. At this time, the entire island was crumbling under this terrible shock wave. Large cracks appeared on the ground, and even the sea in the distance began to roar. The dark clouds in the sky became thicker, like a pitch-black iron curtain was pressed down, and there was thunder rolling inside, and the purple thunder smashed down the sea. What's going on? In the base, countless people looked up at the erupting movement, and their hearts were horrified to the extreme. Can this kind of movement really be erupted by humans? In the distance, Doberman emerged from the gravel, clutching his chest and spitting out a big mouthful of blood. At this moment, his pupils shrank violently as he watched the battle erupt in the sky. Such an attack, even a lieutenant general like him, felt terrifying. Petino Yunyi is so scary. Doberman was shocked at this time. Although he knew that Yunyi had defeated Jack the Drought, he did not expect Yunyi to be able to fight with one of the four emperors. Kaido hit this point. On the surface of the sea near the island of the G7 branch base, a figure is running and jumping at high speed on the sea surface. Every time this person lands, the sea surface freezes instantly, giving him a place to set foot. Getting closer, Aokiji looked at the wave that erupted in the sky above the island, and his expression was extremely dignified. Are you still a step late? No? Someone is fighting Kaido. Is it Major General Yunya? The green pheasant looked heavy and the speed accelerated again. The fluctuations in the air gradually weakened, and the snowflakes drifted down again. Crack. At some point on the ground, a layer of hoarfrost spread across the entire island, making it extremely cold. Everyone in the distance couldn't help shivering. It's so cold, it's Major General Yunyi's ability. Over there, is the battle over? The navies on the island all looked at the place where the battle broke out, with extremely dignified expressions. I believe in Major General Yunyi's strength. He won't be defeated like this. Smoker also looked in this direction with an extremely serious expression on his face. At the same time, he blamed himself for being too weak. Waiting for others by myself is too weak. Drake took a deep breath and said, people below the lieutenant colonel don't go there. You won't be able to withstand the impact of the domineering color. Then, he looked at Smoker and said, Smogger, let's go in a little bit. Smoker nodded his head, and rushed out in a flash. Both of them are demon-capable users, and compared to other navies, they can help more or less. In the middle of the island, a huge pothole suddenly appeared, so deep that it seemed that there was no end in sight. I saw endless cold air radiating from the depths of the cave, and then, I heard the sound of click, click, ice crystals spread from the bottom of the hole, and soon formed a giant iceberg towering in the ground. On the other side, above the sky, a figure fell from the sky in a free fall. Just as he was about to hit the ground, this person twisted his body and landed on his feet. However, it was too late to release the force, and his feet jumped out of a deep pit on the ground. Standing in the pit, Yunya knelt down on one knee, and after spitting out a big mouthful of blood, he gasped. In the collision just now, he fell into a disadvantage. He was knocked high above the sky by Kaido's stick, and was entangled and bombarded by the Overlord color. He almost lost consciousness. If it falls, it is estimated that it will suffer serious injuries. He is not a monster like Charlotte Lingling or Kaido, who fell from a high altitude and is still intact. However, Kaido was also shot down from a high altitude by him and fell to the ground. The huge pothole in front was caused by the impact of Kaido's fall. Yunya looked at the iceberg in front of him, without showing any joy on his face. He knew that his attack would not cause too much trouble to Kaido, at most it would cause him some injuries. Sure enough, I only heard the sound of breaking ice from the iceberg in front of me. Then, the tall iceberg collapsed suddenly, and a figure jumped out from the bottom. It's really dangerous, you were almost frozen. Kaido was still looking like a beast, dragging the mace in his hand on the ground, rubbing out sparks. He stepped forward and walked towards Yunyi step by step, with a ferocious smile on his mouth. It seems that you are dying, Patino Yunyi. Yunya took a deep breath, stood up slowly, his momentum still undiminished, and smiled coldly. I'm about to die, but someone has come to replace me. Just as Yunya finished speaking, a tall man wearing a navy cloak and a blindfold on his forehead flew over from a distance. At this moment, the man's body was covered with cold air, and his eyes were as cold as 10,000 years of ice. It is none other than the highest combat power of the navy, Admiral Aokiji. Alala, the fight was too fierce. The island was destroyed by you. Aokiji spit out a cold breath, and came at a high speed, looking at Kaido in the form of a human and beast. His eyes were condensed. Oh lol, I don't know who it is, it turned out to be you, Aokiji, you came very quickly. Kaido turned his head to look, and when he saw Aokiji, he grinned and showed a sneer. Why, you also want to join in the fun? As he said that, a red glow flashed across Kaido's eyes, he raised his mace, and waved a terrifying shock wave, King Kong Dysprosium. Seeing Aokiji, Kaido is naturally not afraid, and if he does it directly, there will be a terrifying shock wave. Hey, hello, I don't like your greeting at all. Pheasant speak. Aokiji came on moon steps, stretched his palm forward, the cold air froze, and a lifelike ice bird shot from his palm go out and collide with Kaido's attack. The ice bird shattered, and endless chill instantly filled the audience, cooling down the already cold air again. Ice cube two thorny spears. There was no wave on Aokiji's face, and while the cold air was surging all over his body, several spears condensed into shape, and then turned as black as ink in the next moment, and stabbed towards Kaido. Ice has a substance, and it is easier to entangle armed color domineering than other elements. Kaido turned back to avoid Aokiji's attack, and seeing that he had the ice ability again, he couldn't help curling his lips. It's ice again, your navy is so annoying. Compared to fighting with these strange abilities, Kaido prefers to fight with people like Whitebeard and Red Hair. It's really fun to fight with the real touch of fist to flesh or weapon confrontation, and it's really boring to fight with these admirals. It's either magma or ice and light, and it doesn't feel good at all when fighting. Originally thought that Yunyi who robbed them of the animal type phantom beast would be a physically strong one who could punch to the flesh, but I didn't expect that he was also an elemental type. Is it ice? King Z landed on the ground and came to Yunyi's side. He couldn't help but look around, seeing the surrounding icebergs rising, ice spikes protruding, and the hoarfrost-covered field. He couldn't help but look curiously at the place. Cloud Knight. Although I have long heard that Yunya's ability is ice type, looking at it now, it seems that Yunya's ice is not weaker than his. Moreover, Yunyi's strength was a bit beyond his expectation. He never thought that Yunyi could fight Kaido to such an extent. General Kingzi, if you don't come, I'm really going to lose. Yunya chuckled at Kingzi, his tone still very calm. Major General Yunya's strength is really surprising. Kingzi looked at Yunya and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. Yunya chuckled and humbled himself. Hey, do you think I don't exist? Kaido saw the two ignoring him and chatting to himself. Kaido was very angry, and he opened his mouth and rushed over. A little under Kingzi's feet, an ice wall rose up, blocking Rikai's front. There was only a chi sound, the heat melted the ice wall into water, and a hole appeared, but it didn't go through. After Yunya took a few breaths, he grinned at the corner of his mouth. If you have anything to do, wait until Kaido is dealt with. General Aokiji. Feeling the fighting spirit and aura surging from Yunya, Aokiji's eyes flashed, and he said, okay, let's talk about it after Kaido is dealt with. Is this the second round about to start? 2 against 1? It's just what I want. Kaido was not afraid at all, and even became more excited. Let us completely freeze you, Beast Kaido. Yunya smiled coldly, and took the lead. Uia, Tianchong. The terrifying sword energy slashed horizontally again, striking out mightily. Boom boom boom. The three of them broke out into a big fight, and the whole island was trembling, and the others couldn't intervene at all. The only Doberman who could intervene and affect Kaido also fell on the iron block. Several hours have passed since the battle, and there is still no winner. Kaido still hasn't shown signs of decline. Frozen time capsule. Aokiji stepped on the ground, and the cold air visible to the naked eye rushed along the ground, trying to freeze Kaido directly. The ice of Aokiji is colder than the Hiran marrow, which can only be unraveled now, and even Kaido dare not be careless. Even if it is not completely frozen, the body's reaction will be slowed down due to the cold. In fact, Yunyi's Hiran marrow also brought Kaido such a situation, but it is not as obvious as the current Aokiji. Hot breath. Kaido opened his mouth and spit out the flame energy, dispelling the cold air in the ground. But on the other side, Yunya swung his sword, and the icicles on the ground spread and rushed towards him again. Little devil. Kaido turned his head suddenly, his armed domineering aura spread across the soles of his feet, and he stumped hard on the ground. A wave of ice thorns completely defeated, and hit Yunya in turn. With a flash of Yunya's figure, Yin Xian picked it up, and a lifelike ice dragon went towards Kaido again. At the same time, King Z's whole body was frozen with cold air, and 5 spears appeared. He pointed at them and shot them out at the same time. The two attacked one after the other, attacking from different directions. It's useless. Kaido roared angrily, smashed the ice spear with a mace, and flicked his tail behind him like a whip, smashing the ice dragon into pieces. Then, Kaido moved towards Yunyi, grinning sneeringly. Let's beat you to the ground first? David Laming gossips. Until now, Kaido really showed the power of his 4 emperors. Yunya didn't dare to be careless. Yunya's physique was no match for physical monsters like them without using instant coaxing. However, the realm of the great swordsman and the explosion of Yuaya Tianchong can still make Yunya a little bit of a contender. One knife flow extreme ice slash. Yunya did not retreat but advanced, slashing horizontally with his sword. Boom! The two collided again, and with this blow, Yunyi vomited blood and flew backwards, piercing the mountain behind him like a cannonball. On Kaido's side, a layer of ice crystals appeared on the mace, and covered Kaido's upper body along his arms, trying to completely freeze him. It's getting colder and colder, kid. Is it because the fruit ability is more proficient? Kaido's heat melted the ice crystals in his hands, and with a little break free, the ice cubes shattered. At the same time, his face gradually became serious. The superimposition of the 2 ice-type abilities of Yunyi and Kingzi also made him a little uncomfortable. The cold wind in the air was like a bone-scraping steel knife, invading his body through breathing. Although he is a monster with an extremely strong physique, after so long, the cold air has already begun to affect his movements. Ice Age. At this moment, Aokiji seized the opportunity, stepped on the razor and instantly came to the top of Kaido's huge body, and 2 icicles hit down from the palm, connecting Kaido's body. Not good. Kaido was startled immediately. The cold seemed to slow down his reaction by half a beat, and he wanted to avoid it, but found that he couldn't take a step under his feet. When he looked down, there were 6 people around his feet. This position exudes ice blue light, and the surrounding coldness frantically gathers towards the center at this moment. Yunyi rushed out from the pile of rubble. Yingxian pointed, Liu Bingja array. There was a sound of click, and under Kaido, ice crystals formed in the surge of cold air, spreading towards him. Here, Aokiji's body is also filled with a terrifying chill. The world is icy and snowy. Everything in the world seems to have turned into a frosty white color. Even the distant sea has been affected, and it has begun to freeze. The Ice Age is one of Aokiji's big moves. The coldness of this move can freeze even the sea. 2 equally terrifying chills erupted at this moment, which was bound to completely freeze Kaido. Ka. A chill seemed to completely freeze Kaido's consciousness. No matter how Kaido struggled, it would not help, and he was gradually frozen. In a short while, a tall and towering iceberg appeared in the field. Yunyemo came from a distance, looked at Kaido in the iceberg, and whispered, sealed. King Z didn't care about it at all, but narrowed his eyes and said, it's not that simple. Sure enough, when Aokiji's voice fell, a crack appeared in the iceberg in front of him. Then there were more and more cracks, and finally it was as if a powerful bomb had been detonated inside, and the ice cubes were directly blown away. If you want to seal me up like this, don't think too easily. Kaido broke out of the ice, sneering at the 2 Yunyi Kingzi. Although the cold air invaded his body, his movements were also affected, but it was not so easy to freeze him. Alala, I knew it. Aokiji had a bit of a headache. For the level of the 4 emperors, he could still break through the ice just by eating him for an ice age. The physique and arrogance of these people are too strong, and it is unrealistic to freeze them directly through their thick arrogance. Unless their physical strength and arrogance are completely exhausted, but this is not easy. Aokiji, and that brat, use whatever tricks you can. Kaido laughed, his body fell down, and he turned into an afterimage and rushed out, then jumped high into the sky, holding the mace in both hands and facing the 2 people below were hammered down. Bao Lei gossip. The purple-black thunder erupted into a violent rage, and this blow brought out his terrifying strength belonging to the 4 emperors to the fullest, and his domineering look soared into the sky, as if he wanted to subdue everything. Shoot together. Aokiji softly shouted. Under his feet, a thicker ice spear formed from the solid ice rose from the soles of his feet, aiming at Kaido. Extreme Ice Slash. Yunya on the left also looked solemn, swiping his sword from bottom to top, slashing with terrifying cold energy. Boom! On the field, the two sides collided fiercely again. A terrifying strong wind spread out around them, centered on them. The sky is collapsing, the whole island is rumbling, and a corner has completely collapsed. Bad wind. Kaido still had enough strength left. He opened his mouth and spit out the wind blade to attack the two navies in front of him. Both Yunyi and Kingzi are masters of knowledge and color, and they retreated at the same time as if they had a tacit understanding with each other. Boom! Kaido's stick fell to the ground, cracking the large rock formation, and a huge pothole appeared, and the cracks spread like spider webs, as if hit by a meteorite. The air wave knocked Yunyi and Kingzi back, but there was no serious problem. After the pheasant landed on the ground with a serious expression, he looked at Yunya and said, "Major General Yunya, I may ask you to stand back a little in the next battle. I have only mastered this power not long ago, and it may affect you." Yunya was startled when he heard the words, and then asked, "Are you awake?" Aokiji nodded slightly, and said, "The awakening of the natural system is more difficult than the awakening of the animal and superhuman systems. I only recently mastered it. Because I am not proficient enough, I may not be able to grasp the power." Yunya nodded, but still said, "I know, when I can't bear it, I won't hold on." "That's good." Kingzi took a deep breath, with an extremely serious expression. An inexplicable power wave emanated from his body and spread to the surroundings. Yunya is also very curious about the awakening of the natural department. After all, there has not been any awakened ability user of the natural department in the original work. But there are traces. The battle between Punk Hazard and the battle between Aokiji and Akainu in the original book changed the climate of this island permanently? Control the sky? Alter matter particles? Add some kind of feature? All of these are possible, and when the old thief Oda has not fully announced the answer, everything is possible. Kaido is naturally aware of the situation here, and raised his brows. Devil fruit awakening? It's still natural? Oh lol, Aokiji, you really brought me a big surprise. The condition for fruit awakening is that when the body and mind catch up with the ability itself, awakening can be achieved. But the difficulty of awakening different devil fruit abilities is also different. Some are relatively simple, while others are more difficult. Although it is because of the capable person itself, the difficulty of awakening a more powerful ability will undoubtedly be even more difficult. Among the three lines of fruits, the awakening of the animal line is the easiest, followed by the superhuman line, and the natural line is the strongest among the three lines. The awakening of the nature department is undoubtedly the most difficult. Even for the current three generals, the level of awakening is very demanding. Aokiji only realized it recently. Aokiji took a deep breath, and the inexplicable power around him became more intense, and at this moment, Aokiji's originally dark pupils were also stained with a touch of ice blue. He exhaled a breath of cold air and looked at Kaido. The awakening of the animal system is an all-round improvement of the body, the superhuman system is to assimilate the surrounding space matter, and the natural system is to endow the elements with another nature, and my awakening is to give low temperature, cryogenic cold that can freeze even particle motion. After Aokiji's voice fell, the ability of fruit awakening was displayed. At this moment, the whole island seemed to be covered with a layer of hoarfrost, and the even more terrifying low temperature enveloped the audience. Even the navy, which was hiding far away, was affected, and they all trembled. Hiss. Feeling the low temperature, even Yunyi shivered all over. Because he has ice ability, Yunyi is still very resistant to cold. But even so, he still felt extremely cold, and the white air exhaled from his mouth instantly turned into ice crystals. It's so cold, Aokiji? Is it low temperature? It's amazing. Kaido was also affected, moved his arm, and found that the movement became more rigid, as if rusted, and the low temperature slowed down his nerve response down. Ice cube storm pheasant speak. Aokiji spread his 5 fingers, and the ice bird behind him condensed in an instant and rushed out. The battle is on again? Huh? So fast. Kaido was startled. He had already sensed Aokiji's attack, but he realized that he couldn't react to Aokiji's attack. No, it's not that the attack has become faster, but that my reaction has slowed down. Kaido noticed something strange in an instant. But Kaido is an awakened animal after all, with a strong physique. He almost didn't react, almost. As soon as he raised his hand, the mace hit him. With a bang, the ice bird was hit by him. However, a scene that surprised Kaido again appeared. The ice bird hit by him did not explode completely, but only shattered into several pieces. Low temperature, it seems that it's more than that? Even the ice cubes have become harder. Kaido's mace swung a terrifying shock wave to hit the green pheasant, and then spit out heat again. The two attacks hit back and forth, but Aokiji dodged it with a flash. The attack slowed down instantly. Kaido's keen perception noticed that when his attack was about to hit Aokiji, it slowed down strangely. The low temperature brings a more severe cold, a cold that can even slow down the movement of particles, and ice with higher density and quality. Aokiji said lightly, stepping on the moon steps to the midair, with both hands crossing into a pose. Several huge ice spears appeared behind them. Ice cube 2 thorny spears. The ice spear fell from the sky and shot straight at Kaido with boundless power. Jong 3 Yin Naraku. Kaido's face darkened, but the corner of his mouth still had a crazy smile, and the mace in his hand was wrapped around the terrifying thunder and lightning again, and he charged forward. Boom! The two terrorist attacks collided with each other, causing an explosion to resound in the sky. A circular shockwave bloomed. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning, but it was not as powerful as the explosion of the two attacks colliding. Try this trick. The 0-degree wind. Aokiji spit out an icy air, and his words were extremely cold. In the air, the flowing ice crystals shattered into ice powder, which spun under the control of Aokiji, turning into a cyclone formed by the power of extreme cold, raging madly towards Kaido. This blow was like a natural disaster. The wind howled like a blizzard. Ha ha ha, the power of a natural disaster? But are you the only one who knows it? Feeling the power transmitted by Aokiji's blow, Kaido also laughed wildly, and an aura of terror engulfed the audience. Qinglong, the ruler of the sky, the spokesperson of natural disasters? No one can understand natural disasters better than him. Flame tornado, bad wind, roaring thunder. Kaido laughed ferociously, and his figure turned into a dragon again. The three forces of wind, blade, lightning, and flame exploded at this moment, forming a more terrifying tornado, which competed with Aokiji's blue cyclone. Boom boom boom. Two terrifying energies collided with each other, and a terrifying energy swept away. The green pheasant exerted its fruit ability with all its strength, and the torrent of cold air strengthened again. Breakout, breakout. Kaido didn't show any weakness. He continued to laugh, and the tornado rushed over with wind blades, flames, and thunder. Boom! An unprecedented roar erupted in the arena, and the ground could not bear the terrifying shock wave and collapsed, with dense cracks spreading across the entire island. The sky is falling apart. The real heaven and earth shattered. Finally, this naval branch base still couldn't bear the ravages of the strong, and was completely destroyed at this moment, split into several pieces like a glass mirror. In the distance, many navies who saw the situation were not good had left to the edge of the island. But they still felt that the air conditioning in the air was icy cold. Are they still human? Such a battle, are they really human like us? Monster. Everyone looked shocked at the battle in the distance, and their hearts were horrified to the extreme. This is the combat power of the general level. Is this the combat power of the four emperors? So scary? Ha ha ha, Aokiji, you are really tough. But I am Kaido of beasts. Defeat me. Kaido's voice resounded throughout the world, and then the figure of the magic dragon swelled and changed again. Big. No, it's not that the main body swells and becomes bigger, but that endless hot flames spread out from Kaido's body surface, enveloping his entire dragon body in an instant. Fire dragon. The flames slowly condensed and rotated, enveloping his whole body, driving away the extremely cold and low temperature from Aokiji. Most of the chills on his body were expelled, and with Kaido's terrifying physique, such chills could no longer affect him, except for a decrease in physical strength. Everything is the same as a few hours ago. Flame? This guy actually hid this trick. Aokiji's face finally changed at this moment. He didn't expect Kaido to keep this trick. Such a flame can even compete with his low temperature for a short time. Oh lol, there are many things you can't imagine. Flame gossip. Kaido once again turned into a human and animal form, stepping on the whirlwind and rushing out like electricity. The mace in his hand can melt even stones. The high-temperature flames resisted the boundless cold of Aokiji, and killed Aokiji. Assimilation, Ice Age. Aokiji gritted his teeth, and the terrifying cold spread all over his body again. A large number of flowing ice crystals swept forward like a wave. He wanted to block Kaido's attack this time. No one can escape my blow. Kizaru is too late. Go to hell. Kaido's speed increased again, and the cyan afterimage streaked across the air. The figure has already broken through. With this blow, Kaido seized the opportunity. How could it be possible for Aokiji to run away? The flames entwine the mace, and it slams down with one stick. Boom! A loud noise spread, and the flames in the air exploded, and then, a figure with flames was smashed down from the sky like a meteor. The ground was cracked and cracked, huge holes penetrated the ground, and seawater poured in, but it was frozen into ice in an instant. Kaido's huge figure fell from the sky, glanced at the bottom of the cave, then looked in the direction of Yunyi, and said with a cold smile, "Next is you, Yunyi brat. If the Navy's highest combat power is so easy to lose, they won't be generals." Yunyi's face was extremely serious at this time. He didn't expect Kaido to be so difficult to deal with. Even after Aokiji awakened, he still fell into a disadvantage. But Yunya wasn't worried at all that Kingzi would lose just like that. The general wasn't that weak yet. Ahem. It's really dangerous, Kaido. The ice crystals flowed on the ground, and a figure condensed into shape. Aokiji coughed up a big mouthful of blood, and looked at Kaido with a gloomy face. This guy is really difficult to deal with. Singled out the strongest is not a joke. General Kingzi, can you still fight? Yunya looked at Kingzi. Aokiji wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, naturally. Oh lol, you're really fighting, Aokiji. Kaido looked at the fluidly formed Aokiji, with a wild expression on his face in human and animal form. Where are the other generals? If you don't come out, you everyone will die here today. Alala, I'm going to do my best. I can't let the pirates be so rampant. Aokiji took a deep breath. His pupils were blue, and the cold air spread out of his body again. General Kingzi, let's go together. Freeze him completely. Yunya walked to Kingzi's side in an instant, and also moved his arms, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Then, I'll do it for real. After hearing Yunya's words, the two people present were startled. Kaido narrowed his eyes, and he felt a strange wave of power from Yunya at this moment. King Z also frowned. Major General Yunyi still hides his strength. Suddenly, Yunyi's body also surged with a violent aura. Holding up the silver fiber, Yunyi closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank into the system panel. Add a bit. Hinglunwan proficiency 60, 61, 62, 78, 79, 80. Just when the proficiency of Binglunwan reached 80, Yunya suddenly opened his eyes, and whispered, Dahonglian Binglunwan. This time there is no accident. After 80 proficiency is the swastika? In the air, a chill that was not inferior to King Z suddenly appeared, centered on Yunya, and swept out in waves wave after wave. At this time, the sky seemed to be summoned by something, with thick dark clouds, thunder, and lightning, and howling winds. Hiron Marrow controls the sky. Everything in the sky is under his control. Crack. With the sound of ice crystals spreading, it seemed like an ice dragon appeared behind Yunyi. The dragon's head bit the silver fiber in Yunyi's hand, and two huge ice wings wrapped Yunyi into an ice ball at this time. Then with a buzz sound, the two icy wings behind Yunya suddenly spread their wings, and a terrifying strong wind rushed out with a chill in it. The wings fluttered slightly, and Yunya's figure seemed to be dragged by the weight loss, suspended, and behind him, 12 ice flowers floated and rotated non-stop. Yunyi looked at Kaido, and said with a smile, this is a form of my devil fruit ice death god. I call it Dagrenlian Hiron. Yunya pointed at Kaido, come and fight. Oh lol, Ice Reaper. Is this the true power of your human fruit phantom beast reaper form? It's so exciting. There is such a fruit ability in this world. Kaido became more and more excited. He is already crazy. Fighting against the strong and setting off the strongest war is his greatest wish. It is also his lifelong pursuit. He wants to become the One Piece because the One Piece is the strongest who can conquer the sea. He, Kaido, was born to be the strongest person? What fate is bullshit. No one can really defeat him. No one can. And King Z looked at Yunya in shock at this time. The cold air surging from Yunya at this time was no weaker than his cold air. It seems that another monster is about to appear in the navy. Aokiji took a deep breath, fought side by side with Yunya, and looked at Kaido, feeling cold. Then let's have a big battle that will shock the whole world. Navy. Kaido roared, and at the same time as the heat rushed out, his figure also killed. David Thunder Gossip. Dragon Racket. Yunya took the lead to attack, and the ice crystals flowed on the edge of the sword, colliding with Kaido's mace. With a bang, Yunya took a few steps back, while Kaido was frozen again. However, it was the same, and soon he broke through the ice. But at this time, Aokiji had already attacked from another place, pressing Kaido's body with his palm. Ice Age. Crack. The ice crystals froze Kaido again. You guys are so annoying. Kaido looked at the two of them with eyes full of anger after breaking through the ice with his body wrapped in flames. He felt like he was being played by the two of them. Frozen him one by one in rotation. Boom boom boom. The battle lasted until midnight. The two sides had been fighting for a long time. The island was in a mess, countless icebergs and ice thorns stood up, and huge ice spears plunged into the ground. Yunyi's physique has been catching up step by step, but his stamina is still not as good as those of their peak physiques, and they are only assisting King Z in the fight. But even so, Yunya was still out of breath at this time, exhausting too much. As for the two of them, although they were a little out of breath at this time, they didn't have the slightest problem after fighting for a long time. 1,000-year ice prison. Yunya pointed forward with his sword, and icicles rose up one after another, surrounding Kaido, and suddenly closed while spinning, freezing Kaido inside. Eat my last move, Kaido. Yunya yelled, his body surged violently, and the cold air raged. A sword pointed directly at the sky, and endless cold air shot out from the tip of the sword and pierced into the clouds. Yunyi's eyes were extremely cold, and he whispered, the burial of frozen sky and 100 flowers. Buzz buzz. The clouds in the sky suddenly rolled, as if something terrible was hidden, and then, snowflakes fell from the sky, beautiful and beautiful. The falling speed was not fast, but it was full of endless murderous intent. Oh la la la, is it the last move? Then, let's try it. Kaido turned into a dragon again, and opened his mouth to breathe out heat and hit the sky. From the clouds, he felt the threat. Then, break him up in advance. However, when his heat was hit, it was like a mud cow entering the sea, without even arousing a splash. Aokiji on the other side was also gasping for breath. He also saw Yunyi's plan to deal with Kaido with one move. He rushed into the sky on moon steps, and the cold air surged behind him to form a sea of ice. Assimilation. Awakening extreme cold. World. Aokiji also erupted at this moment, changing all the surrounding matter from particles into ice cubes, and shattering at the same time in the next moment, turning into the purest cold current. This cold current is invisible and invisible to the naked eye. However, when the perception spreads over, one will notice a great terror of extinction. Aokiji drove this frightening cold current that exterminated life, and bombarded Kaido below. This blow seemed to freeze even time. This cold air. Kaido's expression froze. The attacks of both of them were indiscriminate attacks with a wide range, and there was no room for him to dodge at all. But, hiding? Who do you underestimate? Come on. Let me see if your joint attack can completely freeze me. Kaido laughed wildly, and endless flames surged from his body again. The flames compressed and condensed to form a dragon-shaped armor, wrapping him inside. This flame, the heat wave is billowing, as if it can burn and melt everything, and the scorching heat temporarily drives out the terrifying cold air. However, it was just that the cold air within a few meters of Kaido's body was dispelled. Faced with the terrifying chill that King Zi Yunyi and the two teamed up to display, even if the magma from Akainu came, it would be frozen into volcanic rocks. Fire dragon torch rising dragon flame gossip. At this moment, Kaido also erupted completely, unleashing the most powerful attack. The body of the demon dragon snaked upwards and charged, and the flame dragon king condensed billowing hot flames, as if to burn everything up. This flame can melt rocks in an instant, and even the burning fruit of the natural system cannot have such power if it is not developed to the extreme. The first snowflake fell on the flame dragon king, an extremely cold ice flower exploded, and a chill that froze everything spread out from the ice flower. Not even that terrible flame can expel this chill. The chill condensed by an ice flower is comparable to the chill condensed by Yunya's ice extreme slash, and at this time, there are hundreds of flowers falling from the sky. On the other side, the cold current of Aokiji also suppressed, freezing everything and extinction. The three attacked and collided in midair. This time there was no explosive roar, no terrifying fluctuations. But if someone is present, they will find that, compared to the eruption before, the real terror is in the arena at this time. It is a cold and lonely world, as if no creature can survive in this area. Only one tall iceberg with countless ice crystal flowers stands in the center. Among the icebergs was the figure of a terrifying dragon. The expression on his face is still so arrogant, so crazy, still showing the sense of oppression that belongs to the four emperors. However, at this time, he has been completely frozen in the iceberg. One of the four emperors, Beast Kaido, defeated. What a fierce battle. Seeing the completely frozen Kaido in the arena, Aokiji couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, and sat on the ground casually. The battlefield was in a mess, with countless ice blocks and ice thorns shooting up into the sky, and beside it was a lifelike ice dragon, with a huge ice spear half exposed. But more importantly, the weather here has been permanently changed. In the next 100 years, the climate of this island will be changed. From an ordinary island to the current winter island, and only half of the island is the kind of ice and snow. This guy won't just freeze to death, right? Yunya sat paralyzed not far from King Zi's side, feeling sore all over his body, as if he was falling apart. Yunya's combat power has also improved a lot after the siege is solved. Although it has not increased by 5 to 10 times like in the world of the God of Death, it is still able to resist Kaido, but it is only slightly disadvantaged. Of course, the consumption is also huge, and the physical strength has almost bottomed out. Alala, I can't answer this question for you. It's the first time I've seen this level of freezing, but the other party is Kaido after all, so it's hard to say. That's right, he's a monster. The corner of Aokiji's mouth twitched. Monster, you are talking about yourself? If I remember correctly, Major General Yunya seems to be less than 20, right? To have such strength at this age is simply terrifying. Yunya looked at Kaido in the iceberg ahead, and couldn't help but ask, so, what should we do with him next? You can't put Kaido here, then his G7 branch base will live a life of fear every day, for fear that Kaido will be able to break the seal from the ice. King Zi also had a headache and said, I will ask Marshal Warring States for instructions later. The battle here ended, and the movement stopped completely. At this time, the people who retreated to the edge of the island also noticed it. The fighting over there has stopped. Is the battle over? Who's winning? All the navy were stunned, with a look of hope on their faces. If General Aokiji and Major General Yunya won, that would be fine, but if Kaido won, then they would be a little at a loss. Go over and have a look. Smoker finally spoke, and his body turned into white smoke and rushed out. Drake also didn't say a word, and rushed over while stepping on the razor. Everyone present looked at each other in blank dismay, and then rushed out together. It's useless to stay here. If Aokiji and the others win, they will be in no danger. If Kaido wins, they won't be able to run away. The sea has been completely frozen, and the warships can't move. Smoker was the first to arrive, and also the first to see the huge iceberg standing in the field, and the terrifying dragon completely frozen in the iceberg. When he saw this scene, his hanging heart was finally relieved. It was General King Zi and Major General Yunya who won. Navy arrived one after another. After seeing the iceberg in the center of the field, Kaido in the iceberg, they also burst into cheers. Victory! Their navy has won. Although they didn't participate very much, their general and their major general defeated the four emperors. This incident is enough to boost the morale of their navy. In this battle, Major General Yunya's strength also surprised them. At first, he thought that he could defeat Droughtjack, which was already very terrifying. Unexpectedly, now he can fight against the four emperors. The growth rate of this strength is really too fast. The navy took a short rest and counted the casualties. Because Kaido went directly towards Yunya, except for a few unlucky ones who were affected and died, there were not many casualties. It's just that this G7 branch base can no longer be used. Fortunately, there are no civilians on this island, and there is only one naval base. Otherwise, the damage would have been even more severe, which is a blessing in misfortune. On an open space, Aokiji picked up the phone bug, regardless of it being late at night, dialed Sengoku and was picked up after a few bolubolu over there. Obviously Sengoku did not fall asleep. After all, he already knew about Kaido's attack on the G7 branch base through other navies in the G7 branch base. It can be said that almost all high-level officials in the Navy headquarters are worried about this matter. The voice of the warring states came from over there. Hey, is it Aokiji? How is the situation over there? King Z briefly explained the matter, and the specific situation will be sent back to the headquarters through paper information. Now the Navy has already started this matter. A few days later, the news was also passed on. It is impossible to hide such a big event. Although Kaido acted alone, he did not hide his whereabouts. Many people know about Kaido's actions this time, and they are also watching the next developments. Father, come and see. With a newspaper in his hand, Marco hurried to Whitebeard's side and handed the newspaper over. Oh, what happened again? It made you look so hurried. The Whitebeard looked calm, took the newspaper in his hand and looked at it, and laughed. Did Kaido fall too? Also, these two words appeared in Whitebeard's mouth. It is enough to prove that the recent sea is really a big event. Morgans almost burst out of laughter. Quincy kills the celestial dragon. Quincy becomes the new king of the dark world. The big pirate Whitebeard breaks out with Big Mom. Quincy fights Big Mom hard on the battlefield. The 4 emperors are established. Kaido loses. In less than a few months, there have been so many major incidents, no wonder Whitebeard would say such words. Forget about the green pheasant, does even a rear admiral have such strength? Diamond Kiyoshi, the captain of the 3rd team, also sighed with emotion. It's not that the Whitebeard pirates have never fought against Kaido, and they are still very aware of the strength of that monster-like man. It's just that I didn't expect that this time it would fall into the hands of the Navy. Whitebeard laughed loudly and said, however, the Navy is going to have a headache now. Should we release it? Or should we imprison it? They can't kill Kaido. That's right, it's not that the Navy has never defeated Kaido, but they have no way to execute Kaido. Not even the sharpest big knife can cut off his head. But this time is obviously a little different. Ever since Kaido was frozen, there has been no sign of breaking out of the ice, as if he was completely dead. Together with that iceberg, it is also extremely hard. If it breaks open, only a trace will be left on it. I heard that this time, the Navy will imprison Kaido in the City of Advancement. Marco pointed to one of the messages and said, oh, the Navy is so bold this time. Whitebeard looked over and frowned, absolutely frozen. What joke is the Navy playing? Marco shook his head slightly and said, this time is different. It seems that General Aokiji and the new Navy star Patino Yunyi have teamed up to freeze it. It has been a few days, and Kaido still shows no signs of recovery. Are the 2 top ice-type ability users frozen at the same time? Gulala, the Navy has completely suppressed the arrogance of the establishment of the 4 emperors. Whitebeard laughed, but his face was also a little dignified. Even a guy like Kaido can't break through the ice. In this kind of cold, who else in this world can resist the ice seal of Aokiji and Yunyi? Now the Navy is going to be powerful. Red Hair Sphere of Influence. On a small island, the redhead was also holding a newspaper in his hand. His face was cloudy and uncertain. It really made my hawk right. Kaido lost. Red Hair is also a bit unbelievable. Is the Navy so tiger? Even Kaido went on. But thinking of the consequences of Kaido's downfall, he couldn't help frowning. The originally stable situation was broken again. His original intention was to keep the situation in the sea stable and make the new world peaceful for a while, but he didn't expect that the sea would be in chaos again. What a headache! Cake Island of all nations. Charlotte Lingling was also reading the newspaper, although there was still an evil smile on the corner of her mouth, but from the bottom of her eyes, she could also see the solemn look. Well, it's been a long time since I saw you, and you have become are you so weak? Kaido? If you fall down like this, then I am so disappointed. Kaido. Surrounding Charlotte Lingling were her sons and daughters, and their expressions were extremely shocked at this time. Kaido, the beast who was as famous as their mother, was defeated. On the side, Katakuri with restrained aura closed his eyes, but the aura emanating from him at this time was even more terrifying than before. There is a kind of domineering that even Charlotte Lingling can't suppress surges in him. Obviously, after a period of hard training, Katakuri's strength has also become stronger. Has a man like that been defeated by the Navy? In Alabasta, in a dark basement, with a cigar in his mouth, Crocodile, one of the Shishibukai, held a newspaper in his hand. When he saw the news in the newspaper, he couldn't help shrinking his pupils, and whispered, Admiral Aokiji teamed up with Navy star Patino Yunyi to completely freeze Kaido at the Naval Branch Base. Hey, this is not fake news, right? Will the immortal man also lose? Crocodile's face was cloudy and uncertain, and he was shocked by the news. Dressrosa. In the palace, Doflamingo's eyes shrank violently behind his sunglasses. This incident really shocked him. Kaido, who had just become the 4 emperors, was actually defeated by the Navy in paradise. This news shocked him a lot. Dover, this. Torrepole looked shocked, and didn't know what to say. If Kaido falls, their business will definitely suffer a lot. Doflamingo was still looking at the newspaper, and took a deep breath. It seems that the sea is going to be in chaos again. The 4 emperors have just been established, and one of them was eliminated. The Navy, is this going to heaven? Even Doflamingo was thinking in his heart, is this a big action by the Navy against the pirates, in order to suppress the newly formed 4 emperors pattern? After all, with the establishment of the 4 emperors, the Navy's prestige will inevitably be suppressed. However, once this incident happened, who could suppress the Navy's current prestige? Scenes like this are happening all over the sea. As long as there are forces that pay attention to these movements, this information will be on the table at this time, and then, each of them will show shocking and inexplicable expressions. The only ones who showed a different color were the high-level officials of the 100 Beasts Pirates at Wano Country headquarters. At this time, the 3 disasters of the 100 Beasts Pirates were all in the same room, discussing this matter. Plague Quay was biting a cigar at the moment, with a very ugly expression on his face. Brother Kaido has fallen. I think we should break up now. You all know who the elder brother has offended, and now he is gone. It is only up to us, but I can't resist. With a guilty conscience on his face, Quinn suggested that the pirate ship should be disbanded. If the enemy came to the door, they would not be able to resist it. Of course, he said in other words, it was impossible to run. Idiot, do you know what you're talking about? Yen Calamity Jin scolded Quinn angrily, and then said lightly, that man won't just fall down like this, we just need to maintain the status quo of the pirate group. It's enough for people to stabilize. Yin trusts Kaido very much. He does not believe that such a man will fall into the hands of the navy. He will definitely return again. Jack held the newspaper in his hand, looked at a name on the newspaper, and said through gritted teeth, Patino Yunyi. How could that damned guy have such strength? Freezing boss Kaido? I don't believe it. He has experienced Yunyi's ice ability. Even he may not be able to seal that kind of cold. How could he freeze his boss? Yin looked at Jack and tapped. Don't underestimate anyone. Hasn't the loss you suffered before made your memory long? Jack was startled, and said in a low voice, I'm sorry brother Jin, I understand. Jack still respects these 2 cotters who are older than him. Quinn turned serious, took a puff of his cigar, exhaled the smoke and said, after hearing the news, this guy, Big Snake, seems to have started to move recently. Orokai and Kaido are in an alliance, and their biggest purpose is to destroy Wano Country. But what he doesn't know is that he has been being used by Kaido Lee all the time. Orokai is not a good person. When Kaido was still there, he was naturally honest, but now that Kaido is frozen and suppressed, he naturally wants to occupy all of Kaido's properties in Wano, which is a lot of wealth. Yin didn't take the Big Snake seriously, and said lightly, Quinn, you go over to warn him later, and tell him to be more honest. Quinn nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. Yin looked at the 2 of them, and said slowly, we don't need to start a conflict with anyone now, the war has slowed down, even the other 3 guys won't cause trouble for us at this time, just stabilize the situation, just wait for him to come back. Finally Yin gave the final order. Kaido is not there, so naturally his right hand is in charge of everything. With his strength, even if Kaido is not there, it is still very easy to stabilize the situation. On the other hand, because of Kaido's defeat and imprisonment, Wano Country is also under currents. The people hiding in the dark seemed to have seen hope, but this hope fell silent again not long after. Time back to 2 days ago. Are you the legendary new star of the Navy, Rear Admiral Patino Yunyi? Huang Yuan, who was wearing a yellow suit, was looking at Yunya, and finally pouted, showing an expression that made people feel obscene. It's really so scary. General Huang Yuan. Yunya didn't look at Huang Yuan's wretched expression, and said with a smile, I am Patino Yunya. Major General Yunya, you are really a monster. You have such strength at this age. Compared with us, you are so much better. Huang Yuan was still out of tune, with his hands in his pockets. His expression, very unique, said, I've been listening to Teacher Zifa talking about you. He always said that you are his most proud disciple. It seems that this is indeed the case. After rushing over, looking at Kaido who was completely frozen, Kizaru was still very shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that Kaido was completely frozen by Aokiji and Yunyi alone, and seeing the strength of the ice, it was terrifying to the extreme. Even he looked incredible. As a general, Aokiji's strength is more or less clear to him, and he is not surprised that he has the strength to fight against Kaido. It's just that he didn't expect that the Major General Yunya's strength would be so terrifying. The 2 teamed up to completely freeze Kaido. Even if he comes over, he can't achieve such a result. At most, he and Aokiji will join forces to defeat Kaido and exile him. It is impossible to achieve such a terrifying effect as Yunyi and Kingzi teaming up. It is really because the abilities of Yunyi and Kingzi are too compatible. This is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. General Huang Yuan is overrated. Yunya shook his head and said modestly, compared to you, I'm still a little bit worse. Yunya is serious about what he said. When he was fighting Huang Yuan before, this wretched old guy didn't use any moves like awakening, did he? Don't look at the joke, even the youngest Kuzan has awakened. Haven't the other 2 reached the level of awakening yet? This is impossible. The only possibility is that when fighting against the identity of the Quincy Master, the yellow ape didn't really move at all. The reason why I acted a little harder was to give an explanation to the world government. You have to let this lazy guy do his best, so he won't be so idle. He despises trouble, so naturally he can't be serious about 2 trash. Major General Yunyi, you don't need to be humble, you are already amazing. I'm your age, I probably haven't become a colonel yet. Huang Yuan pouted. At this time, King Zi came over, looked at the 2 of them and said, let's go, the warship has arrived, and we have to go back to the headquarters. Major General Yunya is also here. This is the order of Martial Warring States. Huang Yuan curled his lips when he heard this, and muttered, the Marshal of the Warring States period is really good at calling people, and he wasted my vacation for nothing. It's like exchanging devil fruits with Kuzan. Kizaru thought in his heart, and stepped onto the warship. Yunya followed closely behind. This G7 branch base has experienced the devastation of 3 powerful battles. It can no longer be used in a short period of time and needs to be rebuilt again. Because of Aokiji's awakening, half of this island has become Winter Island. Even if the reconstruction is completed, it will become different from before. Moreover, they also need to transport Kaido back. It is not safe to put it here. On the headquarters side, after a few days of meetings, it was finally decided by the Warring States period, and Kaido was imprisoned in the Promotion City. If it was in the past, it would be released. After all, there is nothing Kaido can do. Kaido will wake up on the way to the imprisoned city, and he will break free and run away. That's right, the Navy has never imprisoned Kaido into the City of Advancement from the beginning to the end, and he will be run away halfway. The execution is also executed on the spot, but Kaido just can't die. But this time things are different. Kaido was completely frozen, and even after a few days, there was no sign of breaking the seal at all. If you leave it alone here, the beast pirates will definitely attack Kaido after hearing the news. It's not that Sengoku didn't think about using Kaido to lure out the rest of the beast pirates to completely defeat him, but after thinking about it for a long time, Sengoku still gave up this plan. First, after defeating Beast Kaido, the Navy's prestige soared, and there was no need for another incident to boost morale. Secondly, when a war breaks out, both sides will suffer a lot of casualties. As a marshal, the Warring States still has to consider the overall situation. Thirdly, the high-profile behavior of the Navy may make the other 3 emperors have some scruples. If they unite, it will inevitably be more troublesome. He doesn't want to create a pirate group like the Lox Pirates. After several times of thinking and discussion, Sengoku still decided to imprison Kaido. However, worried about the all-out counterattack of the 100 Beasts pirates, and worried about Kaido breaking out of the ice halfway, Sengoku even ordered that Aokiji, Kizura, and Yunyi be jointly guarded, and Kaido must be sent to the City of Advancement. Warring States really don't believe it. After that guy Kaido was imprisoned in the City of Advancement, can he still escape? Even the Red Earl Baloric Redfield, World Destroyer Bundy Wald, Devil Heir Douglas Barrett and other ferocious criminals can only stay in the deepest place honestly after being imprisoned. If the Golden Lion hadn't been because of the right time, place, and people, he would not have been able to run away, but even so, he had to pay the price of his legs to run out. Kaido, no matter how fierce you are, can you still escape? The warship traveled quickly through a special channel, and a few days later, the iceberg that was transporting the frozen Kaido also arrived at the City of Propulsion in the Windless Belt. Yunyakingzi Huangyuan and the others did not step into the city, but left after completing the handover task. Kizaru looked at Jinjin City from above the warship, pouted and said, "Is this sending Kaido in? Is it too simple?" King Z said, "It's good that there are no accidents. Now, we have completed the task." Yunya was also on the warship at this time. He looked at the position of the city, and felt in his heart that Kaido would not be silent like this, but it was hard to say. He shook his head slightly, and looked at his system panel. "Are you going to the Navy headquarters next?" Yunya looked at King Z and Huangyuan. He was also dispatched to Jinjin City. Now that the mission has been completed, he also wants to go to the Navy headquarters. As one of the 2 who defeated Kaido, Yunya made a great contribution this time. Defeating the 4 emperors and imprisoning the 4 emperors, Yunya's contribution is huge, and it is even enough to promote Yunya to the rank of Lieutenant General. King Z nodded and said, "Yes, it is estimated that your military rank will be improved because of this incident, and you may even be transferred from the G7 branch back to the headquarters." Although the Major General of the branch and the Major General of the headquarters are in the same rank, they represent different meanings. I just don't know if Yunya's military rank can be raised above Lieutenant General. It's just that Yunya's promotion speed is too fast. Maybe due to some considerations, the Warring States period will not allow Yunya to be promoted to Lieutenant General. Huangyuan also pouted and said, "If you get promoted to Lieutenant General, it will be a big deal. A Lieutenant General who is less than 20 is really scary. I hope." Yunya didn't care if he was promoted to Lieutenant General or not. After all, his strength was at stake, and no one dared to provoke him. Yunya closed his eyes behind him, his consciousness sinking into his mind. When he teamed up with Aokiji to defeat Kaido, a system notification sounded in Yunya's mind. Got 2,000 achievement points, the largest number ever, and more than that. Yunya also got a title achievement, extraordinary. Every time the title is achieved, Yunya will get a more useful thing, either a lottery or a special skill like full point Yuko. This time, Yunya got a unlock Ghost Deo skill. As the name suggests, you can unlock any skill in a ghost character branch at will. In the ghost way, the higher the level, the stronger the power will be, and even the high-level ghost way is not inferior to those abilities of Xie. The only thing that can't be done is to improve the strength after the solution of the swastika. Yunya has not yet considered which skill to unlock. The answer is to be ruled out first, and the answer with a dead tree in spring is enough. As for Binding Tao, Yunya rarely used it. The only thing that catches my eye is the powerful high-level breakthrough. Now Yunya's strongest is Lei Hopao, and there are only 63 of them. Above him, there are more powerful breakthroughs. With this skill, Yunya's eyes naturally set his sights on Podeo, the highest rank. That is to say, the broken way of the 99, the 5 dragons have turned and disappeared. Now Yunyi has 2220 achievement points on his body, and most of the broken paths have been lit up, and the broken paths after 90 have not been lit yet. Faced with this situation, Yunya did not hesitate, and directly unlocked Ghost Deo Unlock. Just after unlocking Ghost Deo was unlocked, all the icons belonging to the Ghost branch lit up on the system panel in my mind at this moment. Yunya's eyes turned upwards one by one, and he saw the icon at the top, Broken Deo, 99 5 dragons turning off. Controlled by his mind, Yunya directly unlocked the 5 dragons turning to death. Yunya looked at the system panel. Host, Yunya. Achievement points, 2220. Cut, swordsmanship, proficiency 90. Zanpakuto, Zainyu, proficiency 68. Ice wheel pill, proficiency 80. Fist, white fighting, proficiency 83. UN School of Fighting, proficiency 62. Walk, Shunpo, proficiency 92. Ghost, the 4th of the Broken Way Baile, proficiency 100. The 33 of the Broken Way Kangwo Pendant, proficiency 100. The 63 of the Broken Way Thunder Roar, proficiency 100. The Broken Way the 99th of the Tau 5 Dragons Turn Off, proficiency 50. The 30 of the Binding Tau 3 Flashes of the Mouth, proficiency 76. The 81 of the Binding Tau Breaking the Sky, proficiency 50. Returning to the Road Deadwood Rejuvenation, proficiency 55. Special category, Instant Coaxing, proficiency 86, Skeletal Clone, 0/1. Before adding some Binglun pills to the swastika solution, Yunyi spent a full 1000 achievement points and now Yunyi teamed up to defeat Kaido and earned it back. This deal is not a loss. Yunyi also took the time to look at the Zanpakuto that 2220 had lit up, and found that many types of Zanpakuto were lit up. The only pity is that the strongest fire-type Flow Blade Ruo Huo has not been lit up yet. Right now Yunyi doesn't intend to unlock other abilities. Now that there are enough abilities, it's better to keep them for later use, which can be regarded as one of the trump cards. Just when Yunya was going to the Navy headquarters, advance the city, the Warden Magellan walked in front, directing the guards behind him to push an iceberg to the 6th floor. The criminals detained on the 6th floor all opened their eyes at this moment and looked over. Oh, there's a newcomer here? Who's the big guy this time? Haha, it's really interesting. It's been a long time since there's been a newcomer on the 6th floor. Ice? Was it caught by Aokiji? Another frozen one. On the 6th floor, all the prisoners are vicious criminals. Ordinary people are not worthy of being held here. Therefore, in the 6th floor, every time a new person is imprisoned, it will cause a discussion. After all, those who can be imprisoned are big figures in the sea. However, there are also layers in the 6th floor. Real monsters will be kept in solitary confinement. Among them, Douglas Barrett, Bundy Wald, Valoric Redfield, Avalo Pizarro, Catalina and other great pirates who once shook the sea are all held in solitary confinement. You bunch of trash are quite energetic, aren't you? Then, today's food will be cancelled. Magellan said in a flat tone, looking at the trash with cold eyes. Tisk, there's a lot of movement. Is Magellan imprisoned himself? This is rare. Barrett grinned, looked at Magellan and said, Hey, the one who used poison, can you tell me about the one in the iceberg over there? Who is the person? Magellan followed the prestige, and when he saw this man, his eyes showed a solemn look. Douglas Barrett, you will know later. When this guy was just sent here, he gave me I was taken aback. As he said that, Magellan ignored the others, and before he came to a huge cage, he pushed the iceberg that had frozen Kaido into it, and hundreds of thousands of chains made of sea stones entangled the iceberg tightly. Is this Kaido? Beast Kaido? How is this possible? Just as the iceberg was pushed forward, a criminal who was closer saw the magic dragon frozen inside, and couldn't help but screamed. With this scream, the pupils of the people on the 6th floor shrank violently, and their expressions changed. At this time, even the big figures on the 6th floor looked this way, and it was Kaido's name that attracted their attention. Humph, you should be honored to have such a big man imprisoned with you. Magellan coldly glanced at the many prisoners present and snorted coldly. The other jailers were dripping with cold sweat. The pressure given to them here was too great. Hannibal, the deputy warden, looked at all the criminals cautiously, shrank his neck, but said loudly, Did you hear that? Even big men like beasts are imprisoned here? This is my future. The feet of the warden. Oh, no, I seem to have exposed my ambition. Halfway through, Hannibal suddenly became stupid. But others didn't care about him. Magellan looked at Kaido's cell again, and after seeing the iceberg was firmly bound by chains, he nodded with satisfaction, turned around and left. He is also very depressed staying here. The people inside are not easy to provoke, even if they have been completely imprisoned. The domineering, murderous, and evil spirit exuding from them are enough to make ordinary people tremble. He has tested the firmness of this iceberg himself, and it is even stronger than steel. Not afraid of fire, even the scorching flames can't melt it, and it's extremely strong, even if it's his poison. Shiloh of the Rain Sword can only leave slight traces. But this is dispensable for a huge iceberg. If he hadn't tested the firmness of the iceberg himself, he wouldn't have put Kaido in the 6th floor with confidence. It wasn't until Magellan left that the field completely exploded. Really, you read it right? How could such a monster be frozen? Fake, do you think I have no eyes? Who else looks like this in this sea? Beast Kaido. Isn't this the great pirate from the New World? That monster. He lost? How is it possible? How could such a monster lose? Frozen? Like World Breaker, is it frozen? In the 6th floor, after knowing that the person frozen in ice is Kaido, they were all shocked and exploded. These people have all traveled in the sea, so naturally they have heard of the names of beasts. Kaido, what kind of existence is that? But the top pirate in the sea was actually defeated by the navy? Unbelievable? Many people present showed expressions of disbelief. Someone even looked at Bundy Wald, who was also frozen in another cage so that only his head could move. Bundy Wald looked at these people with cold eyes. After these people came into contact with Bundy Wald's eyes, they all curled their lips to avoid it, so why don't they let them talk? In the deepest part, one is wearing a prison uniform. Because of the long-term detention, he looks old, but he can still feel the terrifying arrogance in him. This person's name is Beloric Redfield, who used to be as famous as Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion, also one of the strongest of that era. Moreover, he is the only one who stands shoulder to shoulder with those 3 legendary big pirates alone. With such an existence, it is natural for many characters in the sea to know something about it. Redfield looked in the direction of the iceberg, with surprise in his eyes. Is that the undead kid? Did this guy also fall into the hands of the navy? Kaido was also a well-known powerhouse in the New World in his era. Famous is the name Immortal. That was a monster that even Roger and Whitebeard couldn't completely kill. In another solitary prison, the burly Douglas Barrett, who was doing push-ups with his head down, stopped his movements, and the sound of the iron chain friction also stopped. He rolled over and looked at in the direction there. He said in a low tone, Kaido the Beast? Is that the guy who can't even kill Roger? He also became interested when he heard Kaido's name. That man, he has also fought against him before, but he is not a guy who can be easily dealt with. The evil king, Aburo Pizarro, also spoke solemnly. Is the sea so dangerous now? In the past, he was also famous for playing with the existence of a country, but he was still very afraid of a big man like Kaido. It's just that I didn't expect that a big man like Kaido would come in. Crescent Hunter Katarina grinned and said, I don't know how the situation is going. I don't know if the old guy with the white beard is dead or not. In her time, Golden Lion was imprisoned, Roger surrendered himself, and there was only one Whitebeard left in Dahai. As long as Whitebeard wants to, he can even become the next One Piece. Landed in Ralph Drew, but Whitebeard's ambition is not here, he prefers to live a free life. Kate Lena was captured after the start of the Great Pirate Era. Redfield was sitting on a step with his hands on his knees, his eyes were closed at this time, his unique domineering arrogance spread towards Kaido. After a long time, he laughed, it seems that I'm completely frozen, even my consciousness is frozen. Redfield looked in the direction of Bundy Wald, it's almost the same as you used to be, Bundy Wald. If he wasn't an awakened animal, this would have been dead. I wanted to get it from his mouth. It's a pity that I learned some news from the middle. The former Bundy Wald was also completely frozen in consciousness, but when the Golden Lion escaped and caused great chaos, the ice block that frozen Bundy Wald also shattered, exposing his head, and regained consciousness. Strong people like them, even after being frozen for many years, still retain their vitality? Since knowledge is not good enough, then change to something else. Barrett looked at Kaido's cell, grinned, and a terrifying domineering arrogance pressed towards Kaido's cell. The extremely vicious domineering color erupted, not only rushing towards Kaido's cell, but also inevitably swept to other cells. Hey, Barrett, don't show your domineering look at will, who are you oppressing? Bundy Wald, who was frozen in the same position as Kaido, with only one head exposed, looked cold. The existence that has confronted Roger and Whitebeard before, it is naturally impossible to allow itself to be oppressed by others. The same terrifying domineering arrogance erupted from his body. Boom. Barrett's overlord color did not hit Kaido's position, but Valder's overlord color was blocked. A conflict broke out between the two, and the entire cell was shaking. Hey, have you started again? You've been imprisoned for so long, and you're still so energetic. One person smiled, but there was also a domineering look in his body. The third overlord color. GG, since this is the case, then I'll come too. The fourth overlord color joined in. You don't want to affect me? I'm upset right now. The fifth overlord looked domineering. The sixth share, the seventh share. Those who can be imprisoned here are not weak, and all of them are arrogant. How can they be oppressed by other people's dominance? Those who have the domineering look will be released directly, and those who don't will be treated coldly and will not be affected at all. Boom. It's messed up. The sixth floor is completely messed up. The disordered domineering color erupted, and the entire sixth floor was trembling slightly. Even the iron chain made by Hailishi was trembling slightly. The stone bricks on the ground were cracked by the intertwined domineering air. The iceberg that frozen Kaido was trembling slightly. Barrett, you kid, you really like to mess around. Latefield looked at Barrett, whose lips were raised wildly, and shook his head slightly. But the next moment, his eyes became sharp, and he snorted coldly, hey, don't you know, who is the boss here? Boom. A terrifying domineering arrogance descended on the scene, suppressing everyone else's arrogance. Redfield, who can be as famous as the three legendary pirates by himself, is naturally extremely terrifying in strength. As soon as his domineering aura appeared, he would suppress the domineering looks of others. Seeing that Redfield was angry, many people calmed down. Only those few rebellious ones are still releasing their domineering colors. Old man, are you teaching me a lesson? Barrett looked at Redfield, his tone still arrogant. Red Earl, others are afraid of you, but I am not. Wald glanced coldly. The boss here? Why do you? They are all prisoners. Who is more noble than whom? You have the ability to come out and kill me. Basque-Chote, nicknamed Big Barrel, looked at Redfield nervously. His eyes were cloudy. He hadn't drunk for a long time. Nerves have become abnormal. Although he doesn't have the domineering look, but he is not happy with the attitude of the Red Earl. He used to give him face. Do you really think he is the boss of the 6th floor? Redfield raised his head slightly, looked over with sharp eyes. His eyes were fixed, and a sword light in his eyes shot towards Basque-Chote, piercing his head. Basque-Chote collapsed to the ground with a scream, causing the halustone iron chain to rattle, and blood flowed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Ho, is Basque-Chote already out of his mind? Is this the first time he has provoked the Red Earl? Katharina looked at the miserable Basque-Chote and couldn't help but sneer. This is not the first time this has happened. Except for those with overlord-like arrogance and high-level armed color who can barely resist Redfield's move, the rest of them are accurate. This kind of attack is the sword force of a great swordsman. But it was also because of Redfield's particularity that no one else could imitate. Stop it, Barrett, Wald, this old man still wants to sleep well. Latefield looked at the two who were still exuding domineering looks, and said lightly. However, at this moment, another equally terrifying domineering arrogance came from one direction, provoking the domineering disorderly movement again. Over there, is Kaido's cage. Wake up. Barrett looked over, with a grin on the corner of his mouth. The overbearing look did not stop, but intensified. Even Redfield narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of Kaido's cage, and the special knowledge spread, but in the perception, Kaido still did not regain consciousness. Redfield grinned. I don't know what's going on with this guy's body. Unconsciously released the overlord look. Wald grinned. This guy. I've heard of Kaido's title of immortal for a long time. This guy's body is simply abnormal. Caitlina looked at Kaido's dragon body, and her eyes flashed with interest. Pizarro answered with a sneer and said, Isn't it still locked up? What's the use? Could it be possible to escape? Except for the Golden Lion, no one has escaped from prison again. Speaking of the Golden Lion, many people present had a twinkle in their eyes. Then Barrett looked in the direction of Redfield and said with a smile, Senior, if you guessed right, you should have helped the Golden Lion escape a little bit, right? Otherwise, the Golden Lion wouldn't have been able to escape. Cut off your own legs. Redfield glanced at Barrett lightly, and said, Why, do you want to break your legs too? If you want, I can help you, but you are not a fluttering fruit. Without your legs, can you run away? Oh yes, I almost forgot. Now, your neck and hands are all stone shackles. The Golden Lion's escape from prison was also due to Latefield's move. The two great swordsmen shot at the same time, and they were able to cut off the Golden Lion's foot without a sword. At that time, because no one in Jinjin City could escape from the prison, the jailers in Jinjin City only locked Halashi's shackles on the Golden Lion's feet, while the other shackles were only made of ordinary refined iron. After Halashi is freed, the Golden Lion's ability can be used. Only then did the incident of the Golden Lion escape from prison later. It can be said that without Redfield's shot, there is no way to do it with the Golden Lion alone. Moreover, after the Golden Lion escaped from prison, the guards in the advancing city became more stringent, and all the shackles on the capable people were all stones from the sea. Therefore, it is more than twice as difficult to escape from prison now than before. Barrett grinned. The old man said this. I don't have such thoughts, but others may not be sure. If Kaido can regain consciousness, do you think he will have the idea of breaking out of prison? It's as crazy as that guy from the Golden Lion. After a pause, Barrett continued, Besides, don't you want to go out and see the current world? Even monsters like Kaido have been defeated, so, how wonderful the current world should be. After hearing Barrett's words, the faces of many criminals present moved, revealing that they were ready to move, but they didn't make a sound. It's not that easy to escape from jail. Guys like Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain are not weak. Will they watch them escape from prison? At that time, the Golden Lion also acted when Magellan was away. If Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain had joined forces at that time, the Golden Lion might not have been able to escape smoothly. That's why it is said that the Golden Lion escaped from prison because of the right time, place, and people. Wald laughed loudly. If I can go out, I naturally want to go out and see it. The outside world should be very exciting now. Is the old man with a white beard the strongest in the world? I have long wanted to go try to challenge his position. Pizarro showed a disdainful smile. What? Are you going to start this old-fashioned topic again? Who can break out of the big prison now? Just stay here and don't waste unnecessary energy. Katarina sneered. When the Golden Lion successfully escaped from prison, you didn't look like this, Pizarro. Pizarro looked at Katarina, silent. The huge San Juan wolf on the side seemed to have just woken up. He heard the conversation of the others and showed a naive smile. If you want to escape from prison, I can help you. Redfield looked at these people, and snorted coldly with disdain. Just rely on you trash. Don't even think about escaping from prison. After speaking, Redfield closed his eyes and stopped speaking. There was silence. Then no one spoke again, and the dark 6th floor fell silent again. There is only boundless darkness and loneliness. This topic seems to have been completely turned over. No one brought it up again. However, the next event that caused a sensation in the whole world was also foreshadowed at this time. Navy headquarters. After a period of sailing, the warship that Yunya and others were on has also arrived at the headquarters. Yunya went to the marshal's office first, briefly reported the situation, and then headed towards the recruit training camp. It's been a while since I came to the recruit training camp. Seeing those recruits exercising, Yunya still felt a little strange. At this time, he should be regarded as their senior or something. The arrival of Yunya was also seen by the people in the new barracks. When these recruits saw a young man wearing a navy uniform and a navy cloak behind his back, they immediately started talking. Hey, someone is here, is it the new instructor? It should be. Judging from the military rank, it seems to be a major general. Didn't you say that our instructor is a major general? It must be him. He is waiting for us over there. Hurry up and report. These freshmen thought that Yunya was their instructor, and they were coming towards Yunya. Today happened to be the day when recruits enlisted in the army, and dozens of people gathered here, all of whom were selected from branch bases in other countries. Yunyi also saw the arrival of this group of recruits, and many of them were older than him. When these recruits saw Yunya, they were also in shock. They were so young. Is he already a major general at such a young age? However, they all came to line up in front of Yunyi, and said in unison, "Instructor." Yunya didn't let go of his knowledge here, so he didn't hear what these freshmen said before, so after hearing what these people said, he was slightly taken aback. What? Just when Yunya was about to say that he was not their instructor, Zifa appeared in another place at some point and coughed lightly. Cough. Zifa obviously knew that Yunya had come here, and was not surprised by Yunya's arrival. She even pointed her eyes at him. Yunyi turned his head to look, saw Zifa, and also saw the meaning in Zifa's eyes. Do you want me to be their instructor? But I don't know how to teach people. Yunya understood the meaning in Zifa's eyes, but Yunya didn't know how to teach others. Then what? I'm your instructor. Facing Zifa's request, Yunyi had no choice but to put on airs. You may all be elites selected from various naval branches, but here I want to tell you one thing. Yunya straightened his expression, released a little momentum, and said lightly, "This is the headquarters of the Navy, the most important part of the Navy. A gathering place for elite members? Those who can reach here are all strong. Therefore, see your arrogant hearts and let go of your own weakness." Yunya glanced at everyone below. Of course, this is a place where the stronger the strength, the higher the treatment. As long as you are strong enough, you can enter the elite camp today without tomorrow. You should all know what the elite camp is. There are even instructors at the level of lieutenant generals there to personally guide you in the 6 naval styles, 2-color domineering. Hearing this, one of them was a burly man with a somewhat haughty look looking at Yunya, grinning and said, "Instructor, what is the criterion for being strong enough? Does defeating you count?" The recruit looked arrogant and his tone was very frivolous, as if he didn't care about Yunya, the instructor. "Oh, there are thorns. Is this the experience of Major General Cage?" Yunya has experienced the feeling when Cage was contradicted by him. Well, how should I put it? It's very novel, angry and funny, but I'm not very angry. Do you think Cage thought this way at the time? I just don't know. Can this guy in front of him be able to do what he used to do when he was a recruit? Yunya looked at the new recruit and said lightly, "Of course, if you think you can defeat me, you can come and try, but if you lose, you will have to pay a price." The recruit raised his head and chest, stared at Yunya and said, "Instructor, what price?" This recruit was named Alex, 22 years old, and was born in Zihai. Because of his excellent performance at the branch base, he was promoted to the recruit training camp of the Navy headquarters. Alex looked up at Yunya with his head upright. It wasn't that he didn't respect the instructor, but that the instructor in front of him was too young. He didn't look as old as him, and the body is also very thin. It looks like he hasn't eaten enough, and he doesn't have a few muscles. How strong can such a person be? He didn't believe that such a young instructor could have any strength. Maybe it was luck, or he had a background in the Navy. In addition, Alex is also very confident in his own strength. Before joining the Navy, he was the strongest person on his island, and no one could beat him. Yunya smiled. Simple. After losing, your training volume will be twice as much as other people's in the next month. Yunya could also see that the strength of the recruit in front of him was still considerable. Just like Lunlianaer, he was born with a strong physique. The amount of training is twice that of others. For him, this amount of training is just right. Okay, instructor, I agree to this condition. Alexis looked extremely excited. In the previous branch base, he had heard the words of the base chief who couldn't beat him, saying how strong the people in the headquarters are, and only after coming here would he truly see the people on the sea. Strong? He also came with this purpose? How strong is the strong man in the sea? Now that he has the opportunity to challenge the rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, he will naturally not let it go. And if he wins, he can also enter the elite camp. When he was in Zihai, he often heard the base leader who couldn't beat him talk about the situation in the elite camp. If you want to be strong, join the elite camp. Then, let's start. Yunya looked at Alex and hooked his hands. Seeing Yunya's action of ignoring him, Alex snorted coldly, and said in his heart, "I will surprise you later." Seeing that the battle was about to start, the rest of the people also retreated wisely, for fear of being affected. After all, Alex was at the same time as them, and they also knew how powerful this guy was. The recruit is the strongest, it's him. Do you think the instructor is strong? Can he resist Alex's attack? It should be possible. After all, he is a major general in the headquarters. If you don't have any strength, you can't become a major general. In the branch base where Alex used to be, the colonel and base chief is not his opponent. The gap between the colonel and the major general shouldn't be too big, right? I think the two will have a close battle. It's really exciting. The recruits started talking, their expressions extremely excited. Just like when Yunyi played against Major General Cage, they were looking forward to the scene where the recruits defeated the Major General. Commonly known as watching the excitement is not a big deal. However, they never expected that the battle would end the moment it started. In the middle of the field, Alex looked at Yunya and snorted coldly, "Then instructor, be careful." After the words fell, Alex rushed directly towards Yunya and punched him hard. "The speed is not bad," Yunya commented in his heart, and then his body flashed, and he came first, and came to the front of Alex. Before he could react, his right hand came to his forehead last shot. Hearing a bang, Alex's entire figure flew upside down dozens of meters, dragging a long trace on the ground. Quiet? The arena is extremely quiet? Everyone looked at Yunya with a dumbfounded expression. What the hell? One hit and the fight is over? Some unbelievers even rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were dazzled or hallucinating. It's just that no matter how much they rubbed their eyes, they still saw the previous scene. The strongest among the freshmen was just flicked by the young instructor in front of him, and he was sent flying. One strike. Alexis can't even block the instructor's blow. Isn't this too terrifying? Just a major general, does he have this kind of strength? The freshmen were all in an uproar, because the scene in front of them was so impactful. Over there, Alexis, who was covering his forehead and howling on the ground, was even more terrified at this moment. He struggled to get up, looked at the indifferent Yunya, his eyes were full of disbelief. Too strong? This instructor is too strong, I can't react at all, I feel a blur in front of my eyes, and then I feel a sharp pain on my forehead, and then a huge force strikes, and he is blown away. Is this the gold content of the Navy headquarters? Even a major general is so strong? Remember, in the next month, you will have twice as much training as others. Yunya said, then looked at all the freshmen, and said with a smile, "So, is there anyone else who thinks their strength is good? You can stand up. I don't care whether it's a wheel battle or a fight together." All the freshmen swallowed their saliva, but none stood up. What a fart, even Alexis, the strongest among them, was easily defeated, let alone them. Is there not? If not, everyone obeys the order, first run 100 laps around the venue. You, 300 laps? You are not allowed to eat until you finish running. Yunya snorted softly and ordered directly. Yes, instructor. All the freshmen should be, and then ran around. Even Alex looked at Yunya in horror, covered his head and ran around. When all the freshmen were running, Yunya came to Zifa's side and said with a smile, "Teacher Zifa, what do you think?" Zifa shook his head and chuckled, "You boy, I told you to train them, but didn't tell you to show them off." Yunya spread her hands. "Didn't this remind me of my past? I seem to treat the instructors like this." Zifa laughed loudly when he heard the words, "It's Cage, right? He deserves it. He can't even suppress a freshman, but you are also a monster. This is the first time I have seen you so monster after coaching the training camp for so long." Yunya's face darkened, and she was speechless. "What do you mean I'm such a monster? Doesn't sound like a good word?" He said, "Does Teacher Zifa know that I will come to the training camp today?" Zifa chuckled lightly, "If you don't come, I will come looking for you, and you won't come back to see me. A bad old man. Is it because your wings are stiff? How could it be? I was the first one to come here after I left the Marshal of the Warring States period." Yunya laughed. During the training camp, Zifa spared no effort to teach him, and Yunya also regarded Zifa as an elder. "You still have a conscience." Zifa laughed, feeling very comfortable. The two chatted briefly, and through Zifa's mouth, Yunyi also knew what happened in the training camp. Tina, Xiu-en, and Berry Good have already applied for graduation and went to work in other branches. However, Ain, Shiuzo, Bins and others did not choose to graduate, but continued to stay in the training camp. Moreover, from Zifa's mouth, he also knew that Lunjiner, who had joined the navy with him, had entered the elite camp and was currently practicing the 6 styles. Yunyi walked with Zifa to the location of the elite camp, and met the former Major General Cage on the way. After seeing Yunya, Cage showed a surprised expression, then looked Yunya up and down, and couldn't help saying, "You monster is back." Cage also paid a little attention to Yunyi. After all, he was considered a pawn from him in a sense. After knowing some deeds that Yunyi did later, he also called it a monster? Yunya was a little speechless. "You all did it on purpose, right?" But Yunya still nodded and smiled. "It's Instructor Cage, long time no see." Cage ignored Yunya's greeting, and still looked Yunya up and down. "Major General Yunya, is that news true? Did you really join forces with General Aokiji to freeze Kaido of beasts? Your current how strong is the strength?" Zifa immediately said in a bad mood, "Anyway, it's right to be better than you. It's been so long, and I'm still a Major General." Cage smiled awkwardly. "Mr. Zifa, isn't this busy recently?" "Busy recently?" Zifa glanced at Cage and snorted. "Busy? What are you busy with? I've been idle all day. Do you know that today is the time for recruits to enlist, and you are already late?" Cage suddenly shrank his neck, thinking in his heart that he was terrible, and forgot. After knowing that he had made a mistake, he lowered his eyebrows and said pleasantly, "Yes, Teacher Zifa, I will go over and teach those youngsters." As he spoke, he looked at Yunya and said, Major General Yunya can come over for a drink if you have time. Colleagues, get closer. Okay. Yunya nodded without rejecting. After speaking, Cage waved to the two of them, and Shizunsha disappeared in place. Zifa couldn't help but shook his head. This Cage is just too lazy, otherwise with his strength, it is more than enough to become a lieutenant general. He just learned from Garp. When Cage was a lieutenant colonel, he followed Garp for a while. Let's go to the elite camp. I will ask Zhangguo to keep you in the training camp for a while, and I will also teach those boys for a while. Zifa said as he walked. Using Yunya's strength to teach the students in the elite camp is simply killing chickens with a sledgehammer, but Zifa has other plans. That is to teach Yunya the advanced use of armed colors. Knowledge color is not his strong point, but he still knows the advanced use of armed color. Yunyi once asked him about the use of high-level armed colors, but at that time Yunyi hadn't hardened yet, so Zifa didn't say it. It's not good to be ambitious. But now that Yunyi's strength is improving with each passing day, it's time to teach him the skills of high-level armed domineering. Yunya was stunned, then nodded. Good teacher Zifa, but I may have to go back to Bihai. I haven't gone back for a long time. When I come back, it has been a while since I came out of Danzig Island. It's time to go back and have a look. Zifa did not refuse. Their navy has holidays. Even generals have holidays, let alone other military ranks. Especially Garp, the guy who sometimes goes away for months and can't find it. But no one will take care of him. Zifa said, that's fine. You haven't been back to the North Sea since you joined the Navy, right? Then you should go back first. After the matter is settled, you can go back to the training camp. Didn't you say have you ever wanted to learn how to use the high-level armed color domineering? When I come back, I will teach you how to use the high-level armed color. Yunya was surprised. He didn't expect that Zifa still remembered this matter. He originally wanted to ask him for advice after a while, so he nodded without thinking. Good teacher Zifa. Zifa nodded. Well, then you are ready to set off tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Zifa, Yunya came to the elite camp, found Lunjiner who was training, and asked him if he would go back to Bihai with him. Like Yunya, Lunjiner has never been back to the Navy headquarters since he came to it. Lunjiner was also very happy after seeing Yunya, a brother he hadn't seen for a long time. In the Navy, there is no one who does not know the name of Rear Admiral Yunya. This is the legendary Major General who teamed up with Aokiji to defeat the 4 Emperors and 100 Beasts Kaido. During this period of time, the Navy headquarters went crazy. They were all amazed at the name of Major General Yunyi. However, Lunjiner heard Yunyi asking him if he wanted to go back, and after thinking for a while, he shook his head. I won't go back. I'm learning the 6th style of the Navy now. If I go back, the progress may fall behind. I'm not. You are such a monster. He is well aware of Yunya's evildoer. For him, the 6 forms are as simple as eating and drinking. That's fine. Lunjiner had his own ideas, and Yunya didn't dissuade him, just smiled and said, then you work hard. But after a while, I should be teaching in the elite camp for a while. I don't understand. If so, you can ask me. A look of astonishment appeared on Lunjinar's fierce face. You want to come to the training camp as an instructor? What? Can't you? Not really, just a little surprised. What's the surprise? Such a waste. After a brief chat with Lunjiner and other familiar contemporaries, Yunya went back to his residence. The next day, Yunya left on a warship and headed for Bihai. After a while, Yunyi also directly arrived at Bihai. In the paradise, there are not many people who can threaten Yunya, so nothing happened. There was also a desperate pirate group who wanted to attack his warship, but was split in half by his sword. North Sea, Danzig Island. Looking at Danzig Island not far away, Yunya was also very emotional. It's been more than a year since you came to this world, right? Hey, so it's been 8 months since I joined the Navy? Yunya murmured to himself, feeling how time flies. On the warship, a lieutenant colonel came to Yunya and respectfully said, Major General Yunya, the P5 branch base on Danzig Island is ahead. This lieutenant colonel admires Yunya very much. This is an existence that can fight against the 4 emperors. Yunya smiled slightly. I know, that's my hometown. Ah, the lieutenant colonel was slightly surprised. Is it your hometown, Major General? Well, let's go. Yunya nodded and walked over. Okay. The lieutenant colonel followed behind Yunya. At this time, the port of Danzig Island is greeted by a navy at the port. Yala, the base chief of the P5 branch, straightened her back and looked at the warship ahead. They also received that a big person is about to arrive at their branch base, so let them treat them well, and don't neglect the other party. He was still a little surprised that such a big shot had someone from the Navy headquarters send him a message to treat him seriously. This made him very curious. When the warship docked, Yunya was wearing a Navy uniform, a Navy cap, and a Navy cloak on his back, striding forward, walking like a dragon or a tiger, exuding a sense of power from him. Looking at the former officer in front, Yunya showed a smile. It's been a long time, Chief Yariki. You are Petino Yunyi. Yala also recognized Yunyi's appearance and was very surprised. Then, he saw the epaulets on Yunya's cloak, and couldn't help but open his mouth. Master, Major General. Simple foreshadowing. It will speed up later. I don't know how to write daily routines. Daily routines are too difficult to write. It's not that he doesn't know that a rear general in the Navy teamed up with a general to defeat Kaido, but he doesn't know the details of that level. Here in 4 Seas, if there is no special intelligence network, we can only learn about what is happening in the world through newspapers. Besides, even if he knew that the major general who defeated Kaido was named Patino Yunyi, he would think it was the same name and surname. After all, how long has it been since Yunyi joined the navy, and has he jumped from a navy recruit to defeating the 4 emperors? Funny, no one would believe such an outrageous thing. But at this moment, looking at Yunya's appearance, looking at Yunya's major general's epaulets, he seems to have thought of a possibility. You are the Patino Yunyi who defeated Kaido. Yara took a deep breath, feeling that everything in front of him was so unreal. Yunya corrected, it's joining forces with the general, but if you are talking about that matter, it is indeed me. Yunya just smiled, and didn't think there was anything surprising about this matter. He even had an inexplicable strange feeling. How could he feel like returning home? Weird. Follow Colonel Yala and go to the branch base to rest, don't follow me. Yunya said to the following subordinates, then looked at Yala, Colonel Yala, I'll go back to the village first. Yala was still shocked, but he calmed down and said, yes, Chief Yunyi. Colonel Yara doesn't have to be like this, just call me by my name. Okay, Major General Yunya. Yala didn't call the officer, but she didn't dare to call Yunya's name directly, and added Major General after that. Yunya didn't care, he waved his hand and said, that's it, I'll go first. After finishing speaking, Yunyi Shunbu disappeared immediately. It's so fast, I can't catch it at all. Yala swallowed when he saw Yunyi disappearing in an instant, and calmed down his shocked heart. Then he looked at the lieutenant colonel and the people behind said, then, please go to the base with me to rest, we have prepared food. Then I will trouble Colonel Yala. The lieutenant colonel nodded and followed. Yunya rushed towards the village by himself. The small village was still the same, and when Yunya left, it didn't change much. When Yunya came back, the people in the village were naturally very surprised and delighted. Especially Xiao, who almost threw herself into Yunya's arms. Brother Yunyi, you are finally back. Xiao grew taller, but she was still the same little girl, very happy holding Yunyi's arm. Yunya flicked Xiao's forehead, and said with a smile, you little girl. The old village head also said, hee, boy Yunyi, you have been here for half a year, right? You don't even know if you come back and have a look. It is also about this time since Yunya set off from the navy headquarters. Isn't this back? Yunya smiled and gave a thumbs up, village chief, your body is still strong. Ha ha ha, it's okay, I can't die for the time being. The old village chief laughed loudly, and continued, how long will you stay this time? Yunya said, it will only be a few days, and we will start again in a few days. This time, I will come to the village to take a look. Are you all okay? Where is Uncle Ahan? The old village head said, don't worry, with your entrustment, the navy takes good care of us, and life is much better than before. As for that boy Ahan, he has gone to sea again. He can't stay idle. It's fine. Yunya said, and finally set his eyes on Xiao. Xiao, you should still remember what brother told you, right? The reason why Yunyi came back to Donsik Island was not only to see, but also to heal Xiao's injuries. Xiao showed a surprised expression, are you talking about the injuries on my body? At this time, Xiao's face still had the scars from the scratches at that time, although there were only a few shallow ones, it still looked a bit unsightly. Xiao actually didn't care much. Moreover, because of Yunyi's help, although Xiao only has one arm, she still lives a good life, and she can live better without having to work as hard as before. Yunya smiled and nodded, let me try it. As he said that, Yunya tapped his right hand, Union white light enveloped Xiao. Hee, it's a little itchy. Xiao only felt an itchy feeling on her face, and then, something seemed to fall off her face. When she wiped her face with her hands, a few dead skins fell off. Xiao touched it again, and the scars on her face disappeared, replaced by new white and tender skin. Wow, look quickly, Xiao's face is really healed. So amazing. Is it that magical method again? Boy Yunyi is getting more and more powerful. The people around were surprised when they saw this scene. They didn't know what happened to Yunyi in the outside world, and they didn't see the level of Yunyi's epaulets. They still just thought that Yunyi was an ordinary navy. So when I saw this scene, it was the same as when I saw Yunya was able to walk through the air before, I just thought it was amazing. They have no concept of being strong. Yunya would not explain anything to them. After the scar was gone, Xiao looked even cuter, a proper little loli. But her arm still showed no signs of recovery. Can't a broken limb be reborn? Yunya touched his chin, not because of his proficiency, but because Huideo Withered Wood Spring's ability has not yet reached the point where he can regenerate a broken limb. Wow, Xiao has become so beautiful. Thank you, brother Yunyi. Xiao picked up a mirror, and when she saw herself in the mirror, she also exclaimed again and again, and hugged Yunyi's arms even tighter. I am even more grateful in my heart. Yunya smiled and patted her little head, but it's a pity, your arm brother can't cure it for you now, but there will be a way in the future. Yunya has already thought of a solution, or draw a lottery to those perverted healing abilities in the world of the god of death. For example, the heroine Inu Orium's Shuangtian Guizhain. Or use the high technology of Pirate World, the cloning technology of the Vinsmoke family. Another one is the healing fruit of the little human princess of Dressrosa. These are all possible treatments for Xiao's arm. It's not that Yunya didn't think of it before, but that he couldn't find a good time. Yunyi has already made a plan. If his answer is not good, he will find the Vinsmoke family. If the technology of the Vinsmoke family is not good, he will find the healing fruit through the channel of the Quincy Master? In short, Yunya was very concerned about Xiao's arm. Without Xiao, he would have starved to death on the island? There would be no such thing as the current Quincy Division, Rear Admiral, and all-powerful Yunya. This is a life-saving grace Yunya will never forget, nor will he forget the help the island residents once gave him. That's why he spared no effort to help the residents of the village. It's okay, it's fine now. The smile on Xiao's face became even brighter, and the feeling of being cared for was really good. Others also laughed at this heartwarming scene. The two brothers and sisters are not close, but they are even better. This is this small village, there is no intrigue, no fighting, everything is so harmonious, it is Yunyi's home in this world. Suddenly, Xiao seemed to have made up her mind, looked up at Yunyi, and said seriously, Brother Yunyi, when I grow up, I want to be like you and become a navy. Yunya was startled, and wanted to refuse, this world is too dangerous, but seeing Xiao's resolute little face, he opened his mouth, and finally touched her little head. If you want, I will support you, yes, but only when you grow up. Xiao nodded heavily, yes. Let me reiterate that this book has no plans for a heroine at the moment, and I don't know how to write emotional dramas, so I'm afraid it will cause trouble. In the next few days, Yunya pretended to be in the village, but in fact he had already left Dongzik Island. He took out a piece of life paper in his hand and rushed in one direction. This paper of life belonged to Vinsmoke Reiju. During the battle, Yunya cut off one of Reiju's nails. After that, he also found time to make a paper of life. The production process of life paper is not difficult, and there are people who can do this kind of craft with a little searching. Not only Haijun Yunyi has the life paper in his hand, but also the Quincy Master. Soon, Yunya found the traces of the Vinsmoke family by relying on the life paper. The Vinsmoke family has no fixed land and is drifting around, so it is relatively troublesome to find them. Fortunately, they have not left the North Sea during this period of time, otherwise it would be even more troublesome to find them. The main body cannot change its appearance, so Yunya wears the same mask of the Quincy Master on his face. Don't ask why, with Yunya's prudence, there is naturally a backup. As soon as he jumped to the main ship of the Vinsmoke family, Yunya looked at the soldiers who were watching him vigilantly, and said lightly, Where is Vinsmoke Gage? Tell him to come and see me. Not all of the Vinsmoke family are clone soldiers, there are other soldiers as well. Me. Quincy Master. There are enemies, be alert. It's the Quincy Master. After seeing Yunya wearing a mask at this time, they were shocked in their hearts, and then panicked. They didn't know the relationship between the Quincy and the Vinsmoke family, and Gage wouldn't mention it to them. But they still know something about the Quincy. This is a famous big shot in the New World. Just why did you come here at this time? Did you come to attack them? They panicked immediately, raised their weapons, and looked at Yunya warily. On the main ship, all the main figures of the Vinsmoke family are on it, so it is naturally impossible to hide it from their eyes and ears. What happened? Seeing the chaos here, Yuji, who was the closest, also turned pale and rushed over here. He also thought that some blind people dared to come to the Vinsmoke family to make trouble, and this kind of thing didn't happen. Some pirates didn't have long brains. However, after seeing Yunya wearing a mask, his complexion suddenly changed, and for some reason, a sense of fear involuntarily surged into his heart. The scene of being crushed once again resurfaced in his mind, making his forehead sweat. But soon, he suppressed his fear, and when he saw the soldiers below pointing their guns at Yunya, he broke out in a cold sweat, and quickly shouted, What are you all doing? Put it down. After roaring, he lowered his head and saluted Yunya respectfully. My lord, I'm really sorry, they don't know your identity. After waking up, he was also told by his father that their Vinsmoke family was subdued by the Quincy. At first, he was somewhat resistant, but later, when various deeds of the Quincy came, they were relieved. So what if you don't feel relieved? That's a big shot who can fight against Big Mom? If you are not honest, the Vinsmoke family will be wiped out again. He who has recovered his emotions naturally knows the seriousness of this matter. That's why he made such a respectful gesture at this time. Oh, emotional fluctuations. Yunyi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Jiaji didn't reform his sons and daughters after that. But the doubts are all doubts. He still looked at Yizi, and said lightly, It's not in the way. Where is Jiaji? I'm going to inform my father right now. Yiji still lowered his head, and wanted to leave after finishing his sentence. But before Yunya spoke again, in another place, Vinsmoke Gage ran over with sweat on his face, came to Yunya, and said respectfully, My lord, I didn't know you were coming. Please forgive me. After hearing the Quincy approaching the door, he was shocked, and then hurried over. He also didn't expect that Quincy would appear here at this time. Isn't Quincy in Moonlight Island in the New World? When did you come to Bihai? At one time, he thought about betraying Quincy, but afterward, the strength that Quincy showed again and again frightened him, so he completely extinguished this thought. Such an existence, they can't afford it. The person in front of him, when he saw him for the first time, he could be sure that he was definitely the Quincy himself, and that kind of aura couldn't be faked. Leiju also trotted over at this time, and saluted Yunya respectfully, My lord. Niji and Yangji also heard the movement and rushed over. After seeing the masked Quincy, they took a defensive posture, but after being scolded by Geiji, they also bowed their heads obediently, My lord. It doesn't have to be like this. Yunya waved his hand, He didn't want to waste too much time on these things, and said straight to the point, I came to you this time because I have something to do. Yunya said simply, clone technology. Jiaji was taken aback, and he didn't expect that the Quincy came to him for this matter. But he said, good sir, the laboratory is here. Yunya followed closely behind. The four Windsmoke sons gathered behind them also looked at Yunya's back and looked at each other in blank dismay. Yunya said as he walked, I thought you would erase their emotions again, but it seems that what I said before made you listen. Jiaji was startled, then smiled wryly, maybe I did something wrong. Yunya was a little surprised that Jiaji would admit his mistake, nodded and said, it seems that you haven't reached the point where there is no cure. Jiaji shook his head and said, perhaps you are right, my lord. I shouldn't reform them. Of course, there are pros and cons to everything. It depends on how you look at it. My words may not be correct. Yunya said. In fact, Yunya only said such words to attack Jiaji's heart before, and Yunya naturally understood the art of attacking the mind. It's just that he didn't expect Jiaji to listen to it, but Yunya didn't care. This world is not the fictional world of the previous life, but a real existence. Even if it doesn't follow the original plot, it's normal. Moreover, no one can say that Gage's approach is wrong. Erasing emotions, from a certain point of view, is still very useful. A super soldier who is not afraid of death is scary even thinking about it. But thinking about it from Yunya's point of view, this method of erasing emotions is a stupid thing, and it will greatly curb their upper limit. It is not very useful for the strong, unless you can mass-produce such super fighters like the four sons of Windsmoke, otherwise, it is useless. However, ordinary clone troopers are still simple, but like the four sons of Windsmoke, it also takes time to grow. Jiaji said, I have already decided, let them grow by themselves, I will no longer interfere with their actions. Yunya pondered for a moment, then said, if that's the case, you can teach them two-color domineering. With their superhuman physique, even at this age, they can practice. Even in the future, none of the Windsmoke family has ever used armed domineering, right? No, it's just that they don't think it's necessary. Attack, they have their own technology. Defense, their man of steel is no joke. So, they don't think it's necessary. Another thing is that they have basically never encountered two strong masters here in 4 Seas, so as time goes by, they don't have much concept of dual-color domineering. Double-color domineering. Jiaji naturally knew about double-color domineering, so when Yunya talked about it, he also thought about it and said, I have thought about this question too, but my research is all about science, I don't know much about domineering. Although Jiaji knew that there was such a thing as two-color domineering, he himself did not know how to do it. After all, he was just a scientist before, and he was not very proficient in combat. Later, it was also because of the technological weapons that he learned a little fighting skills. But it is much weaker than his other colleague. He is one of the 3 disasters of the 100 Beasts pirates. Yunya walked and said, my future opponents will be monsters from the new world. As my subordinate force, how can I do without two-color domineering? I will make arrangements for myself. Afterwards, I will sort out the two-color domineering cultivation methods come out. Just like the current Night Killer organization is training two-color domineering, as Yunya's subordinate strength, they will face monsters in the new world in the future. How can they do without two-color domineering? Moreover, the 4 sons of Windsmoke are not weak in talent and potential. After learning the two-color domineering, they will also become a great help to themselves in the future. I understand, my lord. Gage responded and nodded. He didn't refuse, which is also a good thing for their Windsmoke family. From Yunya, he saw the importance of high-end combat power. His goal has not changed, which is to dominate the entire Bahai. Perhaps with Yunyi's support, his hegemony may become more smooth. The two soon came to a laboratory. Yunyi didn't understand these high technologies very well, but just handed a tube of Xiao's blood to Jiaji, and explained the situation to him. Is it just cloning the arm? It's not very difficult, it can even be said to be very easy, and it doesn't take too much time. Jiaji held the blood in his hand, and he didn't ask too much. It's better to ask less about important people, so as not to provoke a murderous disaster. Jiaji's biotechnology is indeed remarkable. He just fiddled with the instrument a few times, dripped the blood into another dropper filled with green liquid, and saw a small granulation grow out. Geiji put the granulation into a petri dish to accelerate the ripening. After doing everything well, Jiaji turned to Yunya and said, my lord, it only takes 1 day to clone an arm. This is customized according to Yunyi's request. It may take a little time to clone a finished soldier, but it is very simple if it is just an arm. It's just that it's a bit troublesome to fix the age at one age group. But Geiji is very skilled in this area, so it was done quickly. Yunya didn't understand very well, and asked, there should be no side effects, right? Jiaji shook his head and said, as long as you get through the adaptation period, there will be no side effects. However, you need a doctor with superb surgery to perform this operation. If the fracture is not well connected, there may be sequelae. Don't worry about this, I will take care of it. Yunya looked at the granulation in the petri dish, and said indifferently, his answer can solve this problem, even more useful than any doctor? After hearing this, Jiaji didn't speak anymore. Rejecting Jiaji's proposal to eat together, this face cannot be exposed, Yunya returned to the room prepared by Jiaji. The next day, Yunya stood at the highest point of the main ship, looking at the sea ahead. At this time Reiju came over and saluted respectfully, "My lord." Yunya turned around, looked at Leiju and said indifferently, "Is there anything wrong?" Leiju looked at Yunya and asked, "Are you leaving, my lord?" Yunya nodded, "After the matter is done, I will leave. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with in the new world. After leaving here, Yunyi will go back to Dongsuk Island again. After Xiao is cured, he will return to the Navy headquarters to work as an instructor for a while. And I heard that his military rank seems to be rising. There are still a lot of meritorious deeds obtained by jointly defeating Kaido, which is enough for Yunyi to be promoted to Lieutenant General? Lieutenant level? A 20-year-old Lieutenant General is simply shocking." Yunya didn't care much about his military rank. He wanted to return to the headquarters quickly because he wanted to learn the high-level armed color domineering, which was the most important thing. At this time, Jiaji also came over and handed a petri dish into Yunyi's hands. Jiaji said, "My lord, it's ready." Yunya took the petri dish, looked inside, and then looked at Jiaji. "Stand by, I will find you through the phone bug if there is anything." As he said that, Yunya's figure flashed and disappeared from their sight. Yunyi didn't have the contact information of the Vinsmoke family before, so he had to use a stupid way to find it. After getting the phone bug later, it will be easier to contact them. But next time, we should meet in the new world. As for when to use them, it depends on Yunyi's arrangement later. This was a card he used to deal with Charlotte Lingling, and it would not be revealed before Yunyi wanted to touch Charlotte Lingling. Yunya came and went quickly. Only the members of the Vinsmoke family behind them looked at each other in blank dismay. Yizi looked at his father. "Father, what is he doing here, my lord?" "That arm." Gage shook his head. "Don't ask too much, that's beyond what we can know." Finally left, "Do you feel that the aura on the adults has become even more terrifying?" Leiju watched Yunya's boat leave. She was also secretly relieved. In front of Yunya, her pressure still big. In fact, not only Reiju, but also several others. This is the huge psychological shadow that Yunyi once brought to them like a big devil, and it is also the pressure brought to them by the major events that have been done during this period of time. In short, in front of Yunya, they didn't even dare to take a breath. Nizi also breathed a sigh of relief, and asked Gage, "Father, is there any task for us, my lord?" After recovering their personalities, they have changed during this period of time, and the few of them no longer reject their father, and sometimes they can joke around and become like a family. Even Reiju was a little grateful to Yunyi. It was Yunyi who made their father change. It was no longer that cold feeling. Jiaji shook his head slightly. "My lord didn't tell us what to do, but he said that he will notify us when we are needed." Yangji was a little disappointed. "What? I still want to go to the adults' place to see the new world. I really want to go and have a look." Jiaji cast a glance at Yangji. "My lord told you to learn two-color domineering. After you learn it, you will definitely go to the new world in the future." "Hey, are you studying? Two-color domineering? That kind of thing is useless, right?" Yangji stared at Geiji with wide-eyed eyes. Jiaji snorted softly. "My lord said that two-color domineering is a must for the strong. If you haven't completed the study of two-color domineering, you can't go out." "What? Father, you can't do this." Jiaji looked at the few people who were playing around, and showed a faint smile. "Perhaps, this feels good." He couldn't help thinking of his other son, Sanji, but he didn't know what he thought of. He just shook his head slightly and sighed softly. Back on Donzik Island, after Yunyi healed Xiao by using the return path, he gave a few simple instructions. Yunyi said goodbye to the villagers, boarded the warship again and returned to the Navy headquarters. After another period of sailing, Yunyi returned to the Navy headquarters again. And the next day, the Warring States period held a grand ceremony for Yunya, announcing that Yunya's rank was promoted to Lieutenant General. This news was also spread to all parts of the world through newspapers a few days later. The 20-year-old Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters surprised many people. But after learning that this person is the legendary Major General who teamed up with Aokiji to defeat Kaido, they were relieved. They all sighed. The Navy is full of talents? In training camp. According to Zifa's request, Yunyi became an instructor in the elite camp. At this time, early in the morning, there were already people training in the training camp. As an instructor, Yunyi is teaching the students in the elite camp how to use the 6 moves. This is another batch of newly joined students, not at the same time as Yunya, although many of them are older than him. Navy 6 styles is a very powerful skill. After being thoroughly mastered, it can evolve into various moves. Yunya stood in front of all the students of the elite camp and talked with eloquence. Yunyi naturally wouldn't be stage fright, and even the aura radiating from his body could make these students tremble. Shaved is to step on the ground at high speed dozens of times in an instant to generate explosive reaction force to move at high speed, just like this. After speaking, Yunya demonstrated it again, disappeared directly from the spot, and appeared on the other side. Then he said, "However, I am not very proficient in the use of the 6th form of the Navy, and I can't show you the derivative techniques that follow." This refers to the gun. Later, Yunya explained one by one. Although Yunya is not proficient in the 6 naval styles, and even just a state of learning, it is still possible to teach other people the skills. After explaining all the 6 style techniques, Yunya stopped and let them exercise by themselves. A young man who looked similar to Yunya suddenly stood up and said, "Instructor, I want to know, is the iron block and paper painting in the 6 styles the prototype of two-color domineering?" Through Yunya's explanation and his own understanding, he seemed to have discovered some new world, and felt that these two things might be somewhat related. After hearing this, Yunya smiled. It's not bad that you have such an idea, but it's a pity that they have no substantive relationship. But if you don't have it, it's not necessarily true. They can be regarded as two complementary abilities. They are both the use of physical fitness, one is the skill aspect, and the other is the use of internal strength. But what is certain is that after you have learned the 6 styles, the chances of you being able to learn the 2-color arrogance must be a little higher, so work hard. Many people were stunned after listening to Yunya's explanation. Indeed, both kinds of strength need to be supported by physique. It's just that one is biased towards skills, and the other is biased towards the use of internal strength, both of which are linked to physical fitness. The young man said again, "Instructor, can you tell me what is required to become a strong man in the sea?" "Yes, instructor, I am very curious about this question." The instructor should have seen the strong in the sea. "Can you tell us about it?" There were students discussing it all around. They are all just new recruits and haven't performed too many missions yet. They are still very interested in the strong in the sea, and want to know, what conditions can be called a strong in the sea? This is of great interest to recruits like them. Yunya was stunned for a moment, before pondering. A strong person is actually hard to define. Some devil fruits are powerful, some are physically strong, some are domineering, and some are powerful in swordsmanship. As long as one of them can be cultivated to a certain level, they can be called strong. But those who can reach the peak, all he has been tempered to the extreme in a certain aspect. Such a strong man is very rare in the sea. Yunya said. Extreme. What's the meaning? Is there such a thing as extreme power? The students were even more puzzled. This was the first time they had heard such a statement. It feels amazing, so there is such a saying? Yunya said, extreme power. Let's put it this way, the devil fruit is awakening, the physique is a monster like Kaido and Big Mom of the 4 emperors, domineering is the high-level use of 2-color domineering, swordsmanship is reaching the level of a great swordsman, and the same cannot be comprehended through study, that is the entanglement of the overlord's color. The prerequisite for the entanglement of the overlord's color is to have the arrogance of the overlord's color. It's a strong side. Hiss, there is such a saying. Horrible. Another student asked, Instructor, can you tell us about those 4 emperors? Do they all have the same ability to reach the peak? Compared with the general, are they weak or strong? Yunya said, a powerhouse at the level of the 4 emperors can reach the peak of more than one ability, and some even reach the peak of 3 or 4 abilities. Hearing Yunya's words, these students all took a breath. If one ability reaches the peak, they can be called strong. Those 4 emperors actually have 3 or 4. This is terrible. And, in terms of combat power, how should I answer this question? I couldn't discuss why in the previous life, so Yunya could only shake his head and say, battle. What is the absolute strength of who is there? The outcome of the battle still depends the specific performance at that time, so I don't know who is stronger or weaker between the general and the 4 emperors. That's it. These students were a little disappointed and very dissatisfied with such an answer. Yunya shook his head and smiled. This is how this world is. It doesn't mean that you can win if you are strong. Even Whitebeard dare not say that he can win every battle. So, don't aim too high, and train your physique and strength well. Naval 6 styles, that is the shortcut to the strong. The young man continued to speak, and he saw the long sword on Yunya's waist, showing a curious look. Instructor, what is your strength now? They didn't know that the instructor in front of them was the legendary Major General, the legendary Lieutenant General Yunya, that's why they asked this question. The others were also watching eagerly. The aura of this new instructor seemed to be very impressive. It seems that he should not be a weak person. Because Yunya didn't hang up the epaulets, these students didn't know that Yunya's rank was still a lieutenant general, and naturally they couldn't think of that legendary Lieutenant General Patino Yunyi? Me. Yunya shook his head slightly, and said modestly, I'm just average, not very strong. Modesty is a traditional virtue, Yunya is still very modest. Another person asked, Instructor, there is a sword pinned to your waist. Are you a swordsman? Yes, I am a swordsman, and my abilities are mainly based on the sword. Yunya said. A student looked at Yunya and suggested, Instructor, can you show us your sword skills? I am also a swordsman, but I always feel that I have fallen into a bottleneck. This student also carried a refined iron sword on his waist. Yunya smiled, unsheathed the silver fiber around his waist, and swung his sword at an iron rake in the distance. The silver slash pierced through the air, cutting the hard iron rake in half. Flying slash. So instructor, you are a swordsman. It's so strong, I can't even leave a mark on that iron rake. The instructor just swung the sword lightly. All the students were dumbfounded, they were frightened by Yunya. This young instructor is really strong? Yunya opened his mouth and said, swordsmanship, you need to comprehend it yourself. Unlike the 6 styles, you can learn it as long as you practice hard, it depends on understanding. The students nodded in unison, and they all looked at Yunya with admiring eyes. In their eyes, a swordsman who can swing a slash is already a powerful performance. But at this moment, Major General Cage came over from one direction and said to Yunya, Yunya, Teacher Zifa asked you to go to his office. The two of them have become familiar with each other during this period of time, and they didn't call them officers just because Yunya's military rank was promoted by 1 rank. Oh, well, I'll just go there. Yunya nodded and smiled, then looked at a group of students and said, Major General Cage will train you next. Saying that, Yunya left the spot in a flash. Hey, kids, I'll get to know you from now on. I don't want Lieutenant General Yunya to be so gentle, you should be mentally prepared. Cage walked over with a dangerous smile, looked at these students and said, Lieutenant General. The instructor just now was a Lieutenant General. Instructor Cage, are you right? After hearing that the young instructor just now was a Lieutenant General, these students all looked shocked. Did they hear correctly? Lieutenant General? Huh? You don't know his identity. Cage was also puzzled. Major General Cage, did the instructor just now have a high status? He looks very young. A student asked curiously. Cage smiled and said, he is an amazing guy. He teamed up with General Aokiji to defeat Kaido Frozen. What? Is he the new star of the Navy, Vice Admiral Yunya? Wow, I've always heard that Lieutenant General Yunya is very young, but I didn't expect him to be so young. The students were completely surprised. This is too young. Being able to fight against Kaido, Lieutenant General Yunya should already be among the top powerhouses. Felt not as old as some of them? Don't look at him as young, he is a real monster. Cage smiled. He is a person who watched Yunya grow up step by step. At the beginning, Yunya showed impressive strength in the training camp, and now he is a lieutenant general. Needless to say, his strength, in the Navy, no one dares to underestimate Yunya.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.